Where'd the pen go? And a warm welcome to continuing coverage of this incredibly successful Triton Super High Roller Series here in Vietnam, where we are moments away from picking up coverage of Day 2 of Event 7, the 75K No Limit. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, you were up until the wee hours last night, and that is, of course, because Event 6 found a local hero for its champion, and we're going to get right to a recap of it. It was 139 players that ponied up the 50K entry fee, and then 49 remained after Day 1 with only 20 places paid, of course. We had a lot of runway between the onset of coverage and the money bubble, but once we got to that money bubble, it did accelerate the pace as we've come to expect, and with the elimination of Tommy Kim, our final table was set as we take a look back at the results from event number 6. Canadian Sam Greenwood very much in the hunt for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, would take an ace-queen up against two aces. Ben Heath had him always in a world of hurt, comfortable and on the turn, had his man drawing dead. Greenwood would collect 167,000 and, of course, the all-important points toward the Player of the Year award. And then it was perhaps the nastiest pot of the final table, as Linus Love, who we suspected at the onset with a massive stack, flopped himself a set of queens against one pair. Of course, nobody thought without a spade that Dan Smith would have any hope, and then suddenly a glimmer of light on the turn, and I think you can guess what's coming as running aces raised the eyebrows of one Dan Smith and dimmed the lights on Linus Love, who took home 215,000, looked a bit shell-shocked, and then ace-queen for Biao Ding, a member of the Chinese delegation, going up against Ben Heath's jacks and coming up with a very sweet queen-high flop as Heath needed help and knew that the situation was grim. Would finish ultimately in 7th, 292K going home with him. 6 players were left behind. The always exciting Carl Chape-Gatien, KCG as we've come to call him, at his second ever Triton Festival. Getting a nice little massage with Jack 10, though. There was a bit of tension for Biao Ding's aces. Chape-Gatien needed a Jack or a 10 on the river, and a 4.3 million pot would not head the Frenchman's way, as he wished the remainder of the field good luck en route to taking home 389K. Then Patrick Antonius found himself against Dao Min Fu with King Jack against the 2 sixes. The flop and the turn were of no assistance, and he was rooting for the right kind of paint on the river. But in the end, an almost 3 million chip pot would go the way of Dao Min Fu, as Antonius left behind 4 players, taking home 497K. Vyacheslav Buldigin then was on deck. His pocket kings up against Biao Ding's Queen Jack. Things looked good for him on the flop. Then suddenly on the turn, the 8 added outs to Biao Ding's holding, and the 9 gave him runner straight. And Buldigin, oh so disappointed with that, but 618,000 reasons to feel better about it as he collected 4th place money. Then Dan Smith with King 7 offsuit, off of 2.8 million with the blinds at 200, 400, would take his chances against an ace 10, which was good on the flop and improved on the turn. Dan Smith needed a king, but in the end would take home the princely sum of 750,000 for 3rd place money. And 2 Triton first-timers in Biao Ding and Dao Min Fu would collide, an epic heads-up battle between the two of them, as the spade royal flush cards would square off. Biao Ding, King 8 deuce. Things look good for him, and on the turn, suddenly the spade was an unwelcome sight, as Dao Min Fu picked up the nut flush draw, and the 9 of spades on the river would give him that flush and give the room a dose of electric excitement, as Ding was left to collect one of 2 7-figure prizes, 1.35 million, And then, of course, the massive 1.67 million going home with Dao Minfu, who was so gracious and so humble during my interview with him. Randy, who would have thought this theme of Triton newcomers? I know we had a ton of them here in Vietnam. Geography, of course, in part lending to that reality, but they have really outperformed, have they not?
Yeah, who would have thought for sure? Because we look at these final tables, we look at the fields, we have lots of familiar faces who have made a name for themselves in the poker scene. But there are a lot of these new guys, and some of them just are new faces to the scene,
Well,
right?
let's walk through it, right? I mean, because 3 out of the 5 winners technically have been new. However, if you count Nacho Barbero, who really just splashed into one event back in Madrid, we're talking about 4 effective new faces. Nacho, winner of event number 2. Mark Rubithan, what a feel-good story for him, coming in on an absolute free roll with that team ACR and then binking after having a 10K score be the biggest of his career. He also cashed, of course, for 50K prior to winning event 3. And then Jans coming through in event 5, part of the Dutch delegation. And here we have Dao Min Fu. So really, we're talking about 4 out of 5 of our champs thus far, new faces. And do you attribute that phenomenon in part due to the fact that the regs, who we know are oh so talented, don't really have baselines on many of these guys?
Yeah, and that was what I wanted to try to bring up is that a lot of these regs they're playing with each other in the smaller fields, especially before when Triton wasn't as big in their field size, and they're fine tuning, watching past footage of how to play against those players. New faces show up here in Vietnam. They don't have a baseline on how they
Yeah.
play. They don't have the whole card cams to determine how they often they check raise and do all sorts of value bets and bluffs. So I think that is a contributing part to why some of these people are maybe a little bit more successful. The regs came out here with a game plan, watching old footage on their peers that they're familiar with, and these other players are throwing some curveballs and able to taking it down.
Careful, by the way, when it comes to watching old footage, because you would be a bit remiss if you presume that what you saw from a player at the previous stop is what you will see from them months removed here at a successive stop. And perhaps that no better demonstrated than Carl Chape-Gatien, who last stop was a real wild man, just a gunslinger. And then here at this featured table, it became very clear to me, courtesy of just 1 or 2 decisions that we never would have anticipated from version 1.0, that he's put in some work in the lab, and I would imagine others have as well.
Oh, that's a very good point, right? After coming off that some big scores for KCG, picking up one title, he had some time off before the next Triton stop. Of course, he's going to be playing a lot of poker. Of course, he's going to be doing research. Primarily, I believe he was a cash game player before, dabbled into the tournaments thanks to the
Right?
Triton series. And it's like, if I'm going to be playing these events, might as well do some homework. And it showed here in this tournament the other day how he was reserved in some spots, but still taking some chances if he felt it was right.
Who would be incentivized, though, to take a player who is an amateur, let's say, relative to the experience levels of the pros, and then put them under their wing and say, hey, let me help you? Because obviously you're kind of going against your own interests.
Of course, we don't know what happens behind the scenes. Some of these players, maybe they get the opportunities to play other games that maybe KCG is playing, who knows. But, like a lot of these guys, they make friends with the players who may appear as amateurs at first, but then they gain friendships, they gain knowledge. And, poker is not just about winning the money, building these relationships. And, we've seen guys like Paul, right? In the beginning, probably wasn't respected as a real time pro, but now they're saying he's like one of the best business plan players in the game. And that's from talking to these other players and gaining some knowledge.
Rumor has it, boss Paul Foyle, one of the co-founders, of course, of the Triton Super High Roller Series, may very well be the winningest poker player of all time, if we count everything, not just that which we've laid eyes upon. Okay, let us shift our attention then, Randy. Event number 7, the 75K, drew 63 players yesterday. Now, there was some sense that we were going to add a couple of levels yesterday, but instead we just kept to the schedule and then kept registration open at the start of today, where I'm being told we have 22 people who have ponied up, adding to the 30 who bagged chips from day one, rather. 52 will start the day, a total of 85 entries. The leader, Daniel DeVoris, the Canadian, we know he's dangerous. He has really been within sniffing distance of a title. So many cashes under his belt. We'll keep an eye on him. He, however, is not at our featured table. Do want to touch upon the fact that we have some guys who kind of showed up a bit late to Hoian, and Rob Young and Jungle Man Dan Cates are among those names. You feel like the early buy-ins are just not enough to attract the likes of these guys who have a nose for nosebleeds?
Pretty much. It's just that the buy-ins was a little bit too small for them. Doesn't get their juices flowing. But now that we are heading into the 75K and higher buy-ins, that's when they're going to show up. They don't want to play a full schedule because it is quite draining to play, 12 hours a day. Here, they're going to be fresh. Other players have had some time to put in some hands against one another, but they may be a little bit worn out right now.
Yeah, let's take a peek here then at the overall leaderboard as we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see to the left, that is going to be our feature table. Table 1, Santosh Suvarna, who really had a savage beat against Leon Sukernik in the Coin Rivet Invitational in North Cyprus. Back in the saddle here. And then we have the newcomer in Andrew Latham, the only newcomer in that field. And we take a look at his profile thus far. 0 for here in Vietnam, but obviously undeterred. And you get a look then at the chip counts with Keon Mukri, another Triton first-timer, in the top 5. Kirk Steele as well. And then we scroll all the way down to where we find the shorter stacks in the room. And Anson Yu will be the official short stack at 103,000. Good for just 10 big blinds. And let's focus a little bit on this feature table, shall we? We've got Justin Bonomo, the all-time winningest poker player, 768K in front of him. I believe it was a top 3 stack. Yeah, there he is, 3rd in chips overall. Kind of expect him to hold court, but look, standing in his way are the likes of Punat Punsri, a main event champ, Eric Seidel, an absolute legend of the game, just drew seat 5 there. Alex Ponikovs, I mean, the task is never an easy one, is it?
It's never going to be an easy one when you play fields of this caliber. But we know Justin Bonomo knows how to ships tournament. He knows how to navigate with a big stack and a short stack. He is the type of person to put pressure on his opponents. He definitely studies the game at a very high level. Does have some stiff competition, like you mentioned. Punat Punsri winning that main event here at Triton. But, Punat Punsri, he's been playing some cash games, and he did feel that sick beat against Jungle Man Pocket Aces against Quad Eights in that cash game. But, he's hungry. He wants to play. Very well versed from time contingent, and some of these other guys don't have as much of a stack to play with, but that definitely means that they're going to be capable of reshoving on them quite regularly. Especially Alex Ponikovs, very good at poker, and Cale Burns is also a delight to watch as he has got some very creative lines and is a very chatty player.
I know you got a little special place in your heart for the Aussies that come out to the Triton Tour, given that you call Melbourne home. 11 places are going to be paid. The min cash is $159,000. Up top, we've got yet another one of these hefty 7-figure scores, $1.75 million, and another 7 figures going to second, $1.245. But with just 11 places being paid, obviously you can't just slide in for one of these min cashes and expect a big portion of the field to enjoy one of those. You really are going to have to do some work. And earlier, Randy, you used a couple of words that really struck a chord with me. I believe the terms were fresh and juices. And on the topic of freshness and juice, I would like to surprise you with something that all of the players seem to have been enjoying on many occasions thus far in the event, the fresh young coconut. I haven't had one of these yet. Have you?
I have, but
what?
This is, I'll tell you, this is by, hey.
All right,
I was going to say this is my favorite live stream of today, going to be. Thanks.
Well, there's only one live stream a day, Randy. So how do you think that makes me feel, your favorite live stream of today? How many other streams are you doing? Now, I haven't tried one of these things yet, but everybody says they're super hydrating, they're super delicious. In fact, I don't care for coconut water. And it's like a big hype machine thing in the U.S.
You're
like
not
all these
selling
different
it
brands
well right
or whatever.
now.
But this is Mother Nature's finest, right? This isn't packaged. This isn't bottled. There's no evil corp behind this operation. So I'm going to try fresh young coconut juice for the first time on camera. Are you ready for this? Okay, there we go. Hang on.
Delicious.
That is delightful. Garçon, bring a dozen of those. Let's line them on up. Fantastic. By the way, another little theme that's been emerging here at the desk, and we'll get to the play. Henry Kilbane wants to get a little prop bet in against myself and producer James. Now, if you've been watching our streams, you know that Patrick Antonius has basically been eating continuously for the bulk of this series. Henry thinks that he eats less than 2,640 calories a day. I think he eats more. Let us know in the chat what you think, as we are just about set to bring you coverage of day 2 of the 75K No Limit. Give us a like, give us a subscribe if you're streaming us on YouTube. And of course, it is a pleasure to have you with us here as we get a look at the chip counts, at the feature. Blinds will be 5 and 10,000 with the 10K ante. Bonomo, 77 bigs. Holding court, Ponikov's on the shorty with 11 bigs. And if at any point during today's stream you don't hear me for a prolonged period of time, you can just rest assured that I'm drinking coconut juice. That really is fantastic. That doesn't taste like the bottled crap.
Well, because it's not from the bottled crap. Duh.
Oh, you know what would be really slick is if they were buying really cheap used coconut hulls and then pouring the bottled stuff into the hull, and then we were victims of kind of that marketing ploy. I want to do that, by the way. I want to do like a taste test where I pour bottled coconut water into a hull and then do the fresh one and make someone pick. You think you'd get it?
Yeah, I would get it.
Would you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
But I think it's a psychological thing, right? Something about this coconut shell that makes you feel comfy, authentic. Just tastes so much better.
That is. Are we allowed to eat the meat?
You are.
How? Like what? I just bite into the outside of this thing?
They usually give you a spoon. Usually.
We didn't get any spoons.
Oh.
Garcon, let's get them down here. I want a spoon, I want some coconut meat, and I want some high-stakes poker. And I feel like I've got all of that on tap here today as Bonomo goes to work. No patrons thus far. There is Santosh Suvarna. Bonomo's got red jacks, which is well ahead of this 4-5 offsuit.
Looks like he's hooked in his big blind.
King 9-6 should be an easy escape path.
Easy escape path, but you know, it's a little bit dicey for 2 jacks. It can be awkward if you do get resistance. Maybe start with a small
15.
little bet. See how your opponent proceeds. Was a quick one.
To be expected. Suvarna, at his second ever Triton Festival, did manage an 8th place finish in a 75K 8 max event for $245,000, the lone cash that he has had thus far across his relatively brief Triton career. Of course, for Bonomo, his career with Triton, not brief, began in 2019 back in Jeju with a title. One of 2 titles that Bonomo holds. 8.2 million plus in career Triton earnings. And it looks like Ponikov's is ready to get his chips into the middle with an ace-jack off. No takers. Speaking of takers, what side of that bet that Captain Kilbane is trying to get down with producer James and I?
How many calories was it?
2,640 calories a day.
Very specific.
Kilbane likes the under.
I like the over.
Producer James and I like the over. I
Me
mean,
too.
Antonius just a monster in the gym. And he's just been eating continuously. It's like the world's longest mukbang video.
Yeah, I like the over for sure.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, I like mukbang for sure. And I was going to have concerns about the cookies on your browser. But no, I'm okay. You don't want to go down the rabbit hole of my browser history.
Yeah.
Randy. I mean, you already see in the booth here the crazy places my mind goes. Nothing crazy about going into the middle with an ace on the button, deems Santosh Suvarna, as he has found not 1 but 2 pocket pairs in the blinds. And one might imagine
Yeah, this
Latham
is
will be
just an
multi ready
unfortunate
to go.
spot. Ace X on the button, easy jam for a short stack. Looking to take down what's in the middle. Ace blocker, 2 hands that will call you, but 2 9s, just enough.
16 bigs too many to jam?
You know, it starts to get a little bit excessive, but in a pure chip EV point of view, there's no problem with jamming Ace X for quite a solid amount of big blinds on the button.
So Latham gives him a spin and holds with 2 9s thus far on the Jack 4-4 board, where the ace was needed and the ace was delivered for Suvarna. Now it is Latham who needs help, and 10 of hearts isn't going to do it. You would think Suvarna has just been playing for decades. Is that Seidel? No reaction when the ace came off here in this 75K. He was
Yeah.
3 outs twice.
You need to be numb to these suck outs. I mean, you know, it's a cruel game sometimes, poker, but if you're not numb to it, you're going to let the emotions slide in. You know, you don't want to affect quality decisions, and especially in stakes of this caliber against the best players in the world. I feel like the
Randy.
mental part of the game has gone up tremendously as a matter of importance.
Coconut meat.
I was thinking, like, you excited about the King Deuce of Bonomo? No coconut meat.
No, no, no.
You're using your hands.
Well, I don't have a spoon. Brian's not using his hand. Ace 4 in the muck.
Can you confirm it's not reused coconuts now?
Well, it's certainly not the dummy coconuts. Kehan Mukri at the final table was suggesting perhaps we were dealing with. Players really hopped on him for that. Now, he asked what was inside the coconuts, and everyone looked at him like coconut water. What else? But I know where he was coming from, because you go to these tropical resorts, and they take these coconut husks and they fill them with alcohol. But you usually get the little pretty
pink
umbrella. Yeah.
What do we have coming in here?
Well, an unwelcome sight if you're trying to win this event in Portugal's João Vieira.
Yeah, João Vieira, regarded as one of the best online tournament players of all time.
Welcome
Mixed
back.
games. You don't want him in your private games going on,
Expensive detour.
because he's got a lot of titles out there,
Put the cards in.
out in the multiple online.
Buddy, you don't want him in your public games.
You don't want him in the no limit games. You don't want him in your mixed games, your Omaha
know.
games. Just don't want him around, because
Not too late.
your EV is
Not
going
too
down
late.
the second he sits.
Nothing personal, just business. As
Yeah, I'm just clumsy.
Vieira did finish 7th in the 20K mystery bounty for 67,000. This is his very first ever Triton event, and look at producer James working overtime.
call.
Gets a walk.
What did we do
With
to
sevens.
deserve
Not
this
close.
surface?
Well, what service are you referring to, Randy? Go on, let the folks know.
The spoon. 2 types of spoons for different parts of the coconut. Some crevices are quite hard to use, the larger spoons, so producer James also brought us the little coffee sugar spoon.
I was going to call it a caviar spoon, but that
Caviar.
that's-
Okay, sorry, I'm not
tells you
flying
about
first class
what
like
I'm
you,
into.
Ali.
Relax, Randy. This is what I use my paychecks on. I really highly recommend that everybody at home, if given the opportunity, try one of these things. And I do have to rescind all of the earlier venom that I directed toward the coconuts, but I do maintain that fresh young coconut is a different experience than canned or bottled coconut water, as we see Vieira stepping in with ace 6 suited. Santosh kind of flat.
Nothing wrong with flatting a king queen suited in position. I like flatting suited more than unsuited because of the playability of the hand. Goes extremely up. Putting out punts where he gets to close the action with pocket deuces. Pretty much a dream scenario for these little pairs three ways. No, don't have to worry about someone else ruining the party with a 3-bet.
This is that please. That 2 black.
So 3 players take the ace-9-7 board, and it's top pair for Vieira, but the king-high flush draw for Santosh. Off of that stack, 325K back.
It's always nice to flop top pair with ace-6. It is 3 ways, worthy of note, as players will be flatting pocket pairs like 7s and 9s in position, as well as better aces, ace-10, ace-jack come to mind.
Little bet here from Vieira. Third pot. Just kind of trying to see what's what.
Yeah, you know, it's not that he's willing to commit all the chips right now. It's just a bit of a feel, thin out the field, see how your opponents respond, maybe put some passive lines, pick off some bluffs.
Uh-oh. Deuce of spades on the turn will leave Vieira drawing dead.
Yeah, this is a rather unfortunate card because if you're trying to think of hands you can beat, it's quite hard to name some besides a hand like Jack-10 that floated the flop in position. Now you're worried about better aces, sets, and flushes. Check. Seems ideal.
Now for Santosh, you don't want to raise alarms by betting too much.
It's a very good point. If you bet big here, you're going to let the ace-X get away in hero fold. You want to try to create a situation where they're still enticed to see how you're going to react on a river.
Vieira just got here. This is his first Triton Festival. Not sure he's ever played a hand against Santosh.
I'm going to guess he never has.
Note
Wow, what a
the
laydown.
tidy muck there as he decides this feels like a better ace or spades. So
Yeah, it seemed like
Nice
the
one.
best case scenario for him was like, oh, we have a very similar hand, so he's going to win half the pot at most. So I'm going to avoid this confrontation altogether. We still have a river card to pay. Do I really want to pay off another bet just to find out where I'm at?
now I know, Randy, that professionally you make your trade as a poker analyst, but just on the off chance that maybe you have some horticultural knowledge, and far be it from me to try to explain why I'm asking this, but do you know whether or not coconut trees survive in desert climates such as, oh, I don't know, Las Vegas?
I believe the answer is no. But that is just me guesstimating as a poker player.
Just
put in
asking for a friend.
I put in the inputs into the solver. It seems about 99% no, 1%
The gardening solver?
random check raise all in.
Red, red,
10,000 big blinds.
red queens for Suvarna. Just 2 big blinds. Bonomo on the button, king, queen.
King, queen, mixed strategy seems optimal. Flat calling in position. I think Justin Bonomo is really happy to play post-flop spots in position. He's got that stack he can leverage on you, knowing that your stack is always at risk. Something to always keep in the back of your mind.
2 diamonds, 2 sevens, and a 9. 65 in the middle. And Suvarna goes to work.
Justin Bonomo's wondering what kind of hands would c-bet this flop from early position. Early position is heavily weighted to unpaired Broadway cards or big pocket pairs like this. Tempting to take one off, we can see. It would be ideal if he had a diamond in his hand, so maybe not so sweet. Out he is. You know, Ollie, I'm actually quite happy today that I got the first shift with you. I feel like I just got some EV in the commentary booth with this free coconut.
Well, Randy, I know that you're operating under the assumption that this coconut was free, but I did sign it to your room, so.
Did you sign 1 or 2 coconuts to my room?
Are you really going to feel the impact either way? How much are they anyway? I didn't really ask, given that I knew you were paying.
I don't know. It's probably
A
at
couple
least
bucks.
several 100,000.
Right. 9 million dong per coconut. No, come on, stop. It's like 300,000, I want to say, which for a couple of them, maybe $10, something like that. Bonomo, pocket threes.
Kale's like, run it.
Yeah. Ace four, small blind. Ships it in there. Bonomo flicks in the call, and we'll play for 250,000.
You know, to get your 3-bet called, your jam, this is as good as it gets for ace 4, still being able to flip.
Who are you feeling?
Money goes where it goes.
I like that attitude.
He goes that way.
Uh-oh.
Not my way. You never know.
Yeah.
Life goes
Money
the
looks
right
like
way.
it's going toward Bonomo here. Kale on the turn, though, does pick up a ray of hope with the deuce, as he can now hit a 5, despite the fact that Bonomo flopped a set against ace high. Is it there on the river?
GG.
No. And Kale Burns, who was the shortest stack in the field coming into that pot, will head elsewhere. There will be a 25K turbo that'll get played later on today, Randy, so
Yeah, most certainly Kale Burns is going to be hopping into that tournament. Sad to see him go, as I kind of gave him some love in the pre-show.
Me and Kale?
Fellow Australians going down.
We like each other,
it happens.
I think.
Let's see how much Bonomo wants to pounce with his big stack. Jack 4 suited, by no means standard raise in the cutoff. Seem
Well,
to be
by no
throwing
means
these
a
king
standard
queens around.
operator, by the way, on that. Forgive me, I didn't want to step on you, but
Don't step on me, don't worry. I mean, you know what I meant. Go on.
Punsri, not a standard customer either.
Yeah, what's interesting to notice, other players have been dealt king queen so far this last 10-15 minutes, and they've opted for flatting in position, but Punsri is not afraid of the chip leader.
You know, it cuts kind of two ways, right? When you're getting involved with the chip leaders. Still early, so I don't think we've really established a pattern of abuse from Bonomo as yet. But a player like that you would expect recognizes the opportunity before him off of the chip lead and starts to activate, open a little bit wider, and as such, you're a touch more inclined, perhaps, to 3-bet. But the danger there is that they've got you and everybody else covered. Things can go wrong real quick.
Yeah, being covered is an important part. It applies much more as we approach the money. In that situation, your tournament life, your chips have much more meaning, as of course you need chips in order to make the cash. For now, it's more of a bit of a chip EV style game. Play the best on how you can maximize chips. For now, though, a pretty hand. Jack 10 suited for Punsri. Got a decision here for Jalviera. Queen Jack offsuit.
And that decision is rendered as he dominates Punat Punsri's Jack 10 suited. What does Suvarna have here with the flat?
Yeah, it seems that this flat from Jalviera has invited 2 other opponents to put in more chips, because Santosh Suvarna, King 10,
And look at all the interference between these holdings here, save for the 4 of hearts, which belongs to Eric Seidel and has flopped the lead on a 7-4 tray rainbow board.
Yeah, I mean, with all the interference of sharing whole cards, one would expect this would smash the big blind a bit more. As is, it is quite hard for Jalvera to stab this flop. He does recognize the weakness on how this doesn't hit too many flat calling ranges, but if he was to risk some chips and is wrong, be detrimental to his 221 big blind stack.
So after the round of checks, the ace rolls off, and that's really not the kind of card Seidel was looking forward to seeing as played. It certainly feels like someone out there might have hit this card. We can see no one has. Punsri, though, started the party. Not going to rep
Wait,
it.
Ooh, that was close. Jalvera did not act yet.
No, burn down and then restored to the top of the deck. As Vieira now closes the action with a check. Queen hits him for a winner.
Yeah, there's been passive lines throughout these 4 competitors throughout the flop turn. 2 more checks on the river, and Zhao. I don't really think there's value in betting Queen Jack here. You might be up against some kind of passive Ace X. Much needed pot for his 20 big blind stack, now sitting comfortable on 30 blinds. Should be able to use these newfound chips to find some opportunities.
Well, Vieira's not the kind of guy one would expect to ever be sitting anything but comfortably, just given the tremendous wealth of experience that he's got. Not a spot you're going to put him in that he hasn't thought about. Ponikov's, by the way, back to the gold member ensemble. Love to see it. Tracksuit Alex.
Tracksuit Alex, that's the name we're going with?
I feel like it's a good nickname for a poker player.
Yeah?
You're going to get action if your nickname's Tracksuit Alex. Let's just put that out there right now.
Tracksuit Teddy from Rounders.
Christopher Frank is Tracksuit Teddy.
Tracksuit, he is. He's loving that red get up.
Yeah. Seidel sneaking in from the small. Latham lets him take a cheap flop, and both of them interacting here. Advantage Seidel with 7s and 6s up against 2 overs in the gutty.
A lot of interaction, and now that he's betting out, we'll most certainly get at least a call from Andrew Latham.
Quick bet call. Ace on the turn.
This is where things get dicey, as Eric Seidel is going to be cautious amongst the ace.
Latham content to check back, and then river a winner.
Hard to imagine that Seidel thinks he can get called by worse.
Yeah.
If he's betting, it's mainly to block bet.
Ten.
And block bet it is. The mini.
Yeah. Just 10K.
Simple.
Yeah. Andrew flicks the call in there. Happy to be shown a 6. Really, that was one of the only non-bluffing hands that he can beat.
Yeah, nicely done in that blind versus blind spot. Seidel really was just handcuffed with that ace on the turn. Otherwise, he might have found a way to scoop that pot. Suited queen on the button. Going for it.
115K. And this is a problem for him. He's got Letham's ace-6, which, of course, if that's not the customer, Ponikov's ace-king most certainly will be. For Letham, he really
This is
doesn't want to be the guy in
wow,
this spot. Yeah.
Nice laydown there of ace-6. Saves himself. That's when you pat yourself on the back.
Well, Seidel does have 2 clean cards here, Randy.
37% in the
Good
chance.
fold to me.
And while the cards are clean, the spot is dirty. 245,000, and suddenly sterilization on the 10-8-7 board as Seidel leaps in front. Now leaves Ponikov's drawing dead as he hits trip 7s. Alex hits the king on the end, by the way, so that third 7 was necessary.
Yeah, Ponikov is left with, dare I say, preserves.
Vapors.
Well,
Fumes.
doesn't
Didn't
work.
even bother, by the way, to take a look at what Ponikov's had back, since it really wouldn't have mattered, given he had the ace-king in the big. But dire straits now.
Yeah, that is the nature of
I
short
think
stack
it's because
poker.
Eric's using the wrong box.
That's hard.
People are going to get it in. Someone has to go down. We have to eventually crown a champion.
Ponikov's part of the Latvian delegation. 2.7 million in career Triton earnings, 4 cashes. Doesn't look like he's going to be picking up his 5th here today. Did finish 5th in the 15K 8 max.
Discipline laid down by Suvarna, queen 10 suited, noteworthy.
Discipline.
Yeah, which is queens. I mean, whenever you fold a suited Broadway, I would say it's discipline, especially if you got some stacks to play with. We're gonna get a little side pot action here, Ali. And since there is something in there, you may see some post-flop bets, even without some kind of showdown value. These side pots always add up. We're fighting for.
Two hearts, 2 kings, and a 10. Bonomo strangling Zhao's 9s and really leaving Alex with a hope and a prayer for the main.
Yeah, I feel like they should be treating this pot as if Alex is not there. He was forced all in a small blind, so don't have to worry about him having some sort of piece as played. João Vieira hand is a little bit vulnerable given that there's 2 kings and a 10. A 10 would counterfeit his hand, so makes him lean toward betting a little bit more.
$10K. With that wet texture, Bonomo looking to bring some things into focus.
It's always a little upsetting to be checked raise on paired boards when you got showdown value. You don't know if you're up against the trip kings or some kind of flush draw or straight draw bluff.
Don't expect a 10 to play this way.
Nice play here of 2 9s. The nice thing is that he's going to get to see the cards regardless.
Hello.
Ponikov's hadn't looked, of course, given we had just 1K more. Wait a minute. Heart on the turn, and now suddenly a ray of hope for Alex Ponikov's. Right color, wrong suit on the end, though, as he finds the end of the road here.
Yeah, you can see that. Ponikov did recognize he had outs right away on the flop. Runner, but only halfway there. That was a treat to see Justin Bonomo. You know, he took some time off from the Triton stop, right? He didn't go to Northern Cyprus here in Vietnam, getting to work, resuming where he once was. One of the biggest crushers of all time, really. All-time money list #1, as you mentioned earlier.
Gets no crushier. 4 cashes, 2 titles, almost 8.3 million under his belt. Over here in Vietnam, though. Returning after his previous stop, which was pre-pandemic in London. Latham shoots it up.
Got some fight here. 10-6 suited. It's suited. It's connected. Marginally. But against a 1.2 big blind more raise, seems mandatory. Nice spot to be able to be dominating with a 6 somehow. But he doesn't have the pre-flop initiative, so more often than not, he will be faced on a with a C bet on a flop like this and have to lay down the best hand.
20.
Feels like that's where we're headed as Andrew follows through.
Does touch his chips a little bit, strangely enough.
Shortly thereafter, touches his cards and puts them right into the muck, though. Let's do a little homework on this Latham character, shall we? You know you don't show up at these things without some results under your belt more often than not.
Indulge me with some knowledge.
Well, per Hendon Mop, 322,000 in career live earnings. Looking at results dating back to 2015. Looks like he cashed in the Poker Dream Malaysia
Oh, okay. So
festival, so
he's out in Southeast Asia playing
Right.
some tournaments here and there.
he's got some other
Welcome, welcome.
results in this part of the world. AJPC Poker Championship in Hong Kong, November of last year. WPT Tokyo.
Wow. So he's really in these neck of the woods.
Yeah, scrolling down his Hendon, this is a man with a pretty passport.
Has he outdone you is my question.
Be real. Should I try to go to every country in the world?
Do you know how many countries you've been to around the world?
36, I would
Okay, we
say.
can't.
A lot of work
We
left
can't
to do.
count the stop like the connections at airports.
No.
Ali.
I never count that.
Okay, good. How many countries are there in the world?
I'd say like 180. Does that sound right? What do you think?
So you're in the 20% range.
195 in the world today.
Hmm.
You know how many countries you've been to, Randy?
Let me think about how many different poker stops I've been to in a country
That's
outside
it?
of
You
America.
only travel for poker?
Majority of it is, to be honest. First time I've been to Vietnam now. Country number has gone up.
Yeah, 260.
Hey, did we just get Michael Soys at the table?
We sure did, as the degree of difficulty has gone up. So as a small blind ace-jack leans on Punsery's open and quickly collects his first pot. Such an absolute gentleman. Complete professional, and wish him oh so well as he is getting his entrepreneurial feet wet alongside Victor Chong as co-owners of the APT Asia Poker Tour.
I mean, that's when you know that someone has so much passion for the game. You know, they're are such a winning player from playing poker, if they still want to get into the entrepreneurial side of the game and grow it in Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. Always a delight to see him. He's a real gentleman. He's very good. He's got a very good mindset going into poker. He, doesn't get upset if cards don't fall his way. He knows hard work, ego, one of the big things that can really ruin your game.
Two kings, one of the things that can really ruin your ace-9 open.
You kind of get used to them after you look down there, I guess.
It's actually quite interesting because he's sitting on 25 big blinds against in latish position raise, so perhaps we
60.
see a 3-bet smaller than all-in to try to induce some action from his opponents. We all know that Jalvera is more than capable of 3-betting light, so Justin Bonomo might read into this as his opponent making a move. Discipline.
3-bet, take it. Well, this room might seem a little quiet at the moment, but it was absolutely buzzing last night when Dao Minfu took it down. What I found particularly cool was that quite a few of the hand tracking staff that we have positioned at every single table here that work long hours from beginning to end, day after day, were sourced locally. And presumably, poker fans.
Yeah.
Got to know the game, obviously, if you're going to get out there and help us out in that regard. And they stayed on late, even after they could have gone home. When their shifts were through, play was done elsewhere in this 75K day one, to root their man on at the final table. And when that spade rolled off on the river and he took it down, that was as much celebration as we've had so far in this festival.
Yeah, it's always nice to see, players showing emotion. We're so used to seeing these pros on the scene are quite stoic even when winning. But you know that it meant a lot to Dao Minfu to be able to navigate through that extremely tough final table, to be quite frank. Onto this hand, pocket fives with a squeeze spot,
I got a count, please.
25 blinds. The fact that Santosh has flatted the small blind incentivizes Eric Seidel
Sure.
to jam a bit more, and Jalvera knows this.
I don't think Vera thinks that Suvarna's ever trapping
No?
in this spot. So really, he's not so concerned about
All in.
that hand, but he decides he's not so concerned about Seidel's either. As he jams, Suvarna concedes.
Really nice spot for both players. Well played. Coin flip. 550 in the middle. Very important for both stacks.
Fives hanging on, but that king of diamonds is an issue potentially. As Vieira works the back door and hunts an ace or a jack in the inner rim. Backdoor slams shut. Now, Seidel needs to fade. 6 outs to stay alive here. And he has done it,
To 60.
despite the presence of 4 spades. Vieira with no flush draw, of course. The sideboard.
You know the term the cyborg. I didn't expect that, Ali.
Of course, man. I might have messed around and been the first person I know to say it. I'm not kidding.
You're an innovator, all right?
I don't know. I can't take credit, but
Yeah.
like, I don't know that I'd heard it before the first time I said it. Feels a little bit self-evident though, just based on the way the man plays and the play on words. Vieira looks a little bit stunned.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the game. It's always annoying to lose a coin flip like that you know that's going to define your tournament.
He is now the shortest stack in the room with just 3 bigs plus.
We'll just need to shake it off a bit, play the cards, hopefully get a little spin up. Broadways for Punat Punsri. That's a very solid game. Much respected.
Yeah, I mentioned that Punsri, as we see Javiera waking
All in.
up with 2 jacks just in the nick of time and jamming, made his way across the Pacific to Vegas. Got involved.
This hand's actually getting quite interesting because Jalvera is jammed a size that is so small that you can't necessarily call this pure strength. Suvarna, just 3 big blinds to him. He wants to see one. Well, 3 cards, to be honest, on the flop.
Ace-2 suited could prove to be a little bit of a problem for the rest of the field. It's only another 12K for Punsri to call, but obviously the action is open.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part is that Santosh's smooth call here looks a little weak. You might think that he would want to re-raise a little bit to try to kick out Punat Punsri if he had a bigger holding. Then again, do you really want to risk more chips just in case you're wrong? So in this scenario, we actually have a dry side pot, so betting with high card wouldn't be as ideal post-flop.
121K main is complete. Punsri and Suvarna failing to improve on the 10 high rainbow flop. Both happy to check.
Yeah, no surprise here. They know that even if they bet and get the other opponent to fold, they still have to beat Jalvera in showdown to collect the 121K in the middle. Checking makes a lot of sense for both players here.
Punsri did pick up a queen as an out with the 2 overs in the gutter on the turn. It's a good looking board there for Vieira.
Very, very nice for Vieira, right? He just went from 32K up to 121K, which we know a very playable stack. He's well in contention now.
Yeah, for sure. Not too bad. 10 bigs.
Well, if you're into equestrian sports, horses, if you will, there's one place that you can, kind of in a roundabout manner, get your fix. It is Poker Stake. Visit them over at pokerstake.com and make an investment in someone out there in the field and feast your eyes on the sorts of returns that could be available. That's pokerstake.com, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
So we
Efforting an official
s-
count there on Vieira. Was it 121,000? That's right. 10 bigs.
121K, yeah. Pretty good. Considering he started with about 260K before he lost
24.
his chip to Eric
24.
Seidel.
Raised to 24,000.
612 blinds.
24.
Min raise from Punsri.
Fold. Fold.
Punsri's been V-pipping quite a bit lately.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Bottom O. More than enough chips to defend his big. Queen 9 off. Picks up the Broadway gut shot.
Yeah, a little bit of a connection problem is he is facing an undergun open, which would be perceived to smash 3 Broadways on the flop. Let's see if Punat Punsri wants to start with a bet, looking to get value from other Broadways.
Sure looks that way.
Fair.
Of course, some of those other Broadway combos have Broadway or 2 pair.
Actually comes with a sizable bet.
Fold.
And Bonomo lets it go. Was sort of starting to talk about Punsry, Randy, sort of a rare sight in terms of the non-Western field at a Triton event out in Las Vegas, where I saw him getting involved in the high roller circuit there on the Poker Go tour.
Yeah, you know, like he showed up to Triton and, you know, obviously performed very well winning the main event, but he kind of get a little bit of... What are you doing over there, Ali? I'm in a mid-thought.
Don't worry about me. This one fly is definitely going to get it. But go on.
I was going
Punsry.
to say, you know, maybe he got a little bit of a poker bug after winning that title, right? Wants to go travel, get more opportunities to play with the best. So, you know, there's a lot more history than perceives from just pure Triton events going on amongst these opponents. 2 kings. What timing is this?
That's the medicine for João Vieira's King Jack suited. Is he already enjoyed the triple to get to 121,000, and now a very unenjoyable situation awaits him against Punsry's 2 kings. To the flop we go, though. Oh, wow. How about top pair and a flush draw? Can't really ask for more than that, can you?
I'm at a loss for words.
It's going to take more than that, though, for Vieira to stay alive, as he is unimproved on the turn. Can he haul in this 260? No, he can't.
Either.
5 of spades on the river, and another casualty here
That would have been a painful one.
at the feature table on this occasion.
Seen worse, but that was
Portugal's João Vieira.
It opens.
That's when someone says too many outs. Wow. King Jack of clubs just flopping and couldn't get there against 2 kings. It's all about giving a man some hope and taking away.
Chat, by the way, was wondering
I think it's a 5 speed.
where our Henry Kilbane was, and then they found him
5
in the dealer's chair,
Some singles.
they said,
No, no.
here at the feature. I don't think he looks like Henry,
No,
do you?
I don't think he looks like Henry. I don't know if Henry's going to appreciate that comment, so you better change your screen name while you can before he bans you, sir.
Well, you know we can't give admin privileges to Henry. He's too much of a wild card. Actually, if there's anyone you really don't want to give admin privileges to, it's me.
I believe I've got admin privileges.
Fold.
I use it responsibly.
Fold.
What?
What, using it responsibly or having admin privileges?
220. Okay.
Exactly 19 big blinds with the big blind.
Both. Ace-5 suited here for Punsry. Mucked around to his small. So as the bucks are available
All in.
Play all in.
and will be acquired as he rips.
Nothing wrong keeping it simple against a player of Soiz's caliber. Taking a raw eck with your hand. Take down what's in the middle. Chipping up. Uncontested. Very important part of poker.
Oh, got big blind coming in now, so I think that's right.
Randy,
Hello.
I have a report from the fresh young coconut streets.
And this report, you're getting coconut juice all over your shirt.
All
your
over my beautiful
pants.
shirt.
Gosh.
Okay, look, am I supposed to drink all of the water out of the coconut before I take the spoon to the meat?
Kidding me?
What do you mean? I don't know. This is my first one.
Are you supposed to take out all the water?
Are you?
Yes, of course you are.
Okay. I guess you were never a cocoa noob.
No, it wasn't.
You were
got
just
bluffed.
born with GTO coconut strat.
It's like
Speaking of
know.
GTO, by the way, welcome Nikki P.
It's like
to
you're
the
trying to
party.
sit down at a poker game without chips. I don't know, you just got the order wrong.
This is delicious. You get these on Amazon?
Well, you're going to have to open them yourself, though, unfortunately.
No.
quite hard to
come
do.
on. I need full service coconut.
Just in case.
Kidding me? Maybe I should fly home on an airline that has this.
Yeah, the big
You
bag.
know,
Just so
maybe
know.
you can do the subscribe service on Amazon, save 10%.
12.
Get one delivered at a frequency of every day.
Randy, are you
I put it
Amazon knit? You're going with the subscribe service to save 10%? I buy when I need it.
I need it every day.
Oh, Randy. Didn't know you had that kind of libido.
Might be a good time to stop this conversation before I get myself in trouble somehow.
I'll tell you what, getting after the meat in this coconut is going to get me in trouble.
2-5 for Santosh Suvarna.
Yeah, you handle this.
Flatted in position. Nikki P, Queen Jack
Can I
of
see this
clubs.
case? The
Just
case.
sub 20 big blinds, worthy of note.
Drop, right? KC5, right? It's supposed to be like
Never too
like
comfortable
big
playing
number.
sub 20 big blinds. With a flat call in position as well as you're not closing action, but
Yes.
is able to take a flop here, 78k in the middle. What do we see? Dryness. Advantage, Suvarna.
Good board with which to follow through with the 2-5s, obviously. Nice to see Suvarna not getting nervous about being out of position against the likes of Petrangelo.
Raising from under gun is very pair and ace-x heavy, but Petrangelo thinks that, well, maybe you'll check an ace-x sometimes since how dry it is, how shallow our stacks are. Decides to take one off. This is where it gets really dicey.
You're not wrong about that. The 4 does bring the wheel gutty for Suvarna, but deep discomfort when we follow through as an under-the-gun opener and get flatted, and one cannot blame Santosh for this check. And let's see if Petrangelo going to try to take it away here.
Well, most certainly, Petrangelo isn't calling the flop to hopefully check this down. Whether to stab now is the question, or maybe wait a river card. What does he find to be most credible?
30?
Bet 30,000.
A smallish bet.
Smallish, but almost in that way a little bit concerning. Because
It looks
begs
milky.
for a call, doesn't it?
It really does. Like, because if you're Santosh right now, you might be thinking, well, he called me pre-flop. Called a flop bet. What is he betting with? Price is just a little bit too good, especially picking up the extra outs. He's hoping to hopefully hit his hand, but check through on the river is what he really wants. It's a really nice card for him, actually.
Sure is. Suvarna now with these 2-5s understands the proposition before him is very much
Check.
one of bluff catching as he checks once more. Over to Petrangelo, who's got 124k back, Randy.
This is a bit of a guessing game now. It's whether Santosh Suvarna has got some ace-x trapping that's now got a full house that would never fold. Wow, did he just push all these chips in there? This is a monster play from Nick Petrangelo. Just queen high. Man with game plan.
133.
Ultimate polarization here.
No obvious flush draw on the flop. This just looks... It looks like a strong hand to me, Ali. I would not fault Santosh Suvarna for folding these 2-5s. Need to start getting very creative on the floats in position against you.
Look, the good news is he's got 268k back, so even if he clicks call and he's wrong, he's going to have 140k left. And I love to see this, by the way, out of him. Randy, not a
Yeah.
comfortable spot to be in, but he's going to throw the time bank out there and think it over.
Oh, he hasn't folded, so he's definitely thinking about this. Wow, did he just make the call of 2-5s? That is a sick call from Santos Suvarna. Well done.
Nice call.
Rise up, Mr. Suvarna. You have just eliminated.
Well, almost eliminated. Some preserves left. 11K.
Forgive me. Let us not be presumptuous. I was under the impression that he had Petrangelo covered. Okay, hang on. 1K.
We just put 0 big blinds there. Little needle. Wow, but that is an absolutely sick call. Round of applause. I don't even think all the pros in this field would heavily weight towards calling that spot. It's just very credible. It's just, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of read that Suvarna's had on Petrangelo. What's maybe most curious is the pre-flop flat call in position with sub 20 big blinds, which may imply more Broadway type hands that took a float. Who knows? It was just perfectly played.
I'm going to go on record and say this isn't really so much a product of a read on Nick Petrangelo. We know that he is as tough a customer as you're going to get. Doesn't give anything away out there. I think this was just a case of Suvarna maybe being a bit self-aware. I think he understands that the pros aren't necessarily going to be regarding him as one of their peers and the same caliber player, and as such would be more inclined maybe to attack him and get after him, although it's a double-edged sword because sometimes it's against a fellow pro where a line like that is most effective and against somebody who maybe isn't going to be taking it as deep, isn't going to be responding in the desired fashion, which would have, of course, been a fold in that spot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, Suvarna is definitely self-aware with the situation on how pros react to him, and you know, you're going to have to adjust your assumptions on certain ranges and certain situations based on that. So nice to see. That's what I really love about the Triton series. We got these mix of players. We've got their own styles and awareness. Create some really funky hands that are quite entertaining for us to watch and commentate on.
Simply horrible situation for Nick Petrangelo's last 1K, Randy, as a 10 is shared in not one but 2 spots. His the most inferior. His clubs are covered. We're on this 7 deuce deuce board, where Suvarna and Latham are incentivized to just check down. On the turn, Latham hits a ginish feeling ace of clubs.
There is a side pot here, so noteworthy. You want to protect your hand, get some value.
Bet 15,000.
There he is.
Sit down.
Flush draw. I think.
Drawing dead.
I don't think I can win. What do you think?
You cannot.
Struggling. Good luck, guys.
Disappointing, but perhaps somewhat predictable outcome once Petrangelo was down to just 1K, as he is drawing dead and goes down.
Seat open, table 1.
Suvarna, the man, with the bulk of the responsibility for that.
Of course, disappointing for Nick Petrangelo to bust out here in the 75K, but you know, this is his first stop with some cashes on the Triton Tour. 3 cashes, 1 final table in event number 1, a 5th place finish for 286K, so I would still say it's not too bad for him here.
And we never know how much he might have in action on the golf course here at Hoiana.
True.
They like to gamble out there on the golf course. the
Like to
poker
gamble in
players.
any spot they can think of.
That's fair. Including Patrick Antonius's caloric intake, or I guess that's just us.
Yeah, just you guys. Don't include me into this.
Yeah, you're the 10% discount Amazon subscriber. You're never betting. Ace King for Latham, suited in variety. Up front, min raise open, and now black 4s for Bonomo.
Don't fault this fold. Noteworthy though. But he was in early position. Players act behind him. Never comfortable to set mine against a 20 big blind stack.
Hi.
Right. I ordered a coffee over 30 minutes ago. Is it still coming? Do you know?
I'm going to bet the don't on that coffee still coming, Justin,
Oh, right.
if it's been a half hour. Unless they're cultivating the beans.
Give him a Vietnamese iced coffee with extra shots,
We're
please.
calling them brown bowls now,
Brown bowls.
Randy.
I'm sorry. Give him an extra shot of brown bowl. Instantly, please.
Queen 4 suited. Comes up empty on the ace-jack 8 board. This one should conclude shortly.
Small bet.
Seidel checks, Latham delivers the c-bet. And onwards we go. I notice you're not putting that much work in on your coconut meat there, Randy, and in case you're not interested.
Is this not a gift for me? You want your gift back?
I'm just saying, if you're going to eat on coconut meat, you know what I mean? Send it this way.
No. Just no.
All right.
I'm keeping
Fine.
it.
Don't be a hater. You haven't even finished drinking yours?
I'm going to slurp it so loud for all the chat to listen to.
Yeah, I'm sure they're really into it. What is this, ASMR? Oh, yeah. Coconut meat. Can you buy?
Just coconut meat?
Yeah, yeah, for sure you can, right?
It would make sense.
I think I've had it before with like sweetened, like a desserty, like a bag of dried coconut meat.
It makes sense though, but think about it, because when they get the coconut water into those bottles that you don't like, what are they going to do with the meat? Well, they package it, put it on Amazon, and wait for people to subscribe for it and get 10% off.
Well, Kirk Steele got himself some meat. Ace Queen.
Deep stacks.
Yeah, 843 for Bonomo, 758 for Steele.
Coming up a call here.
Sure did.
Nothing wrong with coming in for call. It does improve your flat calling range. Does that mean that when you call, you don't got nothing to play with?
Bottom pair on the Ace-King 9 board for Leatham, who closed the action out of the big. Second pair for Bonomo, the pre-flop villain, and of course top pair under rep for Steele.
For Bonomo, betting King 7 doesn't really accomplish much. Really only getting called by better. Pot control is ideal to turn 2 pairs.
7 of spades rolls right off after a round of checks. Bonomo now in the lead.
But you know what? It's not Bonomo that's taking the betting lead on the turn. It's Andrew Leatham.
This was heavily unanticipated, Randy. How do we explain this choice?
Very, very unexpected. I suppose that Andrew Latham was having to read that Bonomo would bet an ace on the flop. If it got checked to the guy in position, maybe he would bet. Given his 3 ways, you want to clear out the field a bit more.
And then, of course, with Steele closing the action with a check, he assumes that
90.
Yeah.
Ace-X, King-X isn't in his range. I mean, the King-X certainly feels like it could be, but
Well, I'll
as
tell
we
you
can
this.
see.
This turn lead from Andrew Latham has made this hand quite interesting because we got a raise now from 2 pair. Kirk Steele has the best 1-pair hand right now. It seems rather under-repped.
No doubt about it. And Steele is going to call the raise. Of course, now 9-6 belongs in only one place. The muck.
It's important to note how quickly Kirk Steele called the turn. Bonomo's well aware of that, which may lean towards more a hand worthy of showdown.
Oh, wow.
Did
The
he just hit the
queen
queen?
of clubs rolls right off. And now Kirk with the best hand aces up. Let's see how Bonomo responds to the fact that Steele flatted the raise on the turn and now looks up at this card.
Yeah, it's dicey. Ace queen would be his biggest worry. Jack 10, I can see
150.
that. Double gut
Bet
shot.
150,000.
Bonomo undeterred. Bets half pot.
Yeah, you can see that he doesn't expect to get paid off by one pair hand for a larger sizing. This smaller half pot, hoping to get calls from ace jack, ace 10. Probably would play this way as well.
Those are really the specific hands that feel like they are exactly where Bonomo is placing Kirk Steele.
Four. Showdown.
And Steele
King 7.
makes the call and shows Bonomo the ace-queen as he looks over in steely manner at poker's all-time winningest player, from whom he is taking a healthy pot. Second ever Triton event for Kirk Steele at his first ever festival. Failed to cash the 50K 8 max. I don't think Bonomo expected to be shown aces up ever there.
No, of course not. Yeah, especially with the flop check around. Ace queen has a lot of incentive to bet the flop. And that pot got a little wild because of the lead from Andrew Linkham on the turn.
Oh.
Tell you what, Kirk Steele flat have paid attention to and remember moving forward, as his flatting range is going to be fairly protected.
Raise 24,000. Oh.
Now Suvarna opens off of ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. Nathan with ace-7 suited in the small.
All in.
Yeah, late position, 3-bet jamming from the small blind. Seems pretty good. Good fold equity. You know, you got the ace blocker against the ace kings and ace queens. That probably would call your jam. And the 7 doesn't really interact with the cutoff raise folding range, which is nice for you. Hands like 10 jack, I'm blocking those. You want those hands to raise and fold. Sandtouch isn't shaking yet. Giving his opponent a little sweat.
Puts it in the muck though.
On to 20 blinds for Andrew Linkham. Comfortable. Not ideal, but something to work with.
Now Randy has just been introduced to a very strange phenomenon here in Vietnam, which is that of what appear to be very durable straws when you're first given them. When left in your beverage for any manner of time, they go completely limp. It's like a magician's wand.
Yes.
I think that's because they're organic, even though they feel like they're plastic. Henry mentioned they were bamboo.
Maybe. I don't know. He is the guy who lives in Southeast Asia.
Raise 24,000. Fold.
Another ace for Suvarna, the generally lowly regarded ace-6, in particular offsuit. Opens, and let's see how Latham wants to address King-Jack off.
Thinking about the double rejam on the same opponent, back-to-back hands.
Fold.
It's like, seems like too high for
It
frequency.
feels speedy, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let me just smooth call here.
Fold.
Also, when a guy opens, you jam and he mucks, and then he opens the very next pot, you start to think, all right, this time, surely, he's not going to find the muck if I jam. 8-8-3 here. Subarna's ace high, still in front.
Santosh seems to be finding himself in spots where players have flattened him position
Bet.
regularly for
21,000.
20 blinds, but he has been the winner of these pots so far. Navigating here is quite interesting. King Jack.
21K follow through is getting floated here by Latham. Unimproved are both players on the turn, but of course Andrew the one in need of set improvement.
Well, against a Petrangelo, he did take more of a passive line on the paired board on the turn, but this time gonna fire something
Bet.
out.
56,000.
56,000. Maybe he thinks that a pocket pair would want to rejam on him pre-flop with 20 blinds, therefore his opponent is most likely unpaired, so firing 2 barrels would be quite good against an unpaired hand.
I like this from Santosh.
Fold.
Not the best hand, but still
Yeah,
finds the courage to barrel once more and earns himself the pot.
really nice read. No, I feel
Make it
like
some ones.
the pre-flop is one of the most important parts of the game to determine what range your opponent will be on and how to maneuver flops and turns.
Fold.
Looks like Santosh is going to get involved again. Suited ace. Early position. Good stack.
Phase. 24,000. Fold.
And raise open.
Fold.
Fold it around to Bonomo. What's he considering? Oh, definitely not whether or not to play the hand, more so how he wants to proceed.
72.
Re-raise. 72,000.
3-bet to 72K.
Fold.
Yeah, note the sizing exactly 3x in position,
Fold.
mainly due to them having deeper stacks to play for.
Fold.
Santos just lets it go there. Doesn't want to be out of position against
I
the
mean, would
stack
you,
or
Ali,
talent
want
of
to be
Justin
out
Bonomo.
of
No,
position
no,
against Justin Bonomo with deep stacks?
no shot.
With a hand that's easily dominated.
How do you still have water in your coconut?
It has become increasingly difficult to drink out of this straw as it is flattened at near the bottom where the liquid goes in, upwards to my mouth.
Thank you for that.
Raise. 24,000. Fold.
Bonomo, baby suited connector.
The bottom of his opening range with this stack size.
Fold.
Blinds and antes, very likely to go his way. There we go.
Fold.
You're really working that coconut, Ali.
Don't worry about what I'm working, Randy. Just pay attention to Bonomo.
Well, I mean, you're shaking the table so crazily
I'm
as
not
you're using this
shaking
giant
the
spoon.
table. I need a
to-
jackhammer. I think this is what it's like to be an addict. Uneventful stuff around Abonomo. Not even he can find a place in his heart for 6-3 offsuit.
What if we upgrade that 3 to an ace for Pona Ponseri?
Very different spot.
24,000.
Cutoff open.
So this has been quiet. Ace King suited.
Yeah,
All in.
we're going to hear some
Play all in.
noise. And that noise is all in. 180K as Soiza started this one with 15 bigs.
180?
180.
All of them in there. But not doing math.
Mathematics would say that likely a6 is not going to perform too well against Michael Soiza's jam here. But let's see what he thinks of Soiza's range.
Oh,
Good fold for Punsri. He's in bad shape.
Always annoying to fold an ace, but gotta play the cards.
Little pickup there for Michael Soiza. Part of the Malaysian delegation, 4.6 million
rich.
plus. Career Triton earnings, 11 cashes, 1 title. When do you suppose that title happened, Randy,
Which title?
for Soiza?
oh,
It was in his first event, 6 max.
oh.
Jeju?
Wow, nailed it.
Yeah?
For me, the most impressive part of it was that it was his first ever Triton event at his first ever stop back in 2019 in Jeju. Indeed, a 6 max long deck, 500K Hong Kong event.
I'm gonna pat myself on the back for a little bit.
That was solid. You're like an archive.
Don't call me computer for no reason.
They call you computer.
Not really. It's more like one of those Windows 95 computers.
Button of Kirk Steele has activated with Queen 10 offsuit. Eric Seidel in the big. Will defend.
40 blinds to start this hand. By no means a small stack. Dry.
10, yeah. 10-4 tray, Steele, top pair, Seidel. Nothing to speak of for the time being, really.
Check. Bet 20,000.
$20K follow through from the button, sort of to be expected with high frequency. On this occasion, of course, very legitimate with top pair. Do you think I could maybe tip someone in the room to extract the meat?
Get the meat out for you.
That's a real industry, meat extraction.
See, the problem is my straw is melted so much that I can't even get to the meat part of the coconut now. I'm still in the removing liquid phase. This is
Yeah,
quite
you're
tilting
way
for me.
behind. Yeah, you need to figure. Why don't you just go Tarzan and just take it to the face?
I'm afraid I'm just going to get all over myself. That would not be a sight.
You should start an OnlyFans. Queen 5 suited for Michael Soiza. Pretty one awaiting Andrew Latham, but Seidel will give him a walk. I don't know what to do with myself in between hands now, Randy. I'm all out of coconut.
I've got a new strategy. Look at this.
What? It's not a soup. You can't ladle the coconut water out of the husk. What? Blasphemy.
Sometimes you gotta see the other lines and how to drink a coconut.
Why don't you use the tiny little spoon to do it? You can really stretch, get a little more mileage.
Whoa.
You need like a pipette. Dip it in there and put your finger on the back. Seidel not tempted by the 3-4 suited with Bonomo there in the big.
This respect to the big blind, just folding 9-8
one.
offsuit. Just like, this guy's gonna punish me, whether he's got the ace or not.
Boy, I can remember way back in the day, splashing around on Party Poker with Bonomo under the screen name Z Justin. As our blinds tick up to 10 and 15,000 with the 15K ante. Dealer push, Kirk Steele, the Canadian, here at his first ever Triton. Far and away the chip leader at the feature and currently second overall in the field. Kehan Mokri at the top of the overall leaderboard. Here at the Hoiana Resort and Golf in Vietnam. Got a little monkey out there today.
What do you mean a little monkey? Like literally?
Yeah, muggy like humid.
Oh, monkey.
Have you not left indoor air conditioned?
I didn't know there
Facilities?
was another path outside from the
Wow.
hotel room straight to the commentary booth.
Randy, you really ought to check your vitamin D levels. Just
Do you not remember
As a
when I
friend.
went with you to go watch you almost drown in the ocean not too long ago, a few days?
right, but that was a long time ago. You've been depleted since then.
Need to recharge like Wally. Dong.
Kirk Steele, the opener here, looking to deplete the stacks of the opposition. Justin Bonomo, 10-8 suited, small blind defend. Punsry dominating with a 10-9 off.
Noteworthy is that all three players sitting on above 600k stacks, so definitely changes how bet sizing may come into play on the flop and turn.
Ace 9 deuce. Punsry, middle pair.
It's always tricky playing multi-way pots, as there's more players who can maybe pick up a piece, but Kirk Steele did open from early position, heavily weights his holdings to ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack type holdings. Middle pair. Worthy of a fight.
How we doing, man?
Could definitely improve.
How about you?
To fold this would be massive respect to Kirk Steele.
Not happening. Interesting turn. Double flush draw texture now. Ace pairs.
Don't fault this check.
Knuckle back from Steele with the nut no pair. Unimproved on the river.
Not punts 3 here. Mid pair, nines and aces. 10 kicker. Imagine once you get the showdown, paid a minimum to get there. Can show up with strength. Occasionally he comes in with a blocker bet, trying to set the price himself. Looks like that's what he's gonna do.
$55K.
Yeah,
Busted diamond's really the thing that Steele will be keeping an eye on, I would imagine, with this king queen.
that's a good point. Not having no diamond in your hand, you're allowed to pick those cards off. I'm pretty impressed with this value bet of 10-9. Wow, reaching for chips. This is pretty slick.
Just calling chips, though.
Yeah, just calling chips. Nicely played for Penat Punsri, recognizing that 10 aces and nines with a 10 kicker is good. And it makes sense now that I think about it a little bit more, is that those jacks, queens, and kings probably wouldn't have c-bet that flop through ace on an ace-high board. Early position, don't have to worry about kicker issues with a 9. Well played.
Not the last time we'll be saying that with respect to the Penat Punsri line.
It's like 204 behind.
Ace king for Kirk Steele now. Improving upon the king queen and hoping to improve in terms of outcome as well.
Calling chips coming in, queen jack in position. No? Oh yeah, it is calling chips. Excuse the graphic.
3-bet flat.
3-bet flat, that's a new
It's a
play.
new thing.
Solvers do not know how to react to that.
So, a couple of Broadway combos squaring off here. And Latham hits top pair, but Steele, the pre-flop opener,
Probably.
with the king of hearts working hard. Second up flush draw and the Broadway gutty, 2 overs.
Not too bad.
1.75 stack to pot ratio. Looks like he's going to come in with a bet, jamming a lot of turns, put maximum pressure on middling type pairs.
Understandable, of course.
Andrew's going to take one off, see if undesirable card drops on a turn. That's a very nice card for Andrew.
Deuce of diamonds, very dry.
Check.
Yeah, Kirk slowing down.
Yeah, I think Kirk is a little bit concerned of the flat call on the flop, pre-flop, shallow stack sizes. Might feel it's very queen X heavy, like king, queen, jack, something that doesn't want to get in pre-flop, but too good to fold. There's a lot of chips in the middle. That's quite important for Andrew. I like that he's pushing these chips in. Take it down. Don't give your opponent a free card to take you out.
Steele wants a count.
Yeah,
Pot laying him a little north of 2-1. He does have 988 back and a lot of equity here.
yeah, you know, and occasionally he's got the best hand against king jack, right? Very important to note. So that's going to increase your perceived equity a bit more. Looks like he's reaching for calling chips. Makes the call.
Yeah, he sure does. And now Andrew's going to have a sweat. Don't think he was certain that Queen Jack was going to be good after Steele made the call. Relieved to see that he's in front, but obviously one to come. And a king on the river as Kirk Steele hits top pair. And that showers Andrew Latham, who get one last swig of his beverage.
Yeah, that's just tough. It's part of the game, you know. He was able to take one off on the flop, shift the equity heavily in his favor, didn't get the chips in there, but he always got a chance.
Steele gave him the gamble. And a shot at a double, but the deck uncooperative. It's rough out there for some of our first-timers like Andrew Leatham. Talked about in the preview show as we welcome Rob Young to the feature table. How first-timers have been doing really well. 3 official first-timers among our first 5 champs, and Nacho Barbero, really just an honorary first-timer.
Yeah, it's good to see Rob. Obviously loves to grow the game and support his fellow stops out there. First event here for him in Vietnam, 75K buy-in.
So you tap it twice. 1, 2.
Caught up with Rob a little bit last night, came in from London. Just a couple of weeks removed from that epic $1 million cash game with the escalating blinds that he was a part of. Always seems to find himself in those lineups, doesn't he, Rob Young?
He does. He's played some epic cash games on our Triton series side stops.
Blind v blind here. Soiza picks up the better of 2 flush draws on a 10-4 tray board and middle pair for dessert as Steele has the gutter.
Interesting, as this is reasonable flop blind versus blind wide ranges. Steele going to take one off in position. Hits a pair of 6s.
Sure does, to jump out into the lead, which wasn't easy to do.
Soiza was passive on the flop. Might want to strongly consider doing so again, as the 6 overcards his pair. But know what?
15.
You might think that someone would take a stab by now if you had him beat.
Quarter pot bet.
An easy call here for Kirk. Well, do we have raising chips? All right, never mind. Take a step back. So he saw the check on the flop. Maybe he feels that Soiza would bet a 10 on the flop with a decent frequency, or maybe even size up on the turn, given the extra straight draws out that came out. This is getting dicey. Soiza's not buying it. Wondering why he didn't bet the flop.
Mike makes the call and Binks trips.
Queen 4. Did I get that? Got lucky? Very lucky. Was the club good for me, Queen?
Kirk Steele didn't take the bait as he checks back and shoots a grin Mike's way.
He put in the most chips while he was ahead. Didn't put any chips in when was
Tide has
behind.
turned. Time for the upswing.
It wasn't really a downswing, just static, right?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of static.
Yeah, it's not really.
Sure, static. A bit of momentum.
Yep.
I confess that river caught me off guard, Randy. I
Yeah, I was
midway through a mouthful of bolognese.
did catch me off guard. It was the one you didn't expect to come in.
Here in the booth, we nibble and nosh where we can. Queen 6 suited on the button. Soiza puts some of the new chips to work. Steele, ace 9.
A tricky spot from the small blind. Small blind, one of the hardest positions to play from, especially facing a raise in front of you. I believe he grabbed re-raising chips here.
That's a lot.
235K, so he's reacts by saying that's a lot. Confirmed. Kirk taking it down. Rob, by the way, 2 cashes across his Triton career, 332,000 plus in career Triton earnings. The cashes came in Madrid, where he made a couple of final tables, 1 long deck, 1 short deck. Went over at our last festival in Cyprus, and this, as you mentioned, his first event of the Vietnam series. Meanwhile, efforting a little bit of intel from Hendon Mob on Kirk Steele, 326,000 and change in career tournament earnings.
Got some action coming up here, Ali. Look at this. 9-8 suiting against 2 kings. Blind versus blind. The positions perceived to be the widest.
Suvarna starts it off with a limp, suited and connected. I was going to say Kirk Steele just to put a button on things. Results dating back to 2017, but just 5 in total on his resume. So perhaps spending most of his time in the online streets, private games, cash games, who knows? Seidel upping the price of this flop to 45K for Suvarna, and the ace-9-6 board could keep him interested as he's got middle pair, but of course Seidel no spade and that pesky ace out there.
Yeah, never a pretty sight to see an ace followed with your 2 kings. Is going to keep the initiative and bet out, and it will get some action against 9-8. It's not the biggest bet. Got mid pair. Little straight draw, backdoor potential.
I would imagine Eric thinks that with great frequency, Suvarna would be a razor from the small blind with ace-x, though, so not certain how concerned he is with these 2 kings, as Santosh's call brings a queen of clubs.
Well, I do think the ace-x is discounted to some extent. Still a decent part of his range. I would check call. Maybe Seidel will consider slowing things down, unless he really thinks he's up against a million pair. Well, we'll check.
And the 9 rolls off on the river as Santosh makes trips free of charge, courtesy of the check back from Seidel, which was an understandable one. 155 in the middle.
How nice is this?
Reaches out and touches 60,000.
Yeah, the 60K bet here is designed to get called by hands like these kings, queen x. I think Santosh Suvarna expects an ace-x to bet the turn quite a bit, so he sized down to widen his opponent's calling range. Really nicely sized. Awareness of the situation. For Seidel, holding 2 kings here. I mean, he doesn't block any of the hands he's trying to pick off, like 7-8 straight draws and spades. Well navigated.
He pays it off, and disappointing for Seidel, who's been working hard to get his stack back to good depth. On this occasion, though, he passes a chunk of it over to his right to Suvarna. Well, it's that time, Randy, to remind everyone about our giveaway. It is your chance to win one of our limited edition Triton Poker X Secret Lab chairs now through the 10th of March. To find out more, simply type !giveaway in the chat. Get yourself in on the free roll. I confess, we put long hours here in the booth. Put in long hours, rather, and of all the commentary that I do, these chairs, genuinely speaking, the most comfortable that I'm in. Now, I would have said that even if it weren't true. No, I'm kidding. I would not.
No, I agree. +1.
Ace-10 offsuit for Bonomo under the gun. Ace-9. Into the muff. Rob Young. Jack X. Not going to defend. They can't all be exciting pots. That would be greedy.
Hello?
Oh my God.
10,000.
Randy.
10,15.
I
What,
just had a
Ollie?
stroke of genius. I know there's nothing humble about that kind of statement. But imagine if we order 2 more fresh young coconuts, drink half of the coconut water, and then reload the rest of the coconut with Vietnamese iced coffee. Dude, we're talking about serious innovations. A hydrating and caffeinating treat. I'm sitting on a gold. What am I doing in this booth? I should be out working on this business.
I think we should do it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Kirk Steele's in. Ace Jack. Santosh Suvarna's in. Jack 10 suited. 30K a man. Yeah, we definitely have to do that. King 9-3. Gut shot, straight draw for Santosh.
Looks like Kirk wants to stab on the king high board. Knows that it's, you know, in his range a bit more often than the flatting in position. Santosh gonna take one off. Standard so far.
Indeed. Now a double gutter, courtesy of the 7 for Suvarna.
Yeah, definitely quite a good card for him as he's got extra backup. Picking up those outs makes you lean towards firing a bit more. But gonna take one off.
And not going to improve. See whether or not Steele ends up facing a bluff from Suvarna on the end.
Yeah, I would. Interesting to see. You know, your opponent has shown weakness on turn and river. Gonna give it up.
Yeah.
You know, some restraint. Perhaps you might have missed this pot by not betting, but you don't want to be too results oriented with your overall game plan.
Maybe opportunity lost there for Suvarna. The clubs did come in.
Yeah, I feel like a bet would have been pretty credible. Might be read into that the King X would bet the turn at some frequency. So likely you're up against some kind of weaker holding. I'm sure Suvarna will be thinking about that, but it's hard to play perfect every single hand as you play so many hours each day. I'm sure Kirk Steele's delighted to see that he got the showdown cheaply with Ace Jack.
Yeah.
And is comfortable with this chip lead. All right, 1.4 million. Decent margin in front of Kayan Mockery. He's got 77 blinds, 1.16 million.
Stephen Chidwick third overall in chips.
And we always see Stephen Chidwick at the end of these tournaments. Makes sense why he's #1 contender in the Ivan Lau Player of the Year reward.
Raise and take it there for Steele's handsome 10-9 suited. Updated standings in that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award coming into this festival. It was Sam Greenwood who was in second behind Chidwick, but courtesy of several final tables spanning all the way back to North Cyprus, Seth Davies finds himself in second behind Stephen Chidwick and just 6 points in front of Sam Greenwood. course, all of that information is available to you on the Triton Poker Plus app. If you have yet to do so, could not emphasize any more that you need to get involved. Free to download and just the best streaming companion you could have. And you can even stream coverage through the app. Meanwhile, Santosh, ace-8. Picks up Soiza for the ride, who picks up a gut shot straight draw on the king 10-6 board. The 8 he hunts, sitting in Suvarna's hand. 3 others available. Santosh following through.
Yeah, doesn't have too much of a piece. He's just hoping that he can use his big stack against the short stack of Michael Soiza, who really can't continue too wide without it being detrimental to his stack. Inside straight draw. Important. Take one off.
Board pairs.
Yeah, very interesting card here, as you'd imagine a hand that has check called with a pair, love and discard, so Santosh might be a bit worried as Soiza doesn't have a hand that can fold to the turn bet. Soiza in position to steal this pot, especially on the 5 of spades.
Yes,
Flushes get
Suvarna's
there.
check back does open the door. Soiza knows he has no showdown value with the 9.
And Soiza's going to expect that Suvarna's going to bet the turn of King X a lot, so he might think that Santosh has got 2 broadways that miss, like say ace, jack, queen, jack, something that beats the 9-7.
And it's a good sizing here. 120K.
Yeah, this sizing dissuades, crying calls from some mid pair like 10x or 2 queens, 2 jacks. He can really credibly represent a flush with this sizing, as well as even trip 6s and the odd full house here and there.
King X in that conversation?
I would say King X discounted a lot because of the polarized sizing, but I think it's okay given that there's flushes out there. But I can't believe he's just doing a time card here of just ace-8 high. This is some advanced hand rating here. So let's see. So Suvarna's got 8 of spades, blocking flushes a little bit. Unfortunately, the 8 also blocking the straight draws that he would want to pick off. Santosh has already made a really sick call against Nicky P. 2 5s. Ace,
He's
ace,
got
4,
himself
4
in the
board.
tank here with an ace-8.
I don't know how. Really, it's maybe it's that
smells
thing you said
fishy.
earlier when you said that maybe these pros are picking on me a little bit and looking for some spots and opportunities to pick them off. This would be an absolute insane call, Ali.
Oh my God.
He's got calling chips. He's about to drop them in. No.
Whoopsie. Soiza snap says you win as Santos shows the ace-8 and
Can't beat you, man. Can't beat you.
wraps the rail and says, nice call, can't beat you.
I tried.
Santosh.
You tried, man.
Yeah, I tried.
Almost and
Santosh. Oh my.
The SS Suvarna steaming full speed ahead.
He's on another level. That is one heck of a call. Near pot size bet.
I mean, when the bets get bigger, there's some polarity to them, which causes players to feel like, okay, it's just a matter of does he have anything or nothing, right?
Yeah, but he had ace-8 high.
But I mean, how often is it that Soiza's bluff is something that accidentally beats ace-8 high? You know what I mean?
I know, but round of applause, really. That was just a really swell call.
Yeah, I'm certainly not looking to take anything away from just how insanely unexpected and
I have a pretty good hand.
savage that was from Suvarna, as another ace-8
the
awaits
deadly
Michael
ace-8.
Soiza.
Oh no.
Oh no.
This time for the remains of his stack off of King Queen suited from the small. Jammed it in and is behind. But he's got backdoor spades.
Could have been worse.
2 overs in the gutter on a 10-9-4 rainbow flop. Nodding in approval. Work left to be done, though. 4 diamonds of no assistance. And now the bell tolls for one Michael Soiza. Is there paint on the stub? Yes, there is. As he binks a jack to make the nut straight.
Rolling along to the final table.
I got some chips back after that bluff.
Ah.
And as this next hand is being shuffled, I'm taking a look at the leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick has vaulted to the chip lead. 1.88 million in chips. Kirk Steele in second. So seems like Chidwick won a lot of chips, eliminating Elton Sang. Ace-7 of hearts. Looks like he hit the nut flush on a board reading King Jack 9 Queen 10, 3 hearts. Scary guy to have up top.
Don't know what Elton had in that pot. But that hand history, along with every single other in the event, is available to you on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can click tables, go back through hand histories, individual player
What's in a box?
There's a fan.
hands. Just really a staggering amount of data.
It can't read your cards here.
No, it has to be within the lines.
box.
They're pretty close.
I haven't been shown any of them. Faint line.
Santosh really lit the chat on fire, by the way, with that ace-8. Just scrolling back through some of the
Nice.
comments.
You know, we've been live for about 2 hours, and Santosh has already made 2 really sick calls there, right? Ace-8 and 2 5s against Nikki P. Ace-Ace 4-4. Like, usually you get those 1 every 2 hours or so, maybe, that involve or other players are involved, but somehow Santosh seems to find himself in these spots and keeps taking it down.
Now Punat Punsri. Ace-5 open. King Queen on the button for Steele. Second overall in chips. Boss stack here.
Good holding. Maybe lean towards calling a little bit. Two kings for Eric Seidel. Sees a raise and a call in front of him. 18 big blinds to start the hand. Let's see if he goes jam or potentially a smaller 3-bet.
80?
He's trying to just induce some action. He's
Yeah.
just hoping for anything. Just some stubborn hand that wants to put in a little bit more chips.
Comes with the latter of the 2 options that you outlined. Ace-5 can't take the heat. Let's see if Steele wants a piece with King Queen in position, but obviously off of that stack depth of Seidel. You do begin to wonder how narrow this range is.
Yeah. I mean, it seems that Steele is convinced that the price is just too good.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what Seidel wants.
Those orphaned Punsri bucks in the middle. Somewhat enticing as the board comes 7-7-5 and no further enticement for King Queen. This is even the 25K sprinkle puts Steele's hand into the muck. get a look elsewhere in the room now at the remains of the field here in Event 7. 26 players of 85 entrants. And our next feature table will include the men who run 1-2 seated right next to one another in the Ivan Leao Player of the Year award race. Stephen Chidwick and Seth Davies. And DeVoris, Phil Nagy, Kehan Mokri, Brian Kim, Henrik Eklund rounding things out. That'll be a fun one. DeVoris, you'll remember, was the chip leader coming into today.
Nowhere to be seen near the top anymore.
Yeah, sits in 11th overall. And it is 11 places that will be paid. 2 seven-figure payouts, 1.75 million at the top, 1.245 for second, 159.5 the min.
Ace.
As Suvarna, ace 4 suited.
Not good. Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay, chop it up, chop it up.
Ends up a customer for Rob Young's jam out of the big. I'm
how
gonna play for
often this chops
361
up.
here. A lot of chops available. Is that where your money's at?
My money's in chop. It's a favorite. See? Look at that.
Oh, you know what happens when you say stuff like that. Well, turn card means just a 3 or a 4, respectively, for each player would have been of
We
consequence.
won the blinds and ante.
Yes, they share a smile and a pot.
Not too bad considering a snap call.
125.
Why you want to snap call your friend, eh? Ace 4
I'm
suit.
giving double up. Ace 4
Yeah,
only.
it's like
Huh?
he's trying to double you up. It's like snap call to double you up.
That's right.
You're supposed to have like Queen Deuce on the button, not an ace.
If you're wondering where Randy went, he has resumed ladling the remains of his coconut water since his straw has completely failed him. Ace 9 for Punat Punsri, who doesn't fail to open under the gun, and Michael Soiza
All in.
with the ace 10 off of 143 jams. See what develops behind him, if anything. Nothing at all, and now Punsri
How good?
Ace 9,
makes the call
143.
and gets shown a pip better. So 326,000.
I'm okay with that. I just want to lose, man. You know, I just don't want to lose. That's all.
In the middle. Punsri offering a chop, so Issa says he's okay with it. 9 of diamonds working in favor of
Hard to
Punat,
chop
no
now.
longer though.
Hard to chop.
As the 4 comes off. And now Soiza, 93% realized.
143.
Been an up and down affair for Michael here at the feature, Randy. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar against a stubborn Santosh Suvarna. Now doubles through Punat Punsri. We might be talking about that ace 8 a lot if somehow Santosh finds his way to a final table.
Yeah, definitely going to leave a mark in our brains.
Fold.
Left a mark in Soiza's stack. Now looking to leave more marks on the field. Suvarna picks up 2 10s. Goes upstairs. And Punseri declines to participate with the 5 deuce. So Soiza finds himself in the big here.
Just upgraded
Yeah.
tens to queens.
And Santos has been perhaps the most active player here at this feature table. One might have presumed that those honors
Right.
would have gone to the likes of Justin
Round two,
Bonomo
maybe?
or even Kirk
Not this
Steele,
time.
given
Again.
the size
Big
of their
hand?
stacks, but
9-4 suit. Nice.
not so.
I'm glad I did not have a good hand.
Well, scheduled break time here in event number 7, the 75K 8 Max. Santos Suvarna really has been the story, sitting second in chips at the featured table and 7th overall. As you get a look at the stacks brought to you by PokerStake. Headed to that schedule break. Bring you back inside now to the broadcast booth. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And takeaways here from the first frame of the day.
Santos Suvarna, really,
Yeah.
like just we mentioned over and over again, that ace-8 call was absolutely sick. Pot size bet against Michael Soiza, and you can see everyone was pretty surprised by that call, but it was really well done from Santos. He seems to be involved in a lot of pots. Regs have been trying to fight at him, but he's been getting the best of them every single time. Also getting most of Nick Petrangelo's chips in that pocket fives hand.
Yeah, very much so. We will keep an eye on Mr. Suvarna and, of course, the remainder of the field as 11 places will be paid, and we work our way slowly but surely toward a champion here in Event 7. About a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage from the Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Hoiana Resort and Golf in Vietnam. Stay close.
GG Poker. The biggest poker site.
Best poker software.
Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players.
This is a crazy. It's a doom.
Oh, look at it. I can't see side card. It could be an ace legit.
Oh, baby!
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Turn Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Turn Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Solid amount of big blinds on the button.
So Latham gives him a spin and holds with 2 9s thus far on the Jack 4-4 board, where the ace was needed and the ace was delivered for Suvarna. Now it is Latham who needs help, and 10 of hearts isn't going to do it. You would think Suvarna has just been playing for decades. Is that Seidel? No reaction. Are they anyway? I didn't really ask, given that I knew you were paying.
I don't know. It's probably at least
bucks.
several 100,000.
Right. 9 million dong per coconut. No, come on, stop. It's like 300,000, I want to say, which for a couple of them, maybe it's 10 bucks, something like that. Bonomo, pocket threes.
Kale's like, run it.
Yeah. Ace-4, small blind. Ships it in there. Bonomo flicks in the call, and we'll play for 250,000.
You know, to get your 3-bet called, your jam, this is as good as it gets for Ace-4, still being able to flip.
Who are you feeling?
Money goes where it goes.
I like that attitude.
He goes that way.
Uh-oh.
Not my way.
You never know.
Yeah.
All right, first
Money looks like it's going toward Bonomo here. Kale on the turn, though, does pick up a ray of hope with the deuce, as he can now hit a 5, despite the fact that Bonomo flopped a set against ace high. Is it there on the river?
GG.
No. And Kale Burns, who was the shortest stack in the field coming into that pot, will head elsewhere. There will be a 25K turbo.
Suited queen on the button. Going for it.
115K. And this is a problem for him. He's got Letham's ace-6, which, of course, if that's not the customer, Ponikov's ace-king most certainly will be. For Letham, he really
This is
doesn't want to be the guy in
wow,
this spot. Yeah.
Nice laydown there of ace-6. Saves himself. That's when you pat yourself on the back.
Well, Seidel does have 2 clean cards here, Randy.
37% of chance.
And while the cards are clean, the spot is dirty. 245,000, and suddenly sterilization on the 10-8-7 board as Seidel leaps in front. Now leaves Ponikov's drawing dead as he hits trip 7s. Alex hits the king on the end, by the way, so that third 7 was necessary.
Yeah, Ponikov is left with, dare I say, preserves.
Vapor. Ponikov's part of the Latvian delegation. 2.7 million in career Triton earnings, 4 cashes. Doesn't look like he's going to be picking up his 5th here today. Did finish 5th in the 15K 8 max.
Discipline laid down by Suvarna, queen 10 suited, noteworthy.
Discipline.
Yeah, which is queen, I mean, whenever you fold a suited Broadway, I would say it's discipline, especially if you've got some stacks to play with. We're gonna get a little side pot action here, Ali. And since there is something in there, you may see some post-flop bets, even without some kind of showdown value. These side pots always add up. Worth fighting for.
Two hearts, 2 kings, and a 10. Bonomo strangling Zhao's 9s and really leaving Alex with a hope and a prayer for the main.
Yeah, I feel like they should be treating this pot as if Alex is not there. He was forced all in the small blind, so don't have to worry about him having some sort of piece as played. Zhao Vieira hand is a little bit vulnerable given that there's 2 kings and a 10. A 10 would counterfeit his hand, so makes him lean toward betting a little bit more.
$10K.
A very warm welcome back to the break desk here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for event number 7, the 75K. And we are getting down to the business end of the tournament, Randy. Updates on the day so far, I see we're still a ways away from that soft bubble, but safe to say it's getting to the exciting stage, rather, in the sense that these bigger stacks are going to be bullying a little bit.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be getting more exciting. I mean, of course, the last level was pretty exciting with Santos Suvarna making 2 heroic calls and was correct both times. So, yes, we are down to 25. We have the top, 11 players playing. So some ways to get to that big min cash to come, but I believe that we got a lot of stack to play for. If we look at the top count, Stephen Chidwick, 100 big blinds. We know with 100 big blinds, he's going to be willing to splash and raise quite a bit. And, you know, if we go down to a short stack of 10 big blinds, there is room to go play.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Stevie. Top of the chip counts, has found momentum in the early to middle stages in some tournaments, but flashbacks to the 50K coming up short of the final table. I believe actually final table bubbling. But here, different story. It's the space that Stevie really thrives in is just being the overwhelming chip leader on the bubble. Any thoughts on, you know, is it just going to be all Stevie from here on out?
I mean, like I said, these people are going to be willing to fight for pots. They're not in a situation where they need to just keep folding to try to squeeze into money. Right now, it's all about making the play that's going to yield you the most chips in each hand.
That makes a ton of sense. Well, 25 players left, 11 places paid. Going to be jumping into a new feature table featuring said chip leader Stephen Chidwick, also leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. And to his right, Seth Davies, nursing a 10 big blind stack, 3 final tables for Seth here in Vietnam. I spy the little, I was going to say little 42 big blind stack. It's not a little 42 big blind stack. It's the Great Dane, Henrik Hecklund, the main event champ from Madrid. Kyan Mokri, first ever appearance at a Triton series, nursing a very healthy 54 big blinds. He's already got 1 Triton FT on his track record here in Vietnam. Phil Nagy, Brian Kim as well, couple of FTs so far. Blind levels 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind entry, brought to you by Poker Stake, as the cards are up in the air for event number 7.
Yeah, my favorite part of this feature table is that we've got 2 runners for the Player of the Year sitting right next to each other. One with a big stack, one with a short stack, but you never know. You could spin it up.
Seth going to be looking to do just that.
Brian Kim, he's been having a pretty good run here in Vietnam, first showing at the Triton stop.
They really switch it up on you.
Usually it's the other way around.
2 cashes so far, 2 final tables. 1 a third place for 271K.
They do, they're just like
and a 4th place for 441K so far.
RFID.
Yeah. Pretty good.
So they feel really thin too.
That's a reasonable
feel thicker.
ROI right there, Randy.
Some top secret technology.
My favorite part about Brian Kim is that there's a little interview question thing. He said, "Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Ollie. And thank you, Henry."
In his interview.
Oh, yeah, that little spreadsheet that we have him write up.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
What a legend.
I think I was trying to buy some brownie points.
I think he was. He's now my new favorite person, and I'm going to be singing Brian Kim's praises in every single spot, including hands that he completely blunders. Perks of saying nice things about the booth as we dive back into this blind v blind confrontation. Mokri flopping top pair, Nagy flopping middle pair. No chips going in on the flop. 6 of diamonds, bring in an open ender. 2 Nagy to go along with his flopped pair of 7s.
Yeah, Nagy's going to feel pretty good about his hand, even though it's not best right now. We'll expect that mid pair is good in blind versus blind.
Yeah, just realized that Mokri actually has a gut shot to go along with his top pair.
Going to block some of those outs that Nagy needs.
Now diamonds bricking some of the 8-9s, 10-9s, 10-8s that Mokri could have continued with on the turn. Nagy. Small bet.
This is a block value bet. Since it went check through on the flop, he could get value from a 6 and a 4x pretty reasonably. With the small bet, though, he might be enticing a raise from Kyan Mokri, who might be thinking this is a mid-pair value bet. Maybe it's worthy to raise despite having just a 3 kicker.
Raise he does. To get checked through on the flop. Mokri, the 4x raise on the river, going for some value, targeting exactly these kinds of holdings, and a Nagy bet, 3 bet would be
I don't think it's necessary to look for a bet 3-bet because it's likely your opponent is playing a bit polarized for this raise. He's probably not expecting me up against kings at a high frequency. I don't blame him for making that call. It really was that flop check that got Nagy a little bit confused and concerned and curious as well.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Bring Kenny check with the ace-9 of diamonds on, I believe, an ace-7-6 board just yesterday. Checking with top pair. Some deception, some protection. Hecklin.
It was mostly
Rocking.
Kaihan's fault.
It's always my
Rocking.
fault, huh?
Yeah.
The
The
Norwegian
custom
weasel.
Jacob
Took a peek
and
and then was like, okay, keep his hand, keep his hand.
Thank you.
You know what Henry calls me? Norwegian weasel.
Really?
Yeah. I've never asked him why. I have no plans of doing it either.
Well,
Why am I a weasel, by the way?
What's sorry?
Why am I a weasel, by the way?
is there a difference between like a Norwegian weasel and a German weasel or a
No.
American weasel?
No,
just a
it's
weasel
just-
weasel.
Yeah, it's just
I'm just
it's a lot more obvious if you, if you
I'm
point out
just a
he's the
weasel with identity.
Sure.
Yeah.
Picking up what you're laying down.
That is a great descriptor for Kyle Mockery. I
When
think
he
the
says
boys
Henry,
would agree.
is he referring to you?
No, no, no. No,
Okay.
it's referring to Henrik.
Henrik, got it. Whew. Would have been awkward.
But now that he said that, I think we're not going to let that one die down.
Suited, barely connected, Jack 7. Good price.
Big flop incoming for Seth Davies. 110,000 in the middle. 165 behind as he flops. Top pair, top kicker on a board texture. But one could argue it's going to favor the big blind defending range of Hecklin. So Davies opts to do here, whether he wants to turn this into a 2-street hand.
Well, he's only playing 165k back, so while he could be up against some hands that smashes this from the big blind, it's just a hand worthy of getting all the chips in against the range.
Bet 40,000.
Continues for just north of 1/3.
Just crossing Henrik's mind that Davies open 10 big blinds under the gun. Still firing on a board that is supposed to favor him more so than an undergun raise, which would be very unpaired. Gonna take it slow.
Cool.
190 in the middle, Seth extracting 40k in value out so far as the ace of hearts on the turn now leaves Henrik drawing to a 5 and a 5 only. Jack no longer an option.
Yeah, he doesn't have too many chips remaining, just 6 big blinds, upwards of half the pot. Seems the only bet size that would make the most sense would be to push it all in. Betting small would be inviting draws to take you out.
5 seconds.
Well, let's see what he decides on. We'll be taking it into a time bank.
$45.
Oh, okay. So a size not jamming, leaving himself 4 big blinds. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess having this much of it, turning it into a 3-street hand, trying to squeeze out some additional value from those draws.
I think he wanted those crying calls from those 8x, 6x, 4x that had the pair straight draw. Since he raised under the gun, if he's still betting on the ace, means he's got an ace. And they would hero fold pretty well.
Ooh.
So it sounds like
What happened, Henry?
Seth loving that.
You see that? That was like a real buzzer beater.
Loves that.
Yeah.
Would have been in the
Yeah,
big.
exactly.
She's like
He is the shortest in the tournament.
I think that's a matter of
16 big blinds.
Got it, buddy. There we go.
I mean, is
Now
it
you're back.
correct?
You're back.
It's Eric Seidel that's been eliminated in 25th. Ace 10 got it in good against Justin Bonomo's Ace 7. Opened on the button and Bonomo just ripped it in. Idel? Eric Seidel calling with the Ace 10. Unfortunately, Bonomo out flopping him as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, not much to talk about other than what we talked about on the in. Seth Davies chipping up nicely, looking to add some more points and potentially close that gap on Stephen Chidwick. But Stephen Chidwick at the top of the chip counts, coming down to the final 3-table redraw.
Yeah, definitely not too much more to add. I suppose it's going to depend on what redraw feature table we're going to get to dive into how the action might be dictated for us to commentate on.
Well, new feature table being drawn. We're down to the final 3 tables here in event number 7, a 75k 8 max. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be playing down into the money. We'll see you guys shortly.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
A warm welcome back once again to the break desk here at the Hoiana. You know what, Randy? I'm going to try that again. Welcome back to the break desk at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, not the best start in the booth for me, but quite the start to this feature and, well, final 3 tables for Stephen Chidwick, leading the final 24 after the final 3 table redraw with 1.7 million up top and in pole position to really just abuse this money bubble that we're approaching.
Yeah, we do have that money bubble approaching, but we're still a little bit of a ways. Right now is the time to still try to collect as many chips as you can so you can navigate well and not have to be forced into a situation where all targets are on your back and you're just folding. But, you know, Stephen Chidwick up at top is going to feel pretty comfortable with 100 big blinds. It's always good to have 100 big blinds deep in a tournament.
100 big blinds sounds like a cash game, Randy. Min cash, 159,500. We are going to take our attention over to table 1, a new feature table, new set of faces. Rob Young making an appearance. Haven't seen much of him so far this series. I believe he got in yesterday. The Great Dane, Madrid's main event champion, Henrik Hecklin, Kyan Mokri, who we've had very chatty at the table, making some moves. Poker Code co-founder Matthias Eibinger, Jan Davies, Soiser, all going to battle it out. Blinds going up to 10,000, 20,000. Anything standing out in particular at this feature table, Randy?
You know, I see Phil Nagy and Young. They're pretty good friends, and they like to play some high-stakes cash on the side here and there. So that should be some good banter going on. Mix up a lot of good pros.
Yeah, and I think some of these guys are very familiar with each other's not only game, but also in a social environment as well, hanging out in between the tournaments as we throw it back down to the main stage for event number 7, the 75k 8 max. Closing in on the money bubble, and it is a sizable money bubble, more than 2x min cash, 2 7-figure scores up top. 1.75 million be going to the eventual champion. For now, our attention drawn to this feature table. Rob Young at the bottom of the chip counts, looking to get busy sooner rather than later with his 6 big blinds.
Hi, good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everybody.
David Yan. Haven't seen him on the featured yet. For me, at least. From New Zealand. One of the original cash game crushers. Transitioning into tournaments. Rob Young going to go for it with his 6 big blinds. Going to get looked up.
Yeah, this is the spin we were talking about.
Wait a
6
second.
bigs.
Opportunity to bust your friend. That's points.
You know, no friends at the poker table, Randy, especially between these two. I think it's safe to assume that hundreds, if not millions of dollars in value of chips have been exchanged in recent events between these two.
I would say that the 2-8s here is doing quite well against the 6 big blind, even reshove range. I guess the problem is you might have to risk all 30 big blinds, which is annoying in case David Yan or one of the players behind wakes up with a hand. It feels like a spot where if you want to continue, you want to raise it up a little bit. Otherwise, David Yan would be priced in to call against a hand that's quite vulnerable.
So some kind of click and then fold to a jam?
It's awkward, right? Because if you click, then you're going to have to make it towards 200k, which is a third of your stack. Maybe you just jam to push everyone out.
1.1 or so?
You can see that he's questioning David Yan's stack size.
Yeah, concerned about the +1 open. And with that, the 8s going into the mark. Mokri going to get out of the way of the Jack 10, and Yan going to be flipping against Rob Young. I'll say that, really 60-40.
Yeah, cards look really different.
Yeah, they're very small.
I almost said something, but I mean, I don't really want to say it when I'm opening.
This king looks really small. I mean, big card.
It's not
Good luck.
No, it's not easy position.
Rob Young getting it in great shape with the ace-10, but a king in the window, followed by an ace. still in the lead. 82% equity as the Queen of Diamonds now rolling off. Giving Jan
I do.
the exact same amount of outs, Randy, as the 3 of spades completes the board. And Rob Young up
Good fold with
15 bigs.
Good fold.
I mean, I didn't play growing up or anything, but I really like
That's the start
I
he
think
needed.
I have a really good body type for it. Long arms.
If you go all in, he's going to
I
fold.
had so much fun. I
And I'm going to win, so happy days.
Because I lived on the beach in Mexico for a few years, and we would play sometimes, like, but I forget how fun it really is. It's a really, really fun sport.
So who's like other really good players?
Well, Luca and Mateo, the dealer Mateo, the bald Italian guy with the beard, they both played professionally.
Oh, wow.
They're both very good.
Luca as well?
Yeah, and Ale, the floor guy, is also very good. As far as players who are good, not really anybody. No, Mike Watson played pretty well. No, you know who actually played pretty decent that I didn't expect was Archer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they said in the video.
Yeah, he looks pretty athletic. Or he doesn't move that well, but he's coordinated. Yeah.
More of a fitness thing then.
Yeah, and it's a sport where it's very quickness and explosiveness based.
Yeah.
It's like getting yourself into position very quickly and then actually jumping.
Yeah.
So you need that. It's all about footwork, you know.
Still Nagy.
Yeah, I had a really good time. It was fun.
Repping ACR, opening King Jack suited. I feel like we've just seen these cards, King Jack and Ace 10.
Yeah, a lot of racket sports, badminton,
Racket?
sport,
Nice.
Sports,
I reckon that question should be banned from poker.
basketball.
How many chips have you got?
I've actually been. This is the year I'm going to take up tennis.
Well, in this case, I actually couldn't
we should play.
Started like a few months.
Hey, move your chips out, Phil.
I reckon we can try.
About 315.
Yeah, the way.
I'm good for a beginner, I would say.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
315.
Yeah.
Someone actually asked me when I had them.
I
How many
can
chips have you
figure
got?
about.
Well, I think they were joking around.
We only have whatever 5 to 10 years of being pretty athletic. The time to play stuff like that.
100%. Same like snowboarding. So
Yeah, exactly.
So next year I'm gonna go for longer.
Right. Yeah, you should. We can play golf when we're 80. You know what I mean, let's play that.
But I'm still gonna learn golf maybe, I guess.
Yeah, just do some other stuff.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's kind of all I've done.
Basketball, same situation.
Basketball, yeah.
While we can.
100%.
The lads talking about the activities they've been involved in. Some beach volleyball. Some sage wisdom there from Michael Soiser and Seth Davies as well, talking about playing the sports that they can, whilst they still can. Tennis, basketball, snowboarding being mentioned. We can play golf when we're 70, Randy.
We can also play poker when we're 70.
Different kind
Nagy.
It would feel different.
Opening from the cutoff, flopping king high flush draw and four-liner to Broadway, Henrik Hecklund.
Maybe it still feels the same, you're just actually
Top
moving
pair
on.
and the ace of diamonds in hand. Not going anywhere just yet. 270,000 in the middle.
Good, yeah.
Nagy no longer looking for a 10.
My first coach.
Yeah, not the ideal card here if the ace, trip aces go nowhere. Important to note that it was three-way on the flop, which might narrow Henrik Hecklund's calling range in position. But, you know, Nagy's thinking, I've got outs, whatever you got. One more fire.
I'm sure if you play hard, you need to run.
Very credible in the sense that Queen X would likely have to hit the muck.
Definitely.
Of course, those inside straight draw type hands like King Jack, King 10, 10 Jack.
He's fired out a bet of half pot on this ace of clubs turn.
Yeah, for Hecklund, it's just it's uncomfortable because, you know, of course you could be out kicked, but trip aces with a 10 kicker, good enough.
Madrid main event champ going nowhere. Nagy looking for a diamond. Doesn't roll off, but does still have the betting lead.
Yeah, at this point, I think Phil Nagy is going to realize that Henrik's got a lot of ace X in his range. If he was trying to fold out the queen X and they still called, would it make sense to bet now? He's going to give up, and it's going to give a lock for Henrik Hecklin. Going to move him up to 1,000,000 chips after this pot's over.
A sizable chip up for the Great Dane. Chopped off the locks. I'm curious to find out why. Haven't spoken to him about it yet.
All in. Play all in.
The room is not working.
Moves all in, and he's
Why not?
going to get a snap fold from Nagy. Yeah, last time I saw him, he had hair, and we were playing Ultimate at the Win in Vegas.
So you were going to go on
Ultimate.
Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
The casino game.
The casino game.
Oh, okay. Didn't know you had it in you.
Maybe just that quad.
I don't think they do.
Mate, we grinded. That
grinded it?
We grinded that game.
Why can't you put in your room?
Okay.
That is, it's a dangerous game to get into as a poker player.
Okay, hold on.
Start saying things just because applying your hold'em skills, trying
Yeah.
to input the solver.
Yeah.
They think you're gonna get them for $8.
Go back to where you came from.
Problem is you don't have any fold equity.
Oh. Fucking weaseling again, huh? Oh.
If I sign it on somebody else's room. I think what they do is like if you run out of credit, like the deposit, they just stop letting you do it.
Oh boy. Nagy. Couple of tens. 18 big blinds after losing that sizable one against Hecklin is now running into the top of Michael Sawyer's range.
This is just brutality. I don't fault him for jamming this. 18 blinds. Like some live 10s are in the deck still. He snapped off.
I am just not good for the featured table.
You are good for the feature table. Nagy just running bad, my man.
I do not think so.
I hope not.
I had the whole world on that last hand. Until the rip, I didn't have anything.
It's Jack 4. 770,000 chip pot.
Jack of diamonds.
2 cards to come. Nagy, 2 outs once to crack the kings of Sawyer. Doesn't come. GG Phil announced. He taps the table, Rob Young. Some condolences. Michael Sawyer of the Malaysian contingent. A sizable crew, by the way, here
Save me a seat.
in Vietnam. Chipping up to over 40 big blinds. GG's in the chat. 274 Nagy.
275 behind. No, 295 including the big blind.
Is it 275 behind shark?
Behind, yep. 295 total.
King 10. Big stack. 60 blinds. Cut off.
Total, yeah.
Time to start raising.
Yeah, Kyan Mockery currently third in chips. Entire tournament.
Notice he makes it 2.5x there pre-flop. Maybe because Davies is sitting on a shorter stack. Trying to dissuade him from realizing his equity. Pseudonym connected. Seems like a clear-cut call.
This dealer Love slow rolling
Just
the
a little
flop.
slow rolly. I
Yeah.
felt it too.
Couple of occasions. Spotted the ace of hearts for a while. I was on the edge of my seat waiting for the other 2 hole cards. Mockery just gets to continue and take this one down on the flop.
Cayenne Mockery, a cash game specialist playing the highest stakes. Seen him around GG streets. Even playing heads up, nosebleeds. That's when you know you're dangerous.
I didn't bust him. I was just on the sidelines. That's right. Hmm?
Henrik Hecklin, ace king.
Raise 40,000.
And speaking of Cayenne Mockery, picks up king jack.
Big pimpin'.
Let's see if he wants to attack Henrik Hecklin or not. It's aggression.
Wow, this aggression going to be met with more aggression, one would assume, from Henrik. Even though, you know, we are slightly deeper. 50 plus big blinds, but ace king, a lot.
Yeah, both guys are,
Firepower.
you know, they're very comfortable getting way more big blinds from cash games. All in pre-flop. I don't think he's shy about
All
the
in.
10.
I'll play all in.
No surprise, all for chips.
Fold. Oh yeah, I should have a special Cayenne pile over here. 41. I can actually do that. It's 160. It's a Cayenne pile.
120, buddy.
No, 40 from before when you called the small blind. I don't forget about that, you know.
The counter was already on.
Yeah. It's already going. Don't worry.
It's hard. I think it covers everyone. Very close.
Raise 40,000. Fold.
You know, a little 1 mil upswing the last 6-7 months. Final table, EPT Barcelona main. Cashed out for 341,000. Came 4th. The Bahamas in the 25k PCA high roll for 340,000. Obviously adding a final table here in Vietnam to go along with his cash from the 20k mystery bounty.
Little side note that Matthias Eibinger folded ace-5 suited, a hand a lot of players like to rejam with. Ace-9's out, ace-jack. No ace in the deck remaining. Got some stack to play for. It is under the gun, which is going to make Soiza probably play a bit more cautious. Comes in with a call. The call gonna bring Rob Young into this pot as he's getting laid a really nice price. 10-8 suited.
I'm getting triggered by these slow rolls.
The dealer's got you. Got your number. Well, it's a dry board. It is 3 ways under the gun opened. 7 of diamonds working with that 6 of diamonds and 4. We will get some check arounds. King is where things get exciting, as it does heavily favor the undergun player.
Morning from Triton, Vietnam.
His opponent did flat from the blinds. Not sure what to make of it. We'll check around and
Chop it up, Hecklin.
Yeah.
Sizer.
Two-way chop.
He's high.
I thought Hecklin was about to muck then.
Have you ever done that, where you just muck the winner at a live table? I feel like every player has done it at some point.
I've never mucked the winner, but I have misread my hand on 2 occasions in pretty big pots.
Okay, a little different.
Where I thought I had the nut straight on one and the nut flush on another one.
I mean, it happens to the best of us.
You saying that I'm the best of us?
No, but I mean, even these guys, it does happen occasionally, as a lot of times they don't want to show their holding, try to give away as little information as possible, and sometimes it comes around and gets you.
Yeah.
I mean, most notably, I think of Phil Ivey deep in the main event when he folded the winner in that huge pot.
Well,
So
just now, the final table of the PSPC in PokerStars had
that what
that
happened?
huge hand. Yeah.
They did not know.
That was with 4.1 million up top.
Yeah, it's brutal. But it is within the rules. Regardless, David Yan, the Kiwi from New Zealand, Jack 8 of diamonds open. Rejamming ace 9 by Davies. It's a bit of a function of the respect for David Yan to open raise and try to steal blinds with this stack size in the hijack. Well done, Seth.
Seth just hanging on, staying alive.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do, right, to navigate these tournaments. It's not about winning the tournament right now. It's about surviving, getting into the money, hanging around, chipping up, get those pay jumps.
I can't find anything
About who?
about David Yan.
Oh, you don't know David Yan?
No, I know him. That's why I'm surprised why I can't find anything on the Hand and Mob.
No, he's on there. Probably because maybe it goes by like his Chinese name or something like that.
Right. Okay. Do you
Just
happen
type in
to know?
Yan.
I already have. Also typed in David.
Oh, David might work out. I'm sure there's about 2 Davids in the whole Hendon mob.
Well, there's currently 10,772 Yans in the database, so got a funny feeling I'll take the overs on that number. Davids. David. 13,921.
I'm surprised you looked. Let's see how Henrik Hecklund's going to approach this blind versus blind spot. Knows he's up against a very aggressive opponent behind him who just 3-bet folded not too long ago against him. Ace 9 is tricky.
Yeah, of course. Poker-wise? Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing good.
What can you do?
What about you?
Cash. Ace.
Okay.
Yeah. Under 25. It's okay, could be worse. Could be better, could be worse.
Yeah, going.
I need to cash this one though. 3 bullets in this one. So.
3 bullets?
Yeah.
Yeah, stakes are getting high. It can start hurting real quick.
Yeah, it's kind of a long story, but I have a place there, and we don't have a place in London right now, so.
Oh, okay.
I just went there. That's some money there. So
Yeah.
It's low stakes.
I heard a lot of people have it.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll
get
be
it?
able to play low stakes 75Ks.
I don't know, man. I don't think I will make it there, to be honest. You need quite a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it there either, dude.
You play all the tournament, every tournament that I play, you're in.
But it's not low stakes for us, you know. It's high stakes for us. That's the difference. Yeah. It's like bankroll on the table, you know.
Boys joking about the stakes at play. This is Super High Roller Series. Rob just saying, hey, listen, pal, every tournament that I play, you're also in. The difference being that for Rob, it's low stakes, and for Davies and Soiser, it's high stakes. There's Kai and Mockery. 3-bet ISOs from the small.
It's okay.
Having a
Luck, sir.
with the pill. Flipping.
It's all right.
All right.
Is Rob Young.
Not to spoil any parties, but he had a deuce.
Well, you don't need
No, we don't do that anymore. Tell each other what we folded.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I folded a deuce. And then this flop.
Oh.
Wow. You're not making it easy, huh?
Too many outs.
Yeah. Probably 9 of diamonds, huh?
Too many outs.
A king of diamonds, yeah.
King of diamonds, 4 clubs. So
King of diamonds would be a lot of outs.
Wow.
How about
So the 4's going to be a spade.
No 10, no 8.
Spades, huh?
No
It's going to be
3.
4 spades.
No,
Ace,
jack.
Queen, Jack,
And 7.
10, 7 needed for Mockery.
Oh,
Ah.
cool. Nice,
Ah,
nice.
that's
Ricks
that.
out.
Too many outs.
230, yeah?
Way too many outs.
don't need it, dude.
Thanks for telling me you folded a deuce.
I jinxed myself.
I waited until the turn where it didn't matter.
You had a
I had
deuce
Jack
as well.
2, I think.
Wow.
I mean, I'm
And
not-
anybody
I'm
had
not
an ace?
sure, but I believe-
Nobody had an ace? Queen?
Folded 2 8.
Maybe I should fold deuces pre-flop then.
Wow.
Sorry?
Yeah, I should fold deuces pre-flop. 10 big blinds. Push it and pray, yeah?
Yes,
Pretty
sir.
strong, as you can tell.
Usually you say that after you lose the hand, you know? You like busting it. You're like, double
What's
up.
that?
It's hard to make a pair, you know? It's hard to make a pair.
Mathematical type of guy.
Still the mathematical guy, right?
Mathematician over here.
You played every tournament I played.
Kind of. But still, it's high stakes for me, mate.
You played the million, didn't you?
No, I didn't play the million. He did. I didn't.
Well, as you
played
know,
the million.
yeah, I did. But you know why I play, you know, so why I played. So, you know, it's a different situation, let's put it this way.
I had 2 people at the final table and that and still lost money.
Jeez. That was a hard one to make money in.
Bad tournament.
Bad tournament.
That
We're doing
was
it.
bad.
We're doing a smaller one in London this year. I think it's a 300K.
That's on the second 300.
I think 200 is better.
You gotta make it
Yeah,
slightly
two-
different, I
200
guess.
is good.
Yeah.
2 bullets, 400.
If super rollable is 250, so maybe they want to do just a bit more, I guess.
but
Yeah.
Recruiting the VIPs.
200 seemed to be a
When I
really
say-
good number.
If I say 300 to them, with a re-entry, they're like, well, 600.
Yeah.
They automatically assume you need to re-enter.
Yeah, of
So
course.
it makes life a lot easier to...
Under $500,000, psychological barrier.
Me and Paul,
It's just casual $500,000, you know.
me and Paul ringing around the VIPs, right?
Right. Yeah, you got to sell them something
I'd much rather sell 200 with a re-entry, 400.
Yeah.
Then they can bring 500, have 100 to expenses, flights.
Yeah, play some cash game, whatever.
Yeah, play some cash game, yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite psychological, the half a million.
I think so, but
definitely.
I don't know.
When we did the £1 million, every player that I recruited, I was saying, say to me, do you think I've got a chance? I say, I think you've got a great chance. And then they say, oh, you want to buy a piece.
Yeah.
That's what got me into trouble.
Yeah,
right.
If you're bigging them up, like I had a piece of big owl, people like that.
What are you supposed to say?
Am I supposed to say
We
when
got
they
a
say,
great
oh,
chance, but no, I won't take it. Yeah.
I guess it adds up pretty quick, right? You get a few pieces.
Yeah, you can't recruit and say, we want to play this tournament, you've got no chance.
Of course, but yeah, I mean, everybody does have a chance. It's a freeze out, yeah? It was?
It was a freeze out.
Yeah, so definitely a decent chance.
And the segregated fields just is really good for the
Yeah, true that.
saying to Paul, because me and Paul were buying pieces together. I said, that's it. No more pieces now. I wake up next day, message from him, just one more. Because he want to get the numbers high.
Yeah. It worked.
I like buying pieces of people that behave like they're billionaires.
Yeah, that's just got to be the part that pisses you off, you know? Like sitting there selling them pieces and then they're just being like douchey, acting like.
Maybe do it one more time in my lifetime, but not next year. I definitely
Talks
think like 200 is better than 300.
Action buying.
Sustainability, right? You can keep doing it every 1-2 years, you know, smaller.
Perfect buy-in for tournament, I think, is 100. Perfect buy-in.
I mean, it's still big, but yeah.
There's a number of VIPs in the U.S. that play bigger but never play hundreds. There's quite a few actually.
Oh,
like Kathy and Rick and.
Kathy would play 100. For sure.
I mean, the only time she's ever played hundreds is if there was like a 250 the day before or something. Like she would never go somewhere just for 100K.
She'd definitely play 100.
I don't think she would travel, is what I'm saying. I don't think she would like ever fly to London for just 100K.
Sizable river bet here from Hecklin.
She really likes the tournament.
Yeah, she does.
Just north of 2/3.
I'd rather play again. If you got 200 players.
Annoying river card for David because he knows it's a card.
But you want a bit of
Hecklin
prestige, you want something different.
continue firing on.
Super high stakes, you know. That's what it's all about. Is a super high stakes tournament. You know, it's
Well,
not.
200, 300, it's the same, right? You don't get any more prestige for the 300.
I mean, super available is 250, so if it's smaller than the super available, then it's not, you know.
Yeah, it's true. You want it to be like the biggest
If you
tournament
want
of the
it
year.
to be the biggest of the year, you gotta go 300, I guess.
Are you playing?
I don't know. We shall see. Probably not. It's too big. It's too big.
Yeah, it's going to look him up. Can't say I fault David Yan
Maybe
for that
like,
call.
a couple of tournaments.
Hecklin,
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot to
Madrid
sell, my
main
friend.
event champion.
2 bullets, you know.
No one's going to buy a piece.
He'll buy your piece.
Here you go, I know who to
1.5
message
million
wrong.
now.
No one's going to buy a piece of me, are they?
Third in
No, I
chips.
mean, I can't afford to buy pieces.
I have to put myself in, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I take 1%.
Huh?
I take a sweat.
Thank you, Mateus. Thank you.
His name is Leonard.
Actually, when I played the million, I had a lot of people
No,
saying
he's
to me,
he's not one of the
"Buy
angry
a
Germans.
piece out of interest, but I didn't.
You can probably sell some on poker stick for fun. Might buy it. They buy like
He wouldn't even respond to me.
Some people just want to sweat, you know, like for fun. Small
Yeah,
amounts.
I mean, I think that's something that people like kind of undersell. Is like people just kind of want someone. It's like I'm trying to make money
I prefer
here.
to just give it away on Twitter.
Well, that's one way to do it as well. Yeah, yeah.
Give pieces away on Twitter and
People just want to sweat. Want a horse in the race.
I sold 10% on poker stick. I think 36 people bought small pieces like $50, $100. You know, okay, it's fun for people, right? You have a sweat watch. You can even cap the percentage so they don't go crazy, right? 1%, not 1%, like 0.5% per percent or whatever. I don't know. Depending on the buy-in.
Got some action brewing here. Eibinger's got pocket jacks, looking for a spot to get it in. Easy one for him.
1 hour, 20 minutes to go. Toilet break.
I mean, we'll play slow for you if you want to go fast. Wait to.
Huh?
I don't lose flips. You must be luckier than me.
Why have you got an American accent and you're Norwegian?
I don't know.
You think he has an American accent?
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it that.
Yeah.
No, he has the most Scandi accent of all time.
No. You can hear it when a Norwegian is speaking normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
How much time you spent in America in your
A
life?
lot.
There you go.
I was actually thinking you were from there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I mean, when we talked last.
I'm good with languages. Just counters my American accent.
Funny guy.
Maybe it's
Queen.
because I know you're Norwegian.
Just lays it down.
Yeah, that's a pretty snug fold
Yeah, a
from
little
Job
snug.
under the gun of 25.
Invested in the
It
conversation.
would be hard not to have it, right? Not as much as.
The Danish actually sick English, right?
Is there some connection between your languages?
Yeah.
You have like 280?
I had 275 before I just called.
Thank you.
Blind versus blind. Soiza somehow dominating 5-3 suited.
60.
He's gonna bump it up. By no means standard. Just thinks that Seth is gonna limp fold a high frequency. Seth is not expecting to be dominated at pre-flop, so if he opted to take one to flop.
So if you have your Whoop device,
right?
And you want to see how much battery left, just tap it here, tap it, tap it.
I can't remember, to be honest with you. It's been a
Tap
while.
it. It's not coming.
Is it dead?
Battery's on.
Doesn't flash or anything?
Apparently you're supposed to tap it and see.
Maybe you're looking at the wrong side of it.
Should I go and tell him?
There's lights on this side?
Yeah, you should, Henry.
What is it supposed to be?
Quick look at our chip counts as the blinds go up to 10,000, 25,000. Great Dane, Madrid's main event champion, Henrik Hekland, out in front with 60 big blinds. He's currently sat 4th in chips. Kind of mockery. He's lost some back. Ill-timed 3-bet against Henrik and then lost the flip against Rob Young. Seth Davies still at the bottom of the counts,
thing
but
that tracks is heart rate variability, which is supposed to be a good indicator of how rested you are.
Yeah.
The fact that he's still here.
What about like a Fitbit, similar kind of
Maybe not. I imagine so, but yeah.
Does Apple do much of that?
I think it does. But it doesn't give you like the score and all that, so it's like, I think it's just a little less capable, same type of thing.
I'll take a walk, guys.
It's possible, who knows? And you have like 450 or so. Yeah. 475.
How long is
Blinds are now 10K, 25K.
Probably around 7 p.m.
Davies down to just above 10 blinds. He's out.
It's now 4. You think only like 2-3 hours.
9-6 suited, very playable. Blind versus blind.
Just fold the 10 dudes.
What bullet count starts to make a bit? Is it like if you?
I want ace queen or better.
Oh no, I don't know.
It's a fair
It's a big ass,
fair
bro.
request.
Completely relaxed when you're even 5 bullets.
You haven't got ace queen or better.
Well, I don't know. Could be a trap.
I had it once in my life, but I never had 4. Just 1 point.
Breaks out. No connection from both players.
In the King's Casino, probably like €1 or something.
You had 5 bullets?
It was insane.
Rob's gonna throw a bet out
Trap
there.
success, huh? Slow play the ace queen.
The structure wasn't too bad. It was like a page.
This maybe?
I don't know, like,
This is very faint,
think
aren't
about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice on TV, I guess.
That's why they make it.
Did you win at least?
I cashed for 450 or something.
It could even be marker pen.
90% I was so tilt. Because I'm like
Looks a bit like marker
so
pen, doesn't
close
it?
to
Magic marker.
recovering those 5 bullets in 100K.
Oh, you and Leonard need a chat. Looks like you have the same problems.
Well, but that's just a one time. I actually don't know how to fire 5. I really don't.
I had 3 in the 25K and 3 in the 15K.
Alright.
And I did
Holds over 2 to small blind of Rob Young. King, queen, and ace-6.
I'm cheap.
Could see some action.
2 events.
20 big blind effective, just north.
Just 1.
Start for limp.
But I didn't cash, so I'm not sure how cheap it actually is.
Awkward. One of the weaker aces in the big blind. Some people like to put this in their checking range. Make it a little bit stronger, blind versus blind.
Yeah, allows him to have some top pairs when it does come ace high.
But it seems like he wants to put in raising chips.
How did you do in the bounty?
There's that's the best hand is
Bounty king.
not going to get too much resistance. blocking the hands that are capable of limp jamming on you, but he is going to make the limp jam. What a play from Raogyong. This is the problem with raising with this hand.
Henrik asking for a count.
Oh, so that's it too? No,
Rob going to be playing a very healthy 25 big blinds as we close in on the money bubble here in Vietnam. By the way, Randy and I just kind of looking to not talk over the players, as we know how much you guys appreciate the table talk. So any questions will be answered, obviously. Fire them in the chat, but don't know about you, I've actually been enjoying the chatter at the table as well, Randy.
Of course.
I just limped to be friendly, and you want to raise me with like 9-10, yeah?
No.
I was trapping you.
Your ace queen better bit was just one hand early.
I've also learned a lot
Ace queen, I would fold there.
by listening into these conversations. Some speculation as to where we're going later and what we're going to be playing.
Ace queen, limp
Yeah.
fold.
Limp fold. It's some next level shit.
King 3,
Good to hear that.
limp all in.
Suited Broadways for Rob.
I guess he never folds better than ace queen when you shove, so
So you can't bluff him off anything.
ace queen, not a good bluff.
600, right?
Stephen Chidwick, by the way, way out in front. These final 20.
Hold on, look at this. This is out of line. King 3 offsuit, 3-bet big blind versus button. Figures his hand doesn't play that well post flop, but it's going to use the king blocker. 3 unblocks the hands that you would want to raise and fold on the dealer.
How much is it made at?
115k more. Some stack to play for.
Yeah, potentially fold out some hands that have us dominated, blocking top of range as well. The king 3-0. 3-6-5 in the middle. Mockery trying to push Rob around 9 off the money. Ace, ace, deuce. Both players completely bricking the ace high flop. Neither player with a backdoor either.
Yeah, if you're going to miss the flop, this is the type of board you want to see bet into. Hands that hit the ace often will just jam into you pre-flop, like ace, king, ace, queen.
What a flop. What a flop.
That's a flop.
Who said that? Ibinger.
Yeah, but it'd be weird for him to say it. That's why.
I think he was just jesting. You know, what a flop. The ace deuce just gets to continue. Apply pressure on Rob. Talking of applying pressure, Randy, how about applying some pressure over on GG Poker in the Triton qualifiers? The daily, you know, not just high rollers. There are a lot of tournaments worth firing over on GG Poker, cash games, PLO, No Limit Hold'em. No point applying pressure on me. I don't have a fold button, so just bet for value and you'll get paid. Those daily free rolls, by the way, passwords rather, throughout the day will be in the chat. Good luck in those. Let us know what you're playing over on GG. Obviously, would love to have some of you viewers involved in the qualifying events. So we'd love to see you here at our next stop.
Thank you very much.
Bit of a dusty hand for Matthias Eibinger.
And the
11
new
blinds.
it's always only going to be one.
But
I'm not going to.
he's taking a look at the clock a bit. Maybe realizing that they're approaching the money. These chips are important to him. Seems a bit pained. It looks like he's going to take a flop here.
250
Realizes
behind.
that the 5 and 3 is unlikely to be dominated. Hits it. Connects best.
Does indeed. Bottom pair. King 9-3. Very awkward. Straight off the bat for Eibinger. If anyone knows how to play these short stacks, I mean, he's widely regarded as one of the best in the world. I know he's always holding down the fort over in the push or fold high stakes cash games over on GG. So we see Soiza continue for just shy of 25%.
All right, let's start with a call here. Bottom pair. Looking for a 3 or 5 or some kind of forward pairing. A little dicey. Suppose there's not too many safe cards for 3-5.
Yeah, I was about to say.
The trouble part of the hand. But you know, this is not really a card that Soiza can barrel on too often with his type of holding.
No, not with this SPR. Maybe just a small bet is enough to lean into the 9x, 3x that Eibinger calls, and we can always just check behind and river the best hand.
Yeah, the power position, you get to see the turn in river most often. You get to dictate the action.
See ace king and go all in.
There is a chance, I'm trying to think, does Eibinger want to check this down, try to beat ace, jack, ace, queen, or is he maybe going to consider turning this into a bluff, attacking little medium pocket pairs? Even the 10x would have a lot of trouble making a call. He decides to push all the chips in there.
Okay.
He's putting just 65K.
Yeah, I mean, this is polar enough.
Let's see if Soiza can figure this one out. The price is good. In terms of obvious bluffs you're up against, hard to find. Does he beat value occasionally, like some kind of blocker bet, check called? Like a queen 10, maybe?
Well, he has to be hoping that Eibinger's turning exactly these types of hands, 9x,
Yes.
3x into a bluff.
I would think he would think that 9x has enough showdown value that it wouldn't need to turn into a bluff. Whereas a 3x, maybe Soiza hit a random pair of 7s, pocket 8s.
Call.
I think the price is just too good for Soiza to fold. Nicely done. I think if Eibinger brought in a larger bet, might have been able to get Soiza to fold that one.
Soiza with a nice little pick off there. Credit to Eibinger for trying to get that one through. Put Soiza in the tank.
Check down the river.
C bet flop. Bet 25% flop.
What a that's quite a river bet over here. What the fuck was that?
Let's hear some honest feedback from Seth Davies. You know, just saying sometimes what we're all thinking.
Yeah. A little brutal. I'm all for hearing anything they're thinking throughout these hands. Davies opening under the gun, just north of 10 big blinds. Looks pretty strong. Doesn't have a strong holding. Hoping to leverage that position into his advantage. Creating situations where people might fold tighter than they should be. Interesting part coming in for David Yan. Ace-6 offsuit in the big blind versus under the gun. Can he get David Yan off this Ace-6 pre-flop? Despite the good price. He cannot. $35 in the middle as we flop an ace for David Yan. Seth Davies, pre-flop progressor, inside straight draw.
Under the gun open from Seth. Certainly going to have a range advantage on the ace jack deuce.
Seth looks like he's going to reach for small chips.
Not affecting me.
Keep the betting lead. Just 25K. No, he's downsizing because of his shallow stack. David Yan in the tank a little bit. Most usually will be. I was going to say check call, but he's actually checked raised here. Henry, what do you think about that?
Honestly, Randy, I think it's out of line.
Yeah, it's not standard.
But I like it. So you know what, Seth?
Wow. He's gotten Seth Davies to put in more chips with just king 10 high right now. Shallow stacks. Seth Davies is not convinced that David Yan would check raise just a lone ace. Big blind versus under the gun, 10 big blinds to start the hand.
Some flush draws, gut shots.
Well, how good is that of a card for David Yan? Because just in case he was up against ace queen, ace king, ace 10, he would now be in the lead.
He does just jam. Davies put to the test for his final 6 bigs. Not a board texture he would have predicted to have been check raised on when he fired out the c-bet of 25K. Now not able to realize his final 9% equity.
Yeah, I think he's still confused as to how David Yan check raised the flop and is still jamming the turn. Probably didn't expect ace X to do that too much. Hence why he called the check raise on the flop. As played. It'd be a tough continue. Just king 10 high. Hoping your opponent's on some kind of spade draw.
Yeah, some like 4-5 of spades, 5-3 of spades.
Possible. Starts to get a little ambitious. Unfortunate for him, he doesn't have a spade in his hand, so if he was trying to pick off those hands, he unblocks it.
Deep in the tank with Seth. Does eventually let it go. David Yan. Check raising flop and jamming turn. 20 players left in event number 7, the 75K. Amax is none other than #1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick leading the pack. Santosh Savannah, by the way, I heard rumors of some heroic cooldowns before I jumped in the booth. Second in chips with 73 big blinds.
Yeah, that's a delight. I mean, whenever you see someone make some hero calls, at least in more than one, in big pots, multiple streets, I want to say deserved to the top of the leaderboard.
I don't like using the D word in poker, Randy, but I know exactly what you mean. Make some hero calls. Easy to root for people like that who are willing to put on the cape on one of the biggest stages in the world. A couple of big names from the outer tables. Adrian Mateos, reigning main event champion, Punat Punsari, Daniel Tavoris, Jason Kuhn, Steve O'Dwyer, Justin Bonomo, Danny Tang, and
So this seems like a loose call here of 8-4, but the fact is that he's sitting on around 5 big blinds. He's going to be able to realize his equity pretty well post-flop as long as he flops some kind of piece. He'll be able to commit it and get all 5 cards and not be making any mistake.
Not going to happen with the 8-4. Seth sub 3 bigs. What odds will you give me
Good enough.
on Seth
200.
winning this tournament? He currently has.
you would get.
He has. Let me do the maths. He has 70,000 of the 17 million chips in play.
What percent is that? Do you know?
Percent.
Yeah.
That is 0.3%.
It's pretty bad.
1% would be what? 170,000. Yeah. 0.33. Close to 0.4.
Well, you definitely would be getting some insane odds because that would be hard to do. But we have had some stories here.
I'll take
week.
200 to 1.
200 to 1.
Max bet $10.
That's just too much pain if I lose. It's not worth it.
Ah, come on, I'm worth it. Are you really going to begrudge handing me 2K?
Are you going to begrudge handing me $10?
No, not at all.
Hold on to this hand real quick.
blind.
Seth Davies should take that bet right now, right? No, he's up against Ace Queen.
All right, not bad. I can do that. I can do that.
They're saying he can do that. Does have 2 live cards. 165 in the middle.
Yeah, 2 to 1 dog. What are we flopping here?
Sometimes
Just
I guess it's
blanks.
not to look.
No connection. Looking for that king or 3 to stay in this tournament.
Take a chop.
Take a chop. Now
Seth.
drawing to 3 outs.
All right.
Doesn't find it. We're going to lose Seth Davies. No 4th final table for him here in Vietnam. Not in event number 7 at least. Maybe going to save it for the main.
I could pull anything for 2.5 BB.
You know, Seth Davies has really grown on me ever since Cyprus.
2.5
Multiple final tables. Multiple final tables here. 3 final tables, right, in Vietnam. 4.7 million in Triton earnings, 11 cashes.
Yeah, man. It's just better
Also
not to, I feel like, in this situation.
impressive.
Better not to.
8-3.
I mean, Sam called 8-3. I'm more like deuce 3 off, you know. Deuce 3 off. Maybe you can consider. But even then, it's like whatever, I guess.
GG's in the chat for Seth. Down it saying this is a sick hustle. I'll still take 200 to 1. Oh, I'm giving Randy better odds than it actually is.
I'm not trying to take money from you, Henry. I'm trying to build a relationship.
You would have won $10.
Yeah, I would have.
That's a good hourly.
But then you'd be upset at me for taking your $10.
That's true.
Your relationship with me is worth more than $10.
I used to steal my sandwiches when I was a kid at school as well.
David Yan's got Queen Jack suited, dealer button.
Like 700
Solid holding. Interesting enough, Gabriel's got a hand worthy of reshoving, worthy of just calling. Let's see how he wants to approach the situation. 20 blinds. Aggressive. I like it. Rob Young holding his own in this pool of sick players.
Jack 10 suited.
Close, Sizer. 1 off.
I want you to have Jack 10 suited. Be a nice one.
So it looks like we've had an elimination on the outer tables. It's Danny Tang going home empty-handed. Jason Kuhn holding with pocket 7s. Looks like it was an all-in pre-confrontation. Danny jamming his final 10 bigs from under the gun. Jason waking up with 7s in the big. Nice little pickup there for our 4-time champ.
Yeah, 54 minutes.
0 for 5 so far here in Vietnam. Saving it
Next hand.
for the higher stakes is our one of two four-time champions, Jason Kuhn. 38 big blind tournament average. Some rags at the table.
Painful. Yeah, but even this hand I would fold against someone from Norway. Even this hand.
What's the line? Like Jack 4 off?
Depends.
I must say this has been the easiest stint in the booth in quite some time. These guys have been incredibly chatty. The array of different topics and subjects. Did you have multiple pieces of different people in the £1 million buy-in back in London in 2019, Randy?
Yeah, that's what you get when you get Rob Young. Get some nice chatty conversations. David Yan picks up that pot.
Jack 4 I call.
Can you change or not?
Let's see.
Well, you don't have 5 chips, right?
Yeah, no.
You want to have these?
I think he's just putting the one chip in or not.
Just seeing another pickup
Well,
from Jason
let's do it
Kuhn.
correct.
Not if he folds.
Winning a $1 million chip pot.
He has 150.
120.
Holding with sixes against
120 including the blind. You got it, boss.
Yeah, 120
Gitas Lazaninkas' pocket deuces. And out of nowhere, Jason Kuhn surging up. The count's into 5th now.
I'm gonna use the toilet.
King 10 suited for Hecklin.
As slow as you can.
As expected. Noticed a little up in size, 60k, because Ibinger is short, and Ibinger's got the hand worthy of getting it in. Expecting this to splash in.
In it goes, Randy. To get us down to the final 2 tables and get us down to 5 off the money.
Yeah.
Madrid main event champ looking to convert that 44% equity with either spades, a king, or a 10 as he flops the king high flush draw on the queen 6 deuce. Ibinger dead on the turn.
Almost tongue
6
washer.
of clubs. Just a formality as the Great Dane, Henrik Hecklin,
One more player, one more player.
chips up to 1.5 million.
Now?
17th, yeah.
Oh shit, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Good timing.
There we have it.
You can
Randy,
complain,
that
you have
went
a million
pretty
chips,
quickly.
it's okay, you know?
From final 3
Are we at
tables down
16
to
or
final 2. 16 players remain here in event number 7, the 75k 8 max is none other than Stephen Chidwick leading the final 16 by quite some margin, and with more than 101 big blinds. Second, currently Santosh Savana with 71 bigs. This one a lot deeper, Randy, than previous tournaments, although we've said that time and time again already throughout this series as we welcome you back to the break desk, and then we've entered into a gridlock / stalemate. Something we're potentially about to witness here with 16 left, 5 off a very big bubble as well. Sizable 2x min cash.
Yeah, it's going to be a big bubble for sure. Yeah, we do have a 42 big blind average stack right now, which invites us to expect lots of play. You know, there's going to be some open raises, some 3-bets in position. You know, it could be a bit of handcuffy raises that are going to take place, but, you know, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Short stack only has 19 big blinds, so he's got a lot of, I mean, not only has a lot of big blinds. That is easy to navigate, but, you know, just kind of hang in there, look for some spots to reshove. We will be expecting some slow play as we get even closer to the money. But as of right now, I'm expecting some more chips to fly a bit.
Well, yeah, the shortest stack, Sam Greenwood, with just 19 bigs. Plenty of room to wiggle about for him, although going to be handcuffed on the flip side of this break as we approach one of the biggest bubbles, or the biggest bubble of the series so far. Event number 7, 75k AMAX. Randy and I will see you on the flip side of this short break.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
A very warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the call on this event number 7. The 75k 8 max has worked its way down to the final 2 tables, and we are predicting a bit of a gridlock now in the form of just a lot of passive play, given that we are 5 off the money, a 2 buy-in, or just north of 2 buy-in min cash of 159,000. I do apologize. So a sizable min cash here, Randy. Shortest stack, 19 big blinds with Sam Greenwood, who is more than capable of turning things around, given that, you know, 19 big still has plenty of wiggle room to see flops and navigate post-flop.
Yeah, and everyone's deck is pretty comfortable, right? As you look at it, it's no one's in the danger zone. We're approaching the money, but if no one's going to bust soon, it could take a little while before we actually get some clashes, and it might come down to some big premium versus big premium to decide who's going to eventually bust out and bail out on the bubble. But for now, it's going to be big stacks putting pressure on medium stacks, trying to hang in there, while the short stacks trying to survive.
Well, Stephen Chidwick leading the final 16 with 101 big blinds, also leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, looking to do some damage here as he is yet to make a final table at this series, something that I don't think has ever come out of my mouth at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Back in Madrid, won the short deck main, made a couple of final tables in Cyprus, if I'm not mistaken, leading the final 16, and someone that is more than capable of putting that 101 big blind stack just to work straight off the bat. 5 off the money with a new feature table. Kyan Mokri, Jason Kuhn, Bonomo. Let's throw it down to the main stage for the final 2 table. I don't even know what you'd call it, bubble of sorts.
It's a merge.
We're merging the final 2 tables is what Randy's alluding to, and yeah, 159,500 for the final 11. 5 of these final 16 going to be going home empty-handed. Santosh Savana leading the pack at this feature table. Jason Kuhn getting busy just prior to the break. Couple of holds with some medium-sized pocket pairs.
Oh, I didn't know. Nobody told me, so I just
now finds himself 5th.
Yeah, I think 4 suit
overall.
This one.
Yeah, I didn't. Nobody said anything.
Orpen, by the way, didn't cash the 20k bounty, but did pull the 250,000 bounty.
This box saw the ace of hearts, and this box saw the ace of spades.
Kyan Mokri, 9-8 of hearts.
How much you playing, Kyan?
1 million. 1,050,000 maybe.
Greenwood almost predicting his holding pre-flop. That would have been kind of scary. The defend with the ace-8 is covered. Shortest stack in the table, in the tournament rather, 16 of 16. As things stand, has the best of it, but difficult to get this one to show down. 145 out there already.
Yeah, let's see if Kyan Mokri is going to see, but he is, so it's going to be hard for Greenwood to continue. If Greenwood was up against maybe a button raise, cutoff raise, maybe a call could come in, but against a hijack, it is perceived to be stronger than ace-8. Once again, you know, as we approach the money, ICM is trickling in. Your chips matter so much more, so speculative calls goes way down in value.
How much you had, David? 800?
I think it's 795.
Orpen, you have 1.3?
Do you like to speculate, Randy? You strike me as someone that's very dialed in and composed, not much speculation or guessing games going on. You either know something or you just admit that you don't.
Well, I mean, that's the way you should be approaching things, I suppose.
Well, maybe that's the way, but the case for a lot of people, Randy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, playing poker, you need to have conviction in your plays and confidence. You want to avoid the murky waters where you're not sure how to navigate with marginal holdings if you can. Of course, sometimes it's unavoidable.
Andreas asking, how did it go with Antonius in the 50K? Well, nursed a sub 10 big blind stack for the better part of 5 hours straight.
1.6?
Yeah, right on.
Was actually sub 5 big blinds on a couple of occasions and managed to ladder to 5th for 497,000. A result I'm sure absolutely thrilled with. Client opening the King Queen O from the low jack. Robin defending the big, flopping a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds on the Queen 5-4.
Yeah, and you know, 2 overs to the middling card is helpful in case your opponent's holding like a hand like ace-5. Backdoor diamonds, deep stacks is important. Big implied odds in case you do hit your hand, such as the straight. Start a call.
Wow, how about just turning the nuts on request? 205 out there. And with top pair.
Can we get a Vietnamese coffee? With black.
Orpin proceeds, maybe concerned that Mockery going to check back on this turn a decent amount of the time against the big blind, maybe going to lean towards leading.
Yeah, it crossed his mind too that Kaya Mockery fired 35k on the flop, which is very small, so he might be thinking that Kaya Mockery's Queen X is discounted a little bit, which would mean that it would get checked through on the turn a lot. Taking the lead, the 7. This is a card that improves the big blind more.
It certainly does. So we can see.
Yeah.
Case in point here, 405,000 out there. The brick rolls off. Mockery could be in trouble. That is arguably the brickiest of bricks, although ace-3 of hearts.
Yeah, another a super brick, right? The deuce. So he when he took the lead on the turn, I find it odd for him to start checking now. Seems like it's very likely he's up against top pair. Checking to induce from 2 hearts that missed. I guess the sizing is the big question. Do we go big? Try to represent a polarized range? Or perhaps...
That feels like the play, right? Given that he's defended the big.
Because you
kind of
also
straight or nothing.
You're up against Queen X a lot here, right? Like King Queen, Ace Queen. See, he's reaching for a lot of chips. I guess the problem is you don't go too greedy where your opponent hero folds, and this is 1.5x pot. Good timing.
Jesus.
Wow.
Who's responsible for that? Falling on deaf ears. Mockery facing 150% barrel from number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list.
This is very not comfortable.
This is Blender. This is Blender territory.
Blender.
This is the true Blender.
Blender.
Lead turn.
Blenders. Yeah.
And now B150 on the river.
Definitely a line that he's probably not seen to happen too often, right? The lead turned and overbet river on the blank card. He knows Orpin is representing a polarized range with his bet sizing.
Any bluffs come to mind? Would a hand like ace-8?
No obvious bluffs, but most likely it would have to be some kind of hand that contains the backdoor hearts. So say ace-8 of hearts, king-10 of hearts, king-jack of hearts, something that would continue for that small bet on the flop. Would make a lot of sense. But the question is, will they always go for the 1.5x overbet? Maybe sometimes if they want to continue firing away on the river, they go 75% pot. That is a very well-disciplined laydown. Hats off to Kai Mockery.
Oh, Orpin maybe going to look back at that one, Randy, and kick himself for picking maybe a smaller sizing.
Yeah, that's important because the sizing is, well, you
like
know
your
if you're
locks
bluffing,
on?
you should go
Yeah, represent.
polarized.
Orphan, huh?
That overbet, savage, absolutely savage.
Yeah, if you're folding out
A6 of hearts.
pretty much someone's top of their range,
Something like that. Something like
then you're gonna have to adjust whether it's bluff more in that spot or not.
You say ace or 8?
Ace.
Than the 8.
I'm going to go out there and drop kick someone in a minute, Randy. That's what's going to happen.
Some good, some bad.
Do apologise, chat.
You know,
See a lot of people saying their pets are scared.
I played like that ace in one box, ace in the other box thing. The folks got
Give him a pet and a cuddle on my behalf. Shout
Shout
out to all the good doggos and cats out there who didn't mean to scare them. Whoever that was.
1.8.
1.8. Maybe at the same hand. No?
Impossible.
Impossible?
Actually impossible.
I mean, different suits.
Same hand as me?
Yeah.
No, it's impossible.
Impossible?
Yeah,
Okay.
the way the hand went, no. Okay.
I wasn't watching. I was ordering coffee. So.
You almost called him with something silly, huh? You almost called him with something silly. 2 jacks or something crazy?
Better. We'll find out.
Oh, okay. Last time I got them, they were in a bag.
I can tell you the answer now if you'd like to know, but you can wait as well. It's whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah.
Post-mortem between Steve O'Dwyer,
You were
Jason
good on the
Kuhn.
turn and bad on the river.
Jason predicting ace-3 of hearts there, Randy, by the sounds of it, saying you were good on the turn, bad on the river. That is one of the hands that we alluded to would maybe want to overbet. Some ace-8 of hearts, ace-3 of hearts.
Possibly.
See Orpin with the
I was just trying to
stone
make you feel
cold
better.
nuts.
So Orpin with the Queen X holdings that come to mind: King Queen,
Orpin.
Ace Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Hard to really say. Deep stacks will 3-bet a little bit less. Check it through. Blanks out. Hard to say whether Orpin's got the miss straight draw or the value bet. I suppose if he's value betting, it's ace queen exclusively. King queen likely would be checking right now. It's a big bet, 200K. It's either ace queen or busted straight draw. More combos of busted straight draws. Santos doesn't know that. His opponent's holding a queen of diamonds. We'll see 2 10s here. Blocking straight draws, not ideal, right? You want to pick off queen 10, 10 jack. Lays it down. Nice little
Open.
pickup.
Wanted some heat, Randy.
I want to know what the other card is, right? Because in the last spot we just saw him overbet for value. Now we're not sure.
Maybe an ace queen, oh.
Maybe.
Up to 2 million. Only other player with more than 2 mil. It's our chip leader, Stephen Chidwick, closing in on 3 million chips. That is how things stand as the blinds go up to 15,000, 30,000. 30,000 big blind ante. Greenwood, bottom of the counts, not only at this feature table, the entire tournament with just 13 bigs. With 13 bigs and a 40-minute clock. 8-handed table has time to do some work with those 13, Randy. Jason Kuhn, healthy 43 bigs. Kyan Mockery, David Yan, Justin Bonomo, Steve O'Dwyer, Santosh Savannah, all at the main stage here. Event number 7, 75k 8 max, min cash of 159,500, the biggest min cash of the series so far. Although Orpin's min cash in the 20k bounty was 250,000, so do stand corrected.
Oh. 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 Ray, 60,000. Oh.
60k for David Yan.
Oh.
Justin sitting there with King Queen. He's down to 545k. Maybe could consider jamming all the chips in. Black call is an option.
All in.
Thinks he's got enough phone equity. Jam it.
Oh. Oh.
Bonomo chipping up to 680k.
Number 1 on the all-time money list. Justin Bonomo. Haven't seen him at a Triton Super High Roller Series in quite some time, but here he is in Vietnam, making a run in event number 7. 1,753,000 up top.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Really had Ike steamed up yesterday from the Ace King. He was really questioning himself very hard at dinner after play was over. Hmm? Oh, himself. He's never. He's not like me. He's not like vindictive towards his opponents. Like.
Sounds like Ike
Right under, and now is
maybe misplayed a hand. In his opinion, at least.
Yeah, no, I could misplay a hand. News to me. Jason, rejamming. King 10 of hearts.
From both perspectives.
Gilbert asking, are we playing to a winner in this stream? We are indeed.
If I was the first one to arrive at dinner, he asked me. Then Hecklin showed up, and he had just finished telling me. Then Hecklin showed up, and he asked Hecklin. And Sam showed up, and then he asked various opinions. It was a spirited debate. I thought it sounded well played from all sides. But you know, I don't like to fold ever, so.
Ray, 60,000. Oh. 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 Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Like that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like.
I have 485 behind.
Like mono boards are tough. And like neo range 3-bet pots where like one guy is supposed to have aces like 20% of the time or whatever are tough. And you just kind of have like this combination of like really like confusing things. And it's like,
Jones saying, so many Vietnamese yesterday. Today 0. They're all hungover.
Just celebrating.
The celebrations went on till about 11 a.m. this morning. So they'll be crawling out of bed in the next couple of hours or so. Expect to see the Vietnamese players, viewers, fans in the chat later on.
There's 3-way to this flop. Pre-flop raiser, Steve O'Dwyer, no connection. Not the board that smashes him.
Check.
Take a free one. Blank.
No, that actually gives Savannah
Pair deuces.
the best hand.
They think it's a blank.
See how Mockery proceeds.
Mockery might even consider betting this.
Make a lot of sense from the small blind.
Check.
Santosh getting some recognition that deuce is good.
Bet.
Knows it needs protection against 2 players. Good awareness.
Oh. Oh.
Well,
Yeah, on day 1 of the
Savannah
PSPC,
with the bet, with a turn pair of deuces, taking it down, climbing up to 1.9 million now.
With a pre-flop misclick. Yeah, I accidentally, I tried to raise and then like an extra chip stuck, so I made it 4x instead of like 2.5x. Yeah, and then he 3-bet, I 4-bet, and the board ran out of 5 flush. Yeah, I folded the river, and I was just like, no idea what I'm supposed to do, 4-bet pot.
you call for a chop.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Ace X, dealer button. Solid stack. Good for a raise.
Raise to 65,000. Fold.
Steve-O, King Deuce offsuit.
Steve-O, Steve-O. One of the shortest stacks in the tournament. Looks like he's reaching for defending chips.
Fold.
Him and the owl. Gonna tackle Kyan Mockery. Queen 5-5 rainbow.
Dry pair board. You often see bets coming to 25% or lower.
Bet 30,000.
30, the absolute minimum. 20% roughly.
Fold.
Feels so bad, right? Having to check fold.
Very disappointed.
The minimum. You're like, oh, you got me handcuffed.
Doubt it, saying super impressed with Mockery so far. He's playing sick.
Can I just buy a stack of 5Ks from you? Yeah, just 1 stack. Thanks.
Password for the Triton free roll over on GG Poker is spin and gold. That one kicking off in 10 minutes. Don't forget, no late reg for that. The password once again is spin and gold. 5 off the money in event number 7. 159,500 min cash. Casual 1,753,000 for the eventual champion. Stephen Chidwick still getting busy on table 2. Or table 1 rather. Battling against Punsri, Mateos, Soiser, Hecklin, Young, Boris, and Steele.
Well, Dwyer in a spot, just looking to rejam. Not rejam, open jam.
Oh my.
The snap calls. Got a battle.
I used your stack to jam. Good luck. I thought it would be better luck. Thank you.
Well, he's got it in good. Randy, not to state the obvious. Just joking with Santosh. The run good chips. So far holding up on the ace king 8. Dwyer with top pair, Jan with middle pair and some back doors. And well, that is one of them, the Queen of Hearts, now giving David a lot more outs. King, Jack 10 or a heart needed. Bricks out. Too many outs for the owl.
340, 390.
And O'Dwyer up to 810,000.
I'll tell you why he won that hand. It was those lucky chips he used.
100%. The timing on exchanging bad
This
chips
is
for
gonna be,
lucky chips.
I'm going to try to not touch this here, going like this.
See?
This is going to be my...
Even matches with chips. So cool.
I did a similar move in the 30k and it worked out.
The spend?
I knew I
had
needed
80k when Reg closed and Orphan just pulled the 250k bounty.
Screwed it up for me real
So I just took my 3 white chips and was like we're trading white chips here.
Oh. 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 Raise 75,000.
Santosh picks up ace king. 30 big blind effective. Hijack be cut off.
245. 245. Raise 245,000.
Santosh needs to make it a little bit larger because of 2.5x open of Cayenne Mercury.
Yeah, 245. Oh.
Check 10 suited is down, pocket deuces as well. Tricky spot for ace 3 of hearts. We'll have to play out of position. Depends on what he thinks. Suvarna is 3-bet bluffing or not. Discipline.
Oh.
Much needed, right, at the end of towards this part of the tournament. 16 remaining. Top 11 making the money. Speculative, questionable plays. Not ideal.
My problem is, Randy, and it's probably one of the reasons that I'm stuck here in the booth and not out there with these crushes, is I always think someone's picking on me.
I mean, by statistical randomness, like, people just
I know,
have to get hands sometimes.
Except you.
Star-studded feature table this is. Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list, Orpen. Number 1 on the overall all-time money list, Justin Bonomo. Number 1 in terms of trophies at a Triton event, tied with Nikita, obviously. Jason Kuhn at this feature. Number 1 in our hearts, Santosh Savana, courtesy of those heroic deeds displayed earlier on today.
Good timing for David Yan, ace 10, 7 blinds on the dealer button, going into 2 blinds, who can't really call with these holdings.
210,000.
Just nested up in an incredibly comfortable looking hoodie. It's like he's built an igloo and is about to sit down by the campfire. Cup of tea.
305. So much hope since David started tanking. Even though he, you know, he hasn't been solid or anything. I'm like, oh, he's taking his time. He's going to fall. 3 pips higher. All right.
Fold.
Queen Jack of clubs for Cayenne Mockery.
60,000.
Mini raise.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Once again, that password for the Triton free roll from GG Poker is spin and gold. As we dive back into this mockery with a couple of annoying spots. This one, another raise fold situation. Although Orpen not necessarily going to go for it all. His king of diamonds, a fine hand to 3-bet induce out of the small blind.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. Makes it 200K. Trying to induce some action. Queen Jack of clubs in an interesting spot as good hand in position. He did raise from early position. It's getting 3-bet from the small blind, which is a little bit worrisome.
Thank you kindly. What kind of bun me is it?
We're going to peel one off in position, Randy, and we have a 460,000 chip pot developing before first 3 community cards.
That was an FD style? Oh, this is perfect.
Complete whiff. Both players open with the best of it still, ace-king high.
Yeah, super dry board. See how Orpen continues. Stack to pot ratio has been shrunk due to the 3-bet pre-flop. Dry board, probably going to downsize even more. 90,000, 3 big blinds. All he needs to bet to get this one done. Unless Mockery is going to get really creative with Queen Jack of clubs. It's a high ICM pressure situation, so might be dissuaded from that a bit.
The size down.
No, he's going to continue. Look at this. Thinks that Orpen is going to play straightforward on turns, I suppose. Not a good spot for Orpen. Say if he was up against some pocket 8s, pocket 9s, that might call 3-bet, like they would feel pretty good on his turn card. The question is, how many floats am I getting in position? That 3 big blind stack does invite floats a little bit more.
Open slowing down on the 7 of spades.
It's tempting to bet here. Your opponent looks like they've got ace high, like ace king a lot. Question plan is, do we bet now? Yes.
135 times.
It's a small bet. I don't think this is a one and done spot for Cayenne Mockery. I think he's got a lot of river barrels that could come in depending on what card drops off. For Orpin, tricky. If he gives his opponent credit for floating the flop, he wouldn't want to fold now, as those hands would want to stab if checked to.
Well, we have 910,000 in the middle. SPR of 0.5 going to a river. Open with ace high Cayenne with queen high as the ace of spades. Just in case, Mockery did hold 8s through 10s.
And I think Cayenne Mockery had a lot of intention to bet the river, but the ace is definitely not that card because he's trying to fold out those hands with the turn bet, following through with a river.
Yeah, frustrating spot for the Norwegian.
Not sure. No, it was. I think
Not for that savage. Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list, chipping up to 2.4 million. Closed the gap on Stephen Chidwick by quite some margin. Those of you wondering how we know what Stephen Chidwick is getting up to, you can check it out over on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can follow along all the action, not only from this event number 7, the 75k 8 max. There are currently 84 entries in event number 8, the 25k turbo. If you want to watch along over on the Triton Poker Plus app, a better way to watch poker. And as always, if you haven't already followed us on our socials for behind the scenes moments, close-ups, highlight reels, interviews, do drop us a follow. Triton Poker Series on Instagram.
Oh, there's some over here if you need one.
Z Justin.
He's been quiet.
Mockery just keeps running into top of range.
Yeah, and Mockery keeps getting these hands that he needs to open, right? Like suited aces or broadways. Let's see what he comes in with. His stack is awkward for the 3-bet small, right? Sitting on 18 blinds. Look at this. Slow play pre-flop from Justin Bonomo. Because he felt like if he jammed, it was like too many chips where he has to call pretty tight. And in 3-bet small looks suspicious.
500 behind.
Mockery, if he connects in any way, shape or form, may be disaster. Middle pair, King of Diamonds in hand on the Queen, Jack 4. Interesting. Given that Justin's flatted out of the small, yeah, Mockery starting to check.
Yeah, but there's still a chance that all the chips go in by the river. The check there on the flop, it's going to make Cayenne Mockery more heavily weighted towards Jack X or some kind of give up. Bonmo flatting from the small blind. Broadway's in play. Hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, King 10, King Jack.
140.
Bet 140.
A lot of missed draws out there, and you still got showdown of King Jack. Got backup in case you need to improve. It's uncomfortable, but seems mandatory to call here. Although these 140k chips is very important to your stack. 16 remaining. Understandable.
Mockery was one of the tournament chip leaders just a couple of orbits ago. Spikes the king of clubs on the river to convert the 5 outer. 100% check mark, and surely Justin gonna go for value with his aces.
I mean, this is one of the problems with slow playing. You're going to give your opponent a chance to take you out. Of course, it's going to net the most EV, but sometimes you just lose.
Brutal River.
400.
#1 on the all-time money list as he effectively jams. Says 400 doesn't have that amount. Mockery doesn't love it, but is going to make the call and get shown the king. Sorry, get shown the aces. We felt a bit trappy. Justin looks.
Well, it's always annoying, right? When you slow play aces.
Yeah, nothing short of disgusted. That look on Justin's face.
That hurts.
We're gonna have a 15-minute break into this level. We're switching tables. Then we're gonna play 2 levels, break, 2 levels, dinner. It's gonna fall at approximately 5 to 9, 10 to 9. And there's gonna be dinner at the party, so the pre-party dinner at the pool.
Sorry, can you say that again?
No, nobody was listening, really. I was looking at it.
This break, 2 levels, then dinner break? Okay.
Levels break, 2 levels dinner break.
Thanks.
It's gonna be a 9 o'clock.
You'll make it to the party or what?
At 10 o'clock the party starts. Party starts at 10 really, but the dinner for the party starts at 9. So you can go to dinner to the party. Just be happy.
Yeah. What a great offer, thank you.
Steve's got Jack-9 suited.
You're such a 60,000. You're just unbelievable, man. You're just unbelievable.
Trying to help.
I'm telling you, you're just unbelievable.
I don't think you took it that way.
This is actually worse than the 0.33 thing you're doing.
Oh.
It's actually the worst.
Oh.
Bottom are going to go stretch the legs. Shake that one off.
Ace 4 suited. A lot of post-flop being had with these stack situations.
Check.
Absolute brick for both players. Looks like Steve's gonna fire about a third pot.
Still 16 remain here. Event number 7. Five off the money. 11 places paid with a min cash of 159,500.
Oh. Oh.
Greenwood's been very quiet. Now he's got 2 9s.
10 bigs. Gonna have to run it, Randy.
Yeah, undergun +2. What else can you hope for?
Fold. 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 Fold.
Looks Looks like it's going to get through unless Santosh wants to get a little cheeky.
How much it is? 305,000.
305. Fold.
Had the Phil Helmuth.
Hmm?
I had Phil Helmuth's favorite hand.
Is it?
My hand.
Your hand?
Yeah.
Wow. Why is it your hand?
Because it is.
Alright.
Why is it Helmuth's hand? Greenwood.
Phil Helmuth.
Yeah, no, that's weird.
I've never heard that.
No. What sim is
Oh, he
Greenwood
won.
living in?
He won the main
Did
with
he?
9s, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, learn some poker history.
Well,
Randy.
you didn't know the answer.
He won with black 9s.
You're sure now.
I literally just said that. The words came out of my mouth.
Why did it take you so long to come to that
Well,
conclusion?
because, you know,
Play all in. 18
commentating 12 hours a day, 7 days in a row. A little bit of brain fog. Don't remember everything on demand. Ask me another question, Randy.
Is he going to get called?
Fold. Fold.
Hey, you're looking for some results. Never mind.
Fold.
Would you say it's a no or yes?
I'm going to go with no.
Fold.
So two shorties pick up some blinds and antes there. Bonomo is the shortest stack, 3 big blinds, 80K. He needs to make a move soon, otherwise the big blind's going to hit him. No, actually more, he needs to get some luck.
Fold.
2 tens, speaking of luck, good timing.
Up 3 bigs for Bonomo. From the low jack.
Actually pretty interesting for a Jason Kuhn is 80K is not a big raise. Would have multiple players act behind him. Still gonna make the call. Hoping to get an overlay from the big blind ante and the small blind. Santosh, King 10. Would have position.
Yeah, 2.6 on the button. Gonna let it go. Discipline from Santosh, by the way. David Yan. 1 pip higher.
Sorry.
How sweet is
Pocket
this?
jacks. Dead money in the middle from Jason as well.
That's such a good spot for him.
It's 350.
It's annoying because Jason's put in 80K, just under 3 big blinds, which would give him a better price.
330, yeah?
Is there a chance Ace-8 is ahead of one of these players?
Yeah, still has to be concerned that he's dominated by Yan. Oh, Justin getting it in bad with the 10s. Some dead money in the middle, however. And that Jason Kuhn has now found the muck.
Put them in the front. Oh, Jesus.
Jack in the window.
Classic coin flip.
I don't know about that.
GG, everyone.
GG.
GG's indeed. Number 1, the all-time money list, Justin Bonomo. Aces cracked just moments ago, and then getting his final 3 bigs in with pocket tens, running in
I mean, you're a veteran.
to the
You should
jacks
know
of David
better.
Yan.
What did you have?
I'm just gonna soak that right up with a quick thank you.
Which one?
A veteran.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, you're a veteran.
You're like, what, like double the years I played.
Yeah, but you played more hands than me.
Somebody played a lot of my mind in 1 year.
And you've been playing what? You've been playing live for like 10 years.
I was gonna win that hand. I was gonna win that hand.
That's true.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
I mean, Orpin's like a year or two away from being a veteran.
Well, speaking of Orpin, currently the chip leader, 82 big blinds, 2.45 million.
What happened to Stevie?
He's a veteran.
No, what happened to him? He's been dethroned. He was the chip leader.
No, he's still well, he's still up there. He's just been dethroned by 35k in chips.
350 total.
350
Get it
total?
together, Stephen.
Counting the big blind.
Blind versus blind. Greenwood, 10-7 suited, 320k stack. Gonna take a flop here. Key pot for both players as they're at the bottom of the chip counts. Trip 4s for David Yan. Queen 4-4 rainbow. Let's see how he wants to proceed. Maybe check to hope Greenwood would pick up a hand. Gonna reach for some chips. I believe he's reaching for chips because he believes that if he didn't have anything, he would fire this flop. Trying to keep the story consistent. Unfortunately, Greenwood not taking a chance.
Any lifetime odds? on me
Lifetime
winning
odds.
A Triton.
You winning a Triton?
You heard me.
Just name some absurdly large number.
All right,
Henry.
I give you 1k now.
Yeah.
And you give me 300 to 1.
300 to 1. Is that a good line?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just wondering, when are you going to play a Triton event?
So,
So you'll be
I
like...
hand you 1k right now, and then if I win a Triton, you have to pay me out 300k.
Because considering you probably won't be playing a Triton until you're around 70, you got to increase that bankroll, right, Henry? It'll be a while. Sample size would be quite small. You might play about 5 tournaments until you bust.
You continue at this rate, you won't be alive to pay me out.
I think I have 780 behind.
You're gonna have to come up with some clause on this bet.
Yeah.
Open. Gonna defend this big as we plow through in event number 7. 4 off the money with the departure of Justin Bonomo.
And Orpin is the one reaching for chips from the big line, or potentially just looking
Orpin.
to shuffle.
That 45,000.
Orpin just leading here as it smashes his range more.
Gonna have all the straight draws. The 7x.
Look at this. O'Dwyer going nowhere. These 45k chips are pretty important to his stack, but it's suspicious. He's got back doors, just in case. Got it.
There he is, the 2 overs and the back doors that Randy was alluding to. Orpin currently first in chips, now 93% equity. It's 255,000 in the middle. Being a bit of a savage today has Orpin.
That flop lead is pretty savage.
Check.
Now gets there and checks, hoping to induce.
Check.
A bit sneaky. O'Dwyer not taking the bait. Ace of spades. Overcard to the turn pair of queens. A river card that Orpin's got to be somewhat concerned about.
Oh, he has to be very concerned. For him to lead, Ace-X would never fold the flop for that sizing. It would check back the turn. Very heavily in Steve O'Dwyer's range. And also, Orpin is not expected to have Ace-X and lead this type of flop. The question, I think, is if it gets checked to O'Dwyer, does he think King High is enough showdown value? Or maybe he needs a stab?
It's interesting because you would think that the 6-5s, the straight draws would barrel on the turn rather than checking. Orpin kind of saying he has some showdown.
Reaching
Okay.
fire.
175,000.
It's very credible.
It really is. Calls the flop lead. Checks through on the turn. Ace of spades rolls off on the river and Orpin in a really grim spot now. Self-inflicted, perhaps. One that he'll admit.
5 seconds.
Had the flop with the 2 overs, some backdoors with that 9
Wow.
around the 8-7, and O'Dwyer gets it through.
Can we get some extra time on the clock?
Steve-O asking for some extra time on the clock, as I do believe that bled into the break. Maybe a bit peckish, maybe looking to grab a coffee. But we are heading into a scheduled break as the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Going to be jumping over to table 1 on the flip side as Orpin closes out with the chip lead here. Does temporarily lose the entire tournament chip lead to Stephen Chidwick as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, just quickly, bubble coming up, still relatively deep here, 28 big blind average, 4 off the money. A lot of exciting things around the corner here in event number 7 of this 75k 8 max.
I mean, just to keep it short and sweet is basically it's going to get tight. There's a big pay jump around the corner, 159k.
Yep.
They're going to play snug and try to grind their way to the top.
Number 1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, Stephen Chidwick leads the final 15 as we close on the 159,500 money bubble. 11 places paid, 15 left. We'll see you after 10 minutes of commercials.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Preflop, postflop, ICM preflop and postflop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Term Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Term Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Planted in position. Nikki P, Queen Jack.
Can I see this
clubs.
case?
Just sub 20 big blinds, worthy of note.
Drop two, right? It's KC5, right? It's supposed to be like
Never too comfortable playing sub 20 big blinds with a flat call in position as well as you're not closing action, but is able to take a flop here, 78k in the middle. What do we see? Dryness. Advantage, Suvarna.
Good board with which to follow through with the 2-5s, obviously. Nice to see Suvarna not getting nervous about being out of position against the likes of Pietrangelo.
Raising from undergun is very pair and ace-x heavy, but Pietrangelo thinks that, well, maybe you'll check an ace-x sometimes since how dry it is, how shallow our stacks are. Decides to take one off. This is where it gets really dicey.
You're not wrong about that. The 4 does bring the wheel gutty for Suvarna, but deep discomfort when we follow through as an under-the-gun opener and get flatted, and one cannot blame Santosh for this check. And let's see if Pietrangelo going to try to take it away here.
Well, most certainly Pietrangelo isn't calling the flop
to hopefully check this down. Whether to stab now is the question, or maybe wait a river card. What does he find to be most credible?
30.
Bet 30,000.
A smallish bet.
Smallish, but almost in that way a little bit concerning. Because
it looks
begs
milky
for a call, doesn't it?
It really does. Like, because if you're Santos right now, you might be thinking, well, he called me pre-flop. Called a flop bet. What is he betting with? Price is just a little bit too good, especially picking up the extra outs. He's hoping to hopefully hit his hand, but check through on the river is what he really wants. It's a really nice card for him, actually.
Sure is. Suvarna now with these 2 5s understands the proposition before him is very much one of bluff catching as he checks once more. Over to Pietrangelo, who's got 124K back, Randy.
This is a bit of a guessing game now. It's whether Santos Suvarna has got some ace-x trapping that's now got a full house that would never fold. Wow, did he just push all these chips in there? This is a monster play from Nick Pietrangelo. Just queen high. Man with game plan.
Ultimate polarization here.
No obvious flush draw on the flop. This just looks... It looks like a strong hand to me, Ali. I would not fault Santos Suvarna for folding these 2 5s. Need to start getting very creative on the floats in position against you.
Look, the good news is he's got 268K back, so even if he clicks call and he's wrong, he's going to have 140K left. And I love to see this, by the way, out of him. Randy, not a comfortable spot to be in, but he's going to throw the time bank out there and think it over.
Oh, he hasn't folded, so he's definitely thinking about this. Wow, did he just make the call of 2 5s? That is a sick call from Santos Suvarna. Well done.
Rise up, Mr. Suvarna. You have just eliminated.
Well, almost eliminated. Some preserves left. 11K.
204 behind.
And welcome back to the broadcast booth. Ali Najat stepping in for Randy Lou. Henry Kilbane still steadfast at the controls as we bring you continuing coverage of event number 7, the 75K, where just 15 runners remain of the 85 original entries. Blinds will be 20 and 40,000, Henry. And of course, with only 11 places paid, there's going to be 4 unhappy souls that will be exiting the arena between now and that money bubble. Of course, not rating to be among them would be Stevie Chidwick, who is at the top of the leaderboard with 2.4 million, and Orpin Kisachoglu nipping on his heels with 2.3 and change.
Yeah, Orpin's been getting busy. Almost managed to get one through against O'Dwyer just on the flip side of the break before you jumped in. But yeah, O'Dwyer also in the mix, in the hunt to make it into the money. But Stephen Chidwick, top of the leaderboard, looking to add some points.
Yeah, Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard as well,
Yes.
which might have been what you were mentioning. Sam Greenwood in that conversation, currently 15th right now with just 8 bigs, along with countryman Kirk Steele, as we send it back out to the feature table where we find both Kirk Steele and Stevie Chidwick, absent one Greenwood, however. And those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Rob Young, 43 bigs.
Couple of main event champions from last year at this feature, Henrik and Ponat.
Yep, Madrid and North Cyprus, respectively. Adrian Mateos, not to be slept on. 21 bigs, the Spaniard, in there.
Yeah, still without a title at a Triton Super High Roller Series.
Same story, by the way, for Daniel Dvoris. So improbably.
Cyprus was a really rough stint for Adrian, 0 for 6. Here, however, a couple of cashes, albeit min cashes.
Well, before Adrian goes getting demoralized by that outcome at the last festival, you should have a chat with the likes of Nick Petrangelo and Seth Davies, who know very well what it's like to have a dry spell in Triton, but both have since turned things around, with Petrangelo right here in Vietnam breaking the seal.
Yeah, a couple of cashes for Nicky P.
Kirk Steele breaking his 315K into the middle. Just about 8 bigs. Rob Young in the cutoff, 2 queens.
Has he looked yet?
Doesn't appear that he has. Well, now that he's reaching for chips, we know that he has. But interesting that he kind of already knew what his cards were and went back and got readjusted and resettled. And you wonder whether or not anyone's going to make something of that.
The old shimmy around the table, looked distracted before making the call.
No matter, as it's folded back around to Steele, and he'll have one overcard against the queens as fireworks ensue straight away on the back end of the break. A 730K pot, Henry. And a flop that does not help the ace-6.
Yeah, Rob's been getting busy on the outer table, clearly. A 1.4 million chip pot.
Now, curiously, the 5 of hearts does give Steele added outs, removes heart iterations from the equation, however, given Rob Young's queen of hearts and the deuce of diamonds. Made it a very brief stint at this blind level.
I was using a power bank, just so you know. I left it down there at the table. No, you can keep it. I'm done with it.
For Kirk Steele.
Okay, well, then you can take it back.
How about it? Rob Young.
I'm done with it. Thank you, though.
Prada track jacket, complete fire, by the way.
You a fan?
Huge.
Love it.
Okay.
Rob's got that, like, should have been in a Guy Ritchie movie kind of vibe about him. Little lock, stock, little snatch. No? You don't see it?
No, he's too nice. He's too nice, in my opinion, for it.
Well, have you ever one-outed him?
No, not personally.
Come see me once you have.
Or maybe you won't see me again once you have.
As the case may be. No, Henry's absolutely right, Rob.
Just your coconut.
Definitely.
My coconut.
Fun to be around here on the tour, but
Yeah, sure. It's helping me.
takes his poker
I wanna wipe this up a bit also.
just as seriously as the next guy.
It's like a disaster waiting to happen, that one. Booby trap.
Jack, surprise.
Right. What the blinds?
As Rob says raise, then checks on what the blinds are. Generally not the order in which we do that.
Didn't want to waste the time bank. He saw the clock running down, hadn't figured out just how much we're playing for.
Is that a way to kind of
Throw
get a few
people
extra
off?
seconds, by the way? Just say raise before the
Yeah.
clock runs out and then come up with the
Yeah.
number on the back end?
That is how it works. Seen a few players approach it in that spot.
2.5x. As DeVoris mulls over his big blind with pocket threes.
Oh my word.
3 in the window. Still unsure what this side card is for Rob Young, as DeVoris has flopped a set. Checks it over to Rob, who's bet 80,000, and hazard a guess, Captain Kilbane, at that side card?
It's the big blind. I'd like to think it's another jack. Stabbing with like ace jack, king jack, queen jack of spades with backdoor spades.
Now an interesting and potentially troublesome card if indeed it is an ace that Rob Young has connected with here on the turn. Checks it back, so we presume that is not the side card.
Think it's jacks now, given the check back on the turn.
Weights more toward that than Queen Jack, King Jack, does it not?
Maybe fire a second barrel. 4 diamonds. That's complete the 5-7. Given at the turn went check, check, see what Boris comes with. He's going to go for the lot.
Yeah. 440 of his 445 deployed, and now it doesn't feel like Jack's. The snap mug from Rob might presume that Jax would give it a thought.
I think so. Boris in the hunt for that first title, as you mentioned earlier on.
Listen, titles come with big paydays, and big paydays can be spent upon various things, including the spoils from Jacob & Co., purveyors of the finest watches in the world, the official timekeeper of the Triton series, museum quality pieces, including the Astronomia Casino piece, and of course that W16 working motor inside their Bugatti edition. Just spectacular stuff. I haven't seen their display here in Vietnam. I know in Madrid they brought everything out, and
Cyprus as well, they had a stand, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't. Where was that? Did I miss it?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it's over by the payout desk, believe it or not.
Well, that would
well
explain.
placed. Very well placed.
What business would I have at a payout desk, Henry?
True.
There's a special Jacob & Co. watch on Henrik Eklund, courtesy of his main event win. Somewhere underneath that sleeve, Stevie Chidwick also sports one. As Triton title winners like to let the boys know. Is Punat wearing his? I'm not sure. He is sporting an ace-9, though. Min raise open.
Soft hammer. Call.
Michael Soiza. One gapper in the big, rating to be unintrusive. Defends.
Also covers 3 off the money. Certain board textures he can go ham, such as the 10, 6, 4. Drops the open-ender. An interesting spot with the ace of hearts.
So tempting to just follow through for a modest amount here and try to pick it up.
That's exactly what he's going for. This
That's
little tickle.
60. Yeah. Little feather under the chin, under the nose.
The tickle, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where else
200.
might I have been going with that, by the way, Henry? As Soiza check raises, nothing ticklish about this. 200,000. Open-ended and skeptical of Punsri's interaction with this board.
Feels so annoying with the ace of hearts in hand. Maybe something I'm giving too much consideration to, as the ace-9 finds the mark promptly. Nice little check raise there from Soiza.
Certainly not by accident that Soiza finds himself with 4.6 million plus in career Triton earnings.
Thank you.
11 cashes, 1 title. Finished 7th as a final tableist in the GG Super Millions, the kickoff event here in Vietnam. Good for 164. And as you well know, Henry, given you now have a professional relationship with Soiza, one of the most pleasant guys you can spend time with on tour.
No, I think after the end.
Yeah, good to see him back.
1.2.
Here in Vietnam, still competing at the highest level.
And on the topic of things that are pleasant, how about aces up front, Mr. Yang?
If anyone's going to be opening wide at this feature table, it's going to be Rob. 3 off the money. Covers everyone.
And that's what makes it tough to assign top of range to him in spots like this. So he's a baby-suited ace. Deuces behind him.
Potentially see 2 flats here out the blinds. No, ace-4 into the mark. Discipline laydown. Do apologize, I didn't realize it was a 2.5x open.
Oh, I called it min-raise. I'm sorry. Yeah. So it is just Hecklin who defends from the big. Set hunting, and he hits it. Queen 7 deuce, the driest of boards, and this is going to be a real issue for Rob Yang, as at least 635,000 of the soldiers in his brigade look like they are at risk of not coming home from this battlefield.
85,000 into 260. Very dry board texture. Small continue from Rob. People just flopping sets on it, on him. They're going out of fashion. Henrik just got to check call. Board this dry.
Now he fills up. Checks again.
Yeah, really bad turn card for Henrik.
Wow, Rob with the check back, playing pot control and a little bit of inviting Hecklin to bet the river with worse than aces, which of course we know is not the situation he finds himself in. And look at Henrik looking to get Rob to fire now. Both boys with the same idea, so to speak.
The Great Dane getting sneaky. I'm saying he's got an ace high. Some backdoor draw 7.
Now, he loves to see this 175 out of Yang as played, where he feels oh so comfortable with deuces full. It's all getting in there, right?
I'd have to say so, yeah. 175 with 550 behind. Maybe something like, nah. I was going to say something like 425, like a 2.5x, but I think all in's the only size. Though it did go check on the turn.
Well, let's fast forward past the almost all-in from Hecklin, right? He kept the chip back.
He did.
Normally we see that behavior when there's multiple players left to act behind you, right?
No, no, this one designed to, if he gets called and loses his 5k chip that he's left behind, allows him to win the big blind ante in the next hand, because it's ante first.
There we go. But let's now turn our attention to the spot for Rob Yang. Is there a world in which aces can find the muck as played?
I think as played, Rob's more than capable of finding the fold here. Queen 7 deuce, super dry board. Turn, brought the queen of spades. Henrik checked. Rob checked behind, and now check jamming effectively on this 10 of clubs. Like, not many bluffs and a disciplined laydown from Yong. Well played, sir. Bravo.
Very, very impressive. And note the fact that he checked back on the turn did create that opportunity for him, but opportunity is something Sam Greenwood no longer has any of here in event number 7, it would appear, as his gatherings, his belongings are being gathered. And who's the man that doused him? It would appear to be Santosh Suvarna, just based on our camera operators.
Not even sure if he's... No, he has. You're right.
Aces against 9-10 suited, it appears.
Oh, we've been playing really fast, so I don't think that's an issue.
Suvarna had the aces.
Yeah,
When he
good.
got in. Pre-flop.
Wonderful.
Greenwood under the gun.
Let's eliminate.
That's a very good information. Implementation.
Suvarna from the button.
Implementation.
I said it right?
Yeah, you said it right the first time. You got it right the first time.
Players showing some love for our TD, Luca Vivaldi, just coming over and saying, hey, look, guys, not going to force you all to play hand for hand. It's going to be a soft hand for hand. Any shenanigans, and he'll promptly make it hand for hand, which would obviously slow down the pace of play a little bit.
Ace-10 suited for Soiza, who picks up the pace from the button. King-7 a customer, and it's a familiar looking board for Rob Yong. Checks it over to Soiza.
Certainly some room for a float from Rob. King high, backdoor clubs. May see a 1 and done from Soiza. Wide range on the button. 2 off the money.
No float.
Changed man. Arrived yesterday, I believe.
He did? Had a chance to chat with him briefly last night. He was getting himself situated. Said he came in from London. Spent about a week back home after being in Las Vegas, where he partook in a massive, sort of legendary televised cash game.
What's legendary?
Did you soak up much of that stream, Henry?
I didn't because of the time zone difference, actually. It was kind of frustrating, but saw the love that Robel was getting. Shout out Robel, cash game goat.
Dvoris opens with the Queen-Jack suited. North of 20 bigs to start. Baby suited ace in the small. See how Rob approaches. Upstairs. All the way up to 450, by the way.
he be priced in here if Forrest woke up with a hand? Huge 3-bet from Rob, but it does get through.
5x.
Yeah, I think he would actually end up having to call it off because, you know, he's got 30% against Ace King, Ace Queen. Any pocket pair.
When we're looking out at the action, it's specifically that dominated ace that has that much equity that always strikes me, no matter how many times I see it.
Ace King,
Ace King, Ace Queen, and then the Ace Deuce through 5. It just performs far better than anyone would presume.
That's why Ace 5's the powerhouse. Ace 5 suited.
I'll tell you what.
Go on. Do tell.
You can go ahead and deal yourself that, quote, powerhouse.
Hey.
All night. You give me
Pocket Kings.
the Ace Kings and Ace Queens of the world. Those, for me, are the powerhouses.
Hey, listen, I'm in the same camp as you. Okay. But these young kids, their computers. Talking specifically about Landon Tice, who seems to bust every tournament he plays with Ace 5 in a 5-bet pot.
745.
Now, nativity scene extra, Stephen Chidwick in the biblical hoodie with Ace 8. You see it.
I definitely see it.
Where's the haystack?
It's Joseph and Mary.
Well, it's all of it is what it is. Not Punsry. In the big Queen Jack. This is really not the one you want to be calling off with.
ICM is for poor people.
And Queen Jack is for psychos in that spot. Tell you what, though. On the heels of that comment, I am reminded of the manner in which Santosh Suvarna was dispatched in North Cyprus in the Coin Rivet Invitational by
That's
one
right,
Leon
yeah.
Sukernik.
We had the pleasure of reliving that moment in Vegas a few weeks back.
10 high. He sailed in for, what was it, 100 bigs?
Don't think
not quite that many?
It was a lot. It was something like 70 big blinds, something ridiculous like that.
Oh, man.
I just remember Santosh's reaction was like, Leon, what are you doing?
Yeah. And that was before he got showered, wasn't it?
I think
Or was
so.
it after?
Honestly, I don't recall the exact specifics, but I know that Leon opened 2.5x or 3x. Santosh just ripped, and Leon was like, all right, mate. Cool. 200K buy-in.
There's more than one way to explain one's net worth in life, and calling it off with 10 high for 70 bigs in a 200K is certainly one of them. Chidwick has been fairly dormant here at the feature table as a chip leader. Not looking to get savage, as sometimes we do see in these spots on money bubbles, or approaching them for that matter.
420 likes over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. We just absolutely blitzed through that milestone of 150K subscribers in the span of a day.
Where are we now?
151. Eyes already on 200K.
Certainly appreciate each and every one of those of you across all of the various time zones out there. Not a nook or cranny of the globe, it would seem these days, that poker hasn't worked its way into. And we are glad to have you with us. don't get confused. We are not looking at Punat Pansri, who's Queen 7 now officially.
Right.
Finds its way off screen. The 2 10s of Adrian Mateos find their way into a raise to 105,000. King 8 offsuit, awaiting Dan DeVoris, Triton veteran.
Against the 2.5x. Practically tied with Mateos. Down at the bottom of the counts. King 8. Gonna defend. Just this single raise pot. SPR of around 0.6.
2 clubs, 2 6s, and a tray await his defense. $125,000, the follow-through effort from Mateos. Very legitimately, of course, with the 2 10s. No conclusions are foregone when you have opposition of this caliber at the controls. As
Yeah,
we see
King
DeVoris an appeal.
King of clubs in hand. It's the 7 of clubs. That presents a flush draw for both players. DeVoris with the highest club, Mateos with the overpair.
$500,000 hanging in the balance.
Really interesting turn card for Mateos. Feels like one that his range doesn't want to do too much betting on, but his hand wants to get value and protection from 2 overs, ace highs, 2 off the money.
Yeah, you can feel a little discomfort here, it would seem, on Mateos' affect, but not the type that's going to cause him to do anything untowards. And he does put 425,000 of his 430 out there, which is a big chunk of the 485 back for DeVoris. Certainly far too much to expect him to continue.
El Matador.
Now, this may predate you, but Carlos Mortensen, once upon a time, I thought was officially El Matador. But he has sort of found his way out of poker, I think, and perhaps that nickname now vacated and reclaimed.
Do we need to get his permission, his blessings maybe? Give him a call. Say, hey, listen, pal, we understand you've stepped out, doing other things. There's this young kid, Adrian Mateos, who, if you haven't heard of, doing incredibly well for himself.
Well,
do you mind him becoming El Matador?
It's been a minute.
It's been a long time.
But let me go on and just dig into the Rolodex here as we look at the chip counts. See whether or not Mortensen's number is still in the phone. It isn't. And just that fact alone, I think, Henry.
I mean, the question is whether or not you ever had it in the first place, not the fact that you don't have it now, you know?
Now, I'm going to let you choose your own destiny here.
Go on.
Do you want me to indulge you in a response, or would you prefer to take the safer route that allows you to just put that statement out there unaddressed?
Well, look, I wouldn't want you to feel like I one-upped you in any way, shape, or form. If you feel like there's a need to nibble back on the bait that I've thrown out there, then that's entirely up to you, Ali.
You're playing fast.
You've strangely managed to position that moment in weirdly chivalrous terms.
You win.
I haven't, you know.
Let's
We're just exploring, Henry. You know?
Exploring.
Like a Lewis and Clark moment of our relationship here.
Lester back home in Vegas saying thanks for the great commentary. Watching from LV. Penat Punsri. Couple of aces.
Thank you, Lester, by the way. Personally, thanking you for that.
It's like 4 a.m. out in Vegas. That's commitment. Is that an early morning or is that a late night?
Lester, what day of the week is it? It's an early morning. Maybe you put in a session. Grinder. Who knows? And we got a little situation developing back here as Punsri's red aces in the hijack open. And Mateos with ace-jack finds himself in an awful spot. A 3-better to 205,000.
Curious to see what the reigning main event champion brings. Hijack v cutoff. I'm not sure we want to do much flatting at these stack depths, but aces, the ideal hand to do it with. Always have to be worried as well, though, with aces that you don't get the full double on some scary boards.
Well, I'm the sicko that every time I slow play them and I lose the pot, I just allowed that single reality to be the one that makes me think that I should have done something differently, as Punsri is not slow playing. And the jam puts the ace-jack into a safer place than it would have been had Mateos taken the flop.
Yeah, note the 3-bet fold, 18 effective against Punsri.
These are real ideas.
Ike's looking more and more like a boss every day. His pants.
Looks like about 25k turbo on break, Ali. Currently 104 entries in that one. Late reg closed. Can sweat along over on the Triton Poker Plus. I do apologize, Ali. You mentioned
just the 7-8 suited going into the mug. Caught my attention, but not that of Punsri.
190.
Allowing Dvoris to be the opener with ace-3 suited. Takes it up to 190,000, and there's an ace-10 suited awaiting him in Michael Soiza's seat.
$400.
Yeah, I love this. Jamming feels suicidal. ISOing to clear out the stacks that can do considerable damage to us behind. Obviously folding to a jam if any of those big stacks announce themselves, but committing against Dvoris. As raised to 4.75 bigs. Gonna take his time here.
As you mentioned, the notion that he is committing in the event, of course, that Dvoris puts the rest of it in there. We begin to appreciate just how surgically Soiza is approaching this spot.
maybe Soiza the stack that Dvoris doesn't want to tangle with, given that he was willing to commit 30 big blinds, or at least he's displaying here that he was willing to commit 30 big blinds. Maybe the snap call-off comes against Henrik Hecklund in the big. Sorry, Rob Young in the big.
Both those gentlemen have folded and left Dvoris with a look of consternation. Is there a raise fold off of 465K with this ace-3 suited?
Aye. My order?
It's going to be left with 7 big blinds. 2 off the money. 159,500 min cash. It's funny, Timothy Adams was saying the other day that Dvoris is the guy that he goes to when it comes to ICM, widely considered one of the best in the world. You can see him really trying to crunch some back of the envelope math here. Let's it go, Ali. Get the notebooks out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, take note.
Okay. Do you have change? Do you have 3 there?
How about it? 4.75 bigs, then folding with 7 behind. The question that I'm asking myself is, why not make it 3.5? You know, save yourself that 1.25 or 3 for that matter. I don't know. Really interesting hand for the purists out there.
Well, let's not forget that we are 2 away from the money, not the stone bubble. 13 left, 11 paid. Obviously, Dvoris would love to be among them.
What are you doing down there, Ali?
Who, me?
Yeah. You good?
Well, Henry, if you must know.
I'm just letting you know, it looks kind of
I'm
strange.
just
It's
trying to
Dvoris immediately rewarded. Go on.
Work my way around these
situations.
European standard plugs.
Oh, it's tilting. It's incredibly tilting for us Americans. I mean, how does the world not revolve around us?
Did you just
this far east?
You just somehow sarcastically give yourself a green card?
I wish it was that easy. How dare they not accommodate the American plug socket, Ali, here?
Listen, that's
15 hours.
I'm just not
east
used
of Vegas
to trying to work my way around.
You're not used to fitting things in small holes down here. I get it. It's not easy. It's tough.
Boy, Henry, it took every ounce of me, really, to steer clear of that invitation.
Well, it's obviously talking about the plug socket situation we got going on here, but you managed to pull it off. Well played. Bravo.
Give like 8 nights to it,
No. I don't know.
Red queens for
an ace.
Henrik Hecklund.
Hmm?
Good fold.
I'm not really. I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, unless
in raising.
No, not
it's just close.
I mean, still, I don't know. I'd beat. Probably. Yeah, I'm okay with that, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
and seems like it's not.
By the way, Ali, Santosh getting busy out there over on table 2. He's taking the chip lead, 13 left.
The SS Suvarna, as I christened it earlier, full steam ahead.
Love that.
Eklund
Lines up.
not getting any action. Henrik's a fun guy to pass the time with. Had a chance to hang out with him in North Cyprus, and
Oh,
he
man.
was mildly
Second that one.
imbibed.
Yeah, second that. Remember landing in Vegas, got to the win, and first thing I see is Henrik just tower of chips in front of him at a ultimate Texas Hold'em table. You want a piece, Henry? Yeah, go on then. How much? To be fair, he span it up. Handed me a good $600-700.
Sweet.
200.
Dvoris looking for some spin up. 4Xing here off of 375.
Allegations that the wheels have come off in the booth.
Perhaps I'll be prepared to reinforce those allegations as
$1 million is $40, I think.
discussion of Henrik has
Yes.
jogged my memory to a particular evening whilst playing poker in Las Vegas at the Wynn, no less, when we looked up at the television monitors and soaked up something I'd never seen before in sport. I'm going to butcher the name of it.
Go on.
Duds, I believe.
Duds.
Which is death diving.
Oh, wow.
It's the belly flop championships competition. Something given to us by the people of Norway.
Yep.
Denmark, of course, a part of Scandinavia.
Let me just check the
No,
map. Yeah,
Finland,
that's right.
Right. Sweden, Denmark. And I got to tell you, if you've never watched this, it is a sight to behold, which is fairly how one might be able to describe the operations of the likes of Stephen Chidwick at any given featured table. You see him rip it in, take it down. Curiosity not piquing your interest on this?
No, I've seen it.
Danish.
Seen it before.
You have seen it before.
Yeah, I've actually. It's quite popular in places like Greece as well, Malta, if I'm not mistaken. That leaning more towards the just ridiculously high cliff diving, but similar kind of sports.
It's for everybody who tried to cliff dive unsuccessfully. I feel like this is where you end up.
Yeah, I've done that.
You've done this.
Not by choice. It was my poor attempts of diving off of a cliff quite unsuccessfully and landing halfway on my back.
Well, Rob Young dives in with ace-jack and sends an ace-jack into the muck behind him, as well as an ace-6.
Two off the money, power of ICM.
Call.
Well, Soiza unfortunately shares a jack with Rob here in this spot. Both on the deeper side of the spectrum stack-wise here. As Soiza so fortunate to outflop him with bottom pair, but this board texture doesn't automatically mean he gets to see showdown. As Rob promptly follows through for 60K.
Don't see anything other than check call from Soiza. Covered, two off the money. going to want to try and get this one to showdown as cheaply as possible as the King of Clubs pairs the top card on the board and feels like a turn card. Expect to see Rob kind of wave the white flag. A lot of gut shots and straight draws out there, but that Jack of Clubs interacting with some of those Jack 8s, Jack 10s. It's reaching. Ali really leaning in on this bubble. And it's a sizable lean. More than half pot.
Just ace high for Rob as he is really trying to tell a story. And of course, Soy's forced to show a little bit of respect given the sizing and the fact that the third barrel on the river would, provided the Jack 7 is unimproved, create so much discomfort.
How about it?
Rob's a boss.
Really is. Rob, of course, involved in a voting panel with Paul Poir and Jason Kuhn back in the 200k Coin River Invitational.
Determining
Can I please order sparkling water?
what exactly?
Other players that were put forward into the business side and the pro side.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just
So kind of partnered up with Paul and the Triton team when it came to the organisation of that incredibly successful event. Really looking forward to seeing more of that content being released over on our YouTube channel in the coming months.
Stephen Chidwick releasing 100,000 into the middle with King 6 suited. Punsri jamming with 2 10s from the hijack.
Yeah, you never love it when you're 9 of 13.
To be clear, it's 100 and all in.
A couple of
Alright.
really short stacks out there, but pocket 10s. Does get it through.
Yeah, Stevie never a caller in that spot.
That's a banana smoothie?
Probably just not ripe. Yeah. God damn it, good dessert.
Could be mix, kale and banana.
Does it taste like banana at all? I've had a smoothie like that had banana.
What was that?
Looks like Chidwick's family on the Road Forest. Just waking them up from his nap in between hands.
You never know. Could have been the blackjack dealer that spun it up for him on the break. Odds against, but
I was about to say, doesn't really strike me as the type.
no, he has a beautiful family that follow him around on tour.
I've had the pleasure of... We were talking about it the other day. Imagine having a daughter Stephen's age that's already smarter than 90% of the human population.
Well, if I had a daughter Stephen's age, I would hope that she would be smarter than 90% of the population. You mean a daughter the same age as Stephen's? I'm just clarifications needed there.
Take a day off.
Oh
Looks
no,
like
the day off is exactly what it seems like. Our 13th place
mockery
finisher.
Norwegian Weasel.
Steve, if I opened jam last hand, do you call? No, probably not. I had one right.
Sizable pot.
Yeah, didn't really get a glimpse yet of what happened, but O'Dwyer, the beneficiary. Henry, walk us through it.
Yeah, it was 5th v 7th at the time. O'Dwyer with queens, Mockery with ace queen. Queen's holding up.
Do we know how it got in? It looks like a hijack open from Mokri, maybe a 3-bet
Yeah.
from O'Dwyer for all of it.
No. 3-bet
Oh,
injuries
okay.
from O'Dwyer on the button and Mockery coming back over the top. Steve O'Dwyer, chip leader with 12 left.
Those are the spots that haunt you as we come upon the stone money bubble of event 7 now. 12 left, 11 paid. Let's get a look at the chip counts. Blinds 25 and 50,000. 11th place, 159,500. 12th, nothing. 1.75 to the winner. Suvarna second in chips behind O'Dwyer, by the way, now, courtesy of Steve absorbing Kyan Mokri's tokens.
Betting discs. Chips.
Keep it going. How many other ways can you express it?
I don't really have any.
I was going to say biscuits.
Biscuits.
Frisbees.
Yeah, I like frisbees. That's
Saucers.
Oreos. We're just churning out anything circular now. So we are on the stone bubble. We see tournament director Luca Vivaldi just announcing that we are hand for hand. Blinds still 25,000, 50,000. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Shout out Poker Stake, by the way. Michael Soiser selling a decent chunk of his action into this event number 7. See him currently sat second in chips at this feature table. It's a potential ROI for people that bought a little sweat.
Yeah.
Do believe he was almost sold
I
out.
tried my best.
The action that he put up.
Nice.
Good fall.
DeVoris with 2 red 5s opens to 235,000.
Yeah, also sometimes if you just have King Jack, you might just blast it off, right?
Unsee saying, I still find it amazing that Triton have someone at every table with an iPad updating chip stacks every hand, thus updating the Triton Poker Plus app.
It really does take a village, take an army, in fact, to administer one of these events.
What happens
You have 5 now? I have 500 exactly. You have more.
when we get 300
You have
runners
Exactly 500 behind, right?
5 plus this.
Yeah.
in an event a couple of stops from now?
You think it happens?
300 runners in a 25k?
15 or 25K?
Yeah.
Well, you were
Qualifiers
there
over on GG.
with me over a late night meal
Yeah.
as we asked Paul Fua exactly that. The one thing that I know for sure
makes sense.
is the brand isn't going to allow the player experience to be impacted whatsoever by that reality. If indeed we get ourselves to a place where we can come to expect the fields to be that size, we will grow with them. Perhaps I will remain as immature as I am today. I will not grow.
I would lay decent money down on that line.
Yeah. Aces, you got aces. What you gonna do?
But the rest of the operation will grow.
No, I'll have to fault. It's the 3rd time I've had aces cracked this tournament.
Well, at least you had aces 3 times.
But I lost every time. I might as well have had deuce 7.
Well played, Soiser.
No,
well played.
Of course, you'd
That
rather
was
have
quick.
7 because the pot probably would have been smaller.
Yeah.
That was very quick.
Michael,
I haven't had aces
Anything
at all.
to say.
I don't mind looking down at some aces.
Well, I
Let's
don't
be
recommend the
putting
green
Mateus
drink.
all in
Guys.
on the bubble. Stone bubble.
But the nuts are the mixed nuts are okay. Korean nuts.
Is it sweet, the green drink? Is it sweet? Is there sugar in it?
No.
Full of kale.
So it's
It's like crushed
healthy.
It's like crushed
I mean, there
lettuce.
might be in the next one you order because there might be in the next one you order because it just seems like they're kind of like randomizing what they put in there.
It's like a typo. They put banana by accident, right?
Hell of a typo that was.
King 8 into the muck for Mateus. Punser, by the way, not wearing his Triton main event win watch.
You know, I was
Left it back
suspicious
home
as
in
well.
Bangkok.
You know, he went all in the river because I
Too
think he's
scared
got
to
queen
travel
jack.
with it, Ali.
Probably just a call. You know.
Precious.
Yeah, a bit
I'm
myself,
thinking,
maybe.
how's he so sure? I don't think he's got queen 7. So you know, I should have ace queen. And I can have ace queen, king queen. I'm thinking, strange bet. You had the boat
Post-mortem on that aces v deuces hand.
Queen.
Rob finding out that Hecklen had the
Yeah.
goods.
Try to get you.
Yeah. Very nice of you. Appreciate it. Very nice of you. Everybody should be trying to keep me in to encourage me to play more of these tournaments.
But you still need the chips to win, though.
Huh?
Anybody's chips will do, you know. You still need chips to win.
I know, but you want me to do well in this tournament to keep me playing, right?
Of course, if you have a choice.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a choice, we need to win ourselves also. So you take what you can get, you know.
You gotta let the businessman cash sometimes, right?
Hopefully win when you're out, you know. Yeah.
I mean, you have a good chance of cashing.
I root for you if I bust.
You have a pretty good chance of cashing this one.
Yeah, I'm
Mateus
on
and
that.
Boris both share a 10
I like your
here.
side, let's put it that way, yeah.
As Adrian chose to limp the small gallery board.
Rob loves playing the
Never
part,
know.
doesn't he?
No,
Really
no.
does.
I've done it before.
It is no limit hold'em.
Absolutely love to see it.
Feels authentic.
Yeah, the nuts are nice.
Good, eh?
The nuts are very nice.
He's sharp,
Please.
Ali.
Pete's World.
Oh,
The
yeah.
sharpest.
I think that
See.
this is a good tournament, but pre-flop shot clock, no action, should be 15 seconds.
You said this the last time, I disagree.
It's very bad. Yeah.
It's 20 seconds.
Yeah, he wants it to be 15, right? I disagree. I think it's too short.
Yeah, but everybody takes the full 20.
Because
So you might as well let them take the first 15, right?
I don't think that's true. I don't think everyone takes the full 20.
Not always.
A lot of people do. I only mean no action to you. If it's action to you, I'm just talking no action, right?
Yeah. Yep, sure.
No, but like at the stage of the tournament where you might like want to
Double check.
where you might want to just like rip, or you might want to raise like.
I feel like 15 is too short. We had this discussion the last time.
What do you do? What do you do online then? You only get 15 online.
I don't know. Like here, you got to look at the stacks. You can't just look at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
number, you know?
it's,
Yeah,
because all the stacks are numbers.
Yeah.
Scan the numbers and everything.
I'm not
Online you have the big blinds.
I'm
Yeah,
not
big
looking-
blinds, yeah,
Hold on,
you
a minute, I'm not looking at the stacks and counting the numbers, am I?
The last time we had this conversation, you accidentally used a time bank because you weren't paying attention in London. So that's what I mean.
You guys are counting stacks. I'm not. So I want 10 seconds.
Yeah.
We shouldn't do things for professional poker players' benefit.
But sometimes you're on your phone, you know, you don't realize, you know, you're talking to someone and, you know, it's like, oh, sir, you know, 5 seconds left.
Okay, 30 seconds for VIP, 50 seconds for pro.
As long as there was like a fair way to determine who
That
like a
is
VIP
fair, right?
is, I think that would be fine.
15 seconds.
I just decide.
But then there's like some questionable VIPs and some questionable
Hey,
pros.
Mateus
if you saw
declines the button
voting
with
for that
King
last
10 there.
tournament, Corner Invitational, and you saw my votes. A lot of those players who played that I voted against.
All in. It's 400.
Divorce.
Anyone that I thought was a good player, I voted against, pro or not.
Taking a stand here with Queen 10 offsuit on the stone money bubble from the small blind. 8x.
King high.
Yo-yo viral, I said pro.
Good for
Nice fella,
chips.
I like him, but doesn't mean I've got to
Suppose
vote
it
for
makes the
business
call.
I like him. Pro, yeah.
On the stone bubble.
Well, he can afford to make that call.
That. Who's the guy?
What's that?
The Norwegian guy.
It didn't take him long to settle on it either, did it?
No, the Norwegian guy that got in the Corner Invitational. Is he Norwegian or Swedish? Online player.
The guy that busted just now? Or
No, the guy that got in the Queen River Invitational, he was like an online grinder.
No, I know
Somehow
who
managed
they're
to get
talking
in.
about.
Oh, it was the Finnish guy.
Finnish guy, yeah.
Down to the
Talvidier,
outer-
is that
That's
the-
exactly who it was.
The name?
It was some.
What have we here
talks.
at the outer table?
Well, we have a pile of chips and an owl in front of O'Dwyer, who has checked over to Orpen. Absolute savage. Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Looks like he's playing around 1.2 going to this turn card.
Flop 9-7 deuce. 2 clubs. Turn was a queen. And now the river.
Check on the turn.
Ace that came off?
It was entertaining river card, given that this is hijack v big blind.
Didn't quite catch Steve's holding there.
Looked like a 9, Ali.
Of course, chip's not headed his way. Orpen at showdown, hauling it in.
Michael, you don't like him, do you? Call him a king 5 to knock him out.
So with that hand at the outer table in the books, it will be time for the boys here to get on their backs with the Queen 10 and King 5, 850K and bubble implications going to the flop. King 8 deuce, bad news for Daniel Dvoris, whose bid for his first ever Triton title grows grim.
It's not a call?
It's a ruthless call.
Trip Kings on the turn, and Soiza has done the dirty work on behalf of the 10 others who won't lack sympathy, but also won't be going home empty-handed. As
In the money, I've got
Dan
my 2 bullets back.
Dvoris, the dubious distinction of the bubble.
And then some.
People that bought action over on Poker Stake are going to be happy as well, Ali.
You get 1.5. You know, the buy-in is
10K, right? Yeah.
Don't know who exactly
Rake
it
is
was that
6%
came
on the
over
first
to
and
sweat
4% on
that,
the
but
second.
heard Michael
I can't
speak
do
to
math,
some
but I think it's
players in
less
the
than
realm,
9,500.
insinuating that King 5 is
I
not a
think
call
you're coming out on top.
in that spot for 8 bigs.
I think so, yeah.
Sure, that'll be looked at later on.
Well,
but there's also rake on top.
Initial response for
Mine
you,
is not
Henry?
75. It's
I know I
75
kind
plus
of
6%.
raised an eyebrow, but what?
And then 75
We don't
plus
look to me for these sorts of analyses.
Yeah, of course, you know, I've just got
No,
so much
75%
experience
is
in
fine.
these 75Ks.
Oh, they charge it on your buy-in?
Yes.
One doesn't have to have experience in a
He's
75K. The game is the game.
159,000 bubble, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, I think I'm calling with King High for chips. I'm not sure with ICM on the bubble what the situation is. So as a deduced that it was a call, a very short bubble, by the way.
Well, oftentimes we do know on the backside of the bubble bursting, we see other short stacks look to get it in promptly. Mateos with 12 bigs, currently the shortest of those stacks. And he finds himself jamming with King Queen over the top of the Punsri Open, while Soiza wakes up with 2 9s and asks for a count.
Pocket 9s. Doing well against the 12 big blind rejam range. Actually against the cutoff open, and he's going to take the spot. Should get rid of the reigning main event champion, and El Matador in the money. 159,500 locked up, flipping for his tournament life.
Good luck, guys.
1.4 million in the middle. Punsri out of the way. Mateos in need of help. Unavailable on the 7-6 deuce board. Turn is paint, but not the right variety. And Mateos with just 4 outs now. 4 hearts, not among them. So GG's issued to Adrian Mateos, but thankfully for his purposes, he ends up on the right side of the bubble, just shortly removed from its bursting.
No problem.
Earning 159.5 for that 11th place finish. Flat payout, mind you, for 10th.
So we're getting someone, right?
Yes, we're waiting for them.
Yeah.
3 for 6 here in Vietnam in cashes.
Thanks. Every day the fish gets smaller and smaller.
It's because they ran out yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
So they're pushing it out?
Yeah.
Yep. Same.
So we are hand for hand.
Action held up here at the
Hang on
feature.
a minute.
Did we
Are they?
lose another? It looks like David Yan, another Triton first-timer who is 0 for coming into this one, playing under the New Zealand flag, was also eliminated. So that means we're down to just 9 players here, Henry. 159.5 going to Yan.
Looks like squaring off against Jason Kuhn, who had him covered by less than a big blind. Yan rejamming pocket threes out of the small. So we welcome you back to the break desk, Ali.
Yeah, just taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app here for the details on that specific spot. Jason Kuhn had 2 queens against those 2 threes of David Yan. So he does make the money. That's the good news for him. 10th place, 159,500, and the payouts as we take a peek at the app once more, moving up to 182,500, and a jump from 9th to 8th available, north of 50K, Henry. And so we will amalgamate the field, redraw for the final table. 9 runners remaining. Henrik Eklund, Punat Punsri, both at the small end of the leaderboard, but roughly 20 bigs, plenty off of which to operate. Jason Kuhn just picking up the remainder of Jan's chips in 7th there. We're talking about title holders and no shortage of them out of this remaining 9-man field. 5 by my count.
5 title holders.
Am I missing anyone?
No, I think you're spot on.
Soiza, Chidwick, Kuhn, Punsri, Eklund.
Yeah.
My goodness. No shortage of talent going to be awaiting us. And as you look at those chip counts here, Henry, now is the time where I put you on the spot and I say, who do you like?
Well, you know, 38 big blind average. This is by far the deepest final table we've actually had of the series so far. And as you said, you know, a lot of talent at this final table. These guys know how to navigate all different types of stack depths. The deeper, the better, I would say, for them, as they're going to get to see a lot more flops. And I don't know. I mean, this final table, man. Steve O'Dwyer leading the pack. Stephen Chidwick, first final table of the series, leading that Player of the Year leaderboard. Rob Young making an appearance. Jason Kuhn looking for title number 5. That would be.
Call me crazy. 7th in chips right now, 29 bigs in front of him. But I wouldn't mind picking Jason Kuhn. I mean, you know that he is going to make sound decisions at every single juncture. It just feels like he's so mistake-free in his game. That's a guy that's going to cobble a little bit, and then the next thing you know, that one confrontation, if it comes out in his favor, boom, vaulting right up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And he's been to the summit on 4 prior occasions. Can he scale it for a record-breaking 5th time? We will certainly keep an eye on him and find out, as Henry and I will be stepping aside here. When we return in just a few minutes' time, it'll be time for the final table of Event 7, the 75K, with 2 7-figure payouts up top. Keep it close. More from Vietnam after this.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker. Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
And welcome back to the Hoiana Resort here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad joined now by Randy Liu. Randy, you're stepping right in to the final table of Event 7, as all of you out there are as well. 11 places paid. We lost 11th and 10th in rapid succession. Those finishers, Adrian Mateos and David Yan. His first cash at his first Triton Festival. So congratulations to him. But now we turn our attention to the fact that we have 5 former Triton title holders out of 9 players, Randy. Perhaps the most stacked FT that we've had thus far. One might have expected that based on the fact that buy-ins are moving up. We're at the 75K. You don't get a ton of riffraff showing up in these spots, but as you take a peek at the feature table, final table as it were now, you do see that 4-time title winner, Jason Kuhn, to the right of Stephen Chidwick. You see the chip counts there, 25 and 50K. I like Jason Kuhn to make a splash and maybe a bid for his 5th title. Who do you like right now looking at that leaderboard?
Looking at this really quickly, I like Michael Soiza. I don't know, just one of these Malaysian contingents seem to be getting it done lately this week, and I think he's in position to do it.
All right, well, in position to bring out all 9 of these players at the final table now is our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. Let's send it down to him.
Event number 7 here in Triton, Vietnam. We had 85 players entering this 75K. We are down to 9 players battling out for the first prize of more than 1.7 million. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1 from Turkey with 1.7 million, please put your hand together for Orpen Kizachikoglu.
Orpen, as Henry mentioned earlier, tops on Turkey's all-time money list, has 1 title and 3 cashes.
1.1 million from Thailand. Please welcome Punat Punsri.
3.5 million in career earn for Orpen. Punat Punsri won the main in North Cyprus. 2.8 million in career earn.
Number 3 with 1.8 million. Please welcome Rob Young.
2 cashes across Rob Young's Triton career, 332K in earnings.
1.5 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Jason Kuhn.
16.8 million in career Triton earnings, 24 cashes, 4 titles. This is 25th cash.
And in C6 from the UK with 2.5 million. Please put your hand together for Stephen Chidwick.
Chidwick, also an incredible success on the Triton Tour. 13.8 million in earnings. This is his 18th cash. He has 1 title.
7, we have our chip leader from Ireland with 2.6 million. Please welcome Steve O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer, a consummate professional, quietly goes about his business. 3.3 million plus in earn. This is his 10th cash. He does have a title.
You see number 8 from Denmark with 910,000. Please put your hand together for Henrik Hecklin.
Hecklin, a main event winner. The Great Dane is Henry christened him, 4.3 million in earnings. 2 titles, 6 cashes. This is 7th.
Seat number
2nd
9
here
from
in Vietnam.
Malaysia with 2.5 million. Please welcome Michael Soiza.
Soiza, his 12th cash of his Triton career, 4.6 million in earn, and 1 title.
Last but not least, in seat number 10 from India with 2.5 million. Please welcome Santosh Suvarna.
Could this be the moment for Santosh Suvarna? 245,000 in earnings, 1 cash is his first in Vietnam.
We're just going to draw for the button.
This is Jason Kuhn's first cash in Vietnam. By the way, Randy, a little bit surprised when I caught that stat. For Chidwick, though, his 4th in 6 attempts.
Not too bad. Michael Soiza, I believe he has some cashes under his belt at Vietnam as well. A 7th place finish in event number 1 for 164K.
Now, earlier, I said we had 5 Triton title holders. I think we've got 7. Oh, Dwyer actually has a title.
He does.
Soiza has a title. Chidwick has a title. Suvarna and Yang do not. Orpin, Kuhn, Punsri, and Hecklin all have Triton titles. So shame on me. I just can't imagine we could ask for a more stacked final table. As you look at the chip counts and the payouts, brought to you by Poker Stake, official staking partner of the Triton Tour.
Do you remember at the start of day today in the pre-show, you were asking me, oh, all these newcomers are coming out and, you know, triumphing over the fields. Well, here, a lot of experienced veterans in the Triton series.
No newcomers across this 9-player field. As we start things off with Rob Young under the gun.
Average stack is pretty large, 38 big blinds. A lot of room for play.
I just can't remember a time where we didn't start one of these final tables with somebody down in that kind of 3 to 8 big blind range that everyone just sort of sat back and waited to be the first casualty here. Shortest stack belonging to Hecklin, 18 bigs. It's a good amount off of which to operate.
It's a lot for sure. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how the big stacks want to navigate this situation. But there actually is no clear chip leader. If you look at the top 4 stacks, they all have 50 big blinds besides old Dwyer with 53.
Suvarna, button open. In a good spot here against Punsri, who defends, dominated.
Not too shabby.
Ace, Jack, 4, both players with middle pair, advantage Suvarna.
One of those spots where you're looking to get the showdown, hopefully get 1 bet in at most. It'll be a little costly for Punat Punsri, as these 2 big blinds being bet is a decent part of his stack. Can't fault him for check calling Jack 5 mid-pair. There are some cards on the turn that might give him some extra outs. Not that one.
Why you play the game?
Suvarna still in front.
Yeah, now that he's got his 1 bet in there, imagine he's going to want to try to show this down.
I'm down to 125,000. That's all. That's all. When you're really short.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
But Ace has cracked 3 times as well. This tournament.
Check back brings the 7 on the river.
Kicker is good. Will be played.
Not running great.
Seems like one of those spots where just check, hope your opponent checks it back. Let's see what Punat Punsri is going to do. Check it is. Looks a little uneasy here with Jack 10. It's got enough showdown.
So 1 barrel on the flop of value obtained by Suvarna. Decided it was all done. Trying to squeeze chips out of Punsri with both an ace and a king out there.
Yeah, going to move Punsri down to 9th place after this hand.
You are welcome to take your seats. Just over 2 minutes remaining for your game.
You put my card. Right there.
What do you think O'Dwyer's annual conditioner bill is? I'm not asking about shampoo.
Just a conditioner.
Not supposed to wash every day. Just conditioner. Lustrous mane. So you don't want to take a guess? Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to because it looks like it's pocket kings versus ace-7 suited coming in, blind versus blind. I wonder if he's going to come to play, put in a little limp trap here. Kings. Raising's okay too if you want to start bloating the pot. I think he's a little bit afraid that it will just get checked through pre-flop, so it goes for the raise. And I would not blame Rob Young if he wanted to attempt to punish with ace-7 suited.
Well, for the time being, he would only be punishing himself.
Yeah.
Oh, and he does ask for it. Punsri double checks.
Yeah.
Gets it in there.
Cooler.
Hesitate to call it a misstep for Rob Young. Obviously, there's some frequency with which you can just jam the ace-7 suited and collect 150.
Yeah, it's just a cooler, really. Blind versus blind. Ace-7 suited's going to fare best and just have so much fold equity.
Young coming into this pot was 5th of 9 runners in chips. Now he plays for 1.65. Not one, but 2 hearts on the board. Top set for Punsri, but vulnerable.
What am I now?
Like 32 or something?
Any 10, any heart that isn't a queen. That's what Rob needs, and now it's over as the jack pairs the board, so Punsri can exhale. He doubles off of the short stack.
I don't think I can fold.
Punsri had an amazing Northern Cyprus trip. Maybe he's going to get himself closer to that 2-time champion.
Unfortunate.
This is Rob's first event. Final table, not too bad, despite losing that last pot.
Instant results.
Any 10, any half.
With a Thai contingent in the chat just going bananas.
Yeah.
Courtesy of that devil.
Right.
Their man, a real hero.
Any ace. Any 10, any half.
Yeah, I noticed from the Eastern countries, whenever their man's on the final table or feature table, they're just out there just typing away, having a good time.
Twice.
O'Dwyer. King Jack.
We gotta get new 100Ks. These things are too similar to the 5Ks. Yeah.
I was wondering why they're using the 100Ks from one chipset and all of the other chips from another. And switching between both.
Yeah, I don't know. We need to change that. The 100s need to be like a bright color of some sort.
Saw some hesitation from Santosh, folding 7-6 suited. Don't blame him. Multiple people to act behind him.
He knows better.
Fold.
No takers for O'Dwyer. One of the two players who I am guilty of having overlooked in terms of.
It's a different design.
But it's hard to tell from afar, though.
Yeah, it still is hard to tell, but that's probably, I guess, why they're having different chipsets.
Yeah.
Title holder, in part, Randy, because his title came prior to my involvement with the tour back in 2019 in Montenegro.
At the start, when everyone has one of them, or And if
Multiple
that's really
second
that,
places for big
it's
scores
probably
as well.
not put them in play for a while.
Good to see him back at the top.
Even the all-in triangle, black on black, is not the best.
Same story, by the way, for Orpin, whose title came in Rosvadov in 2019 in the 100K.
Pocket
2
fives.
fives, yeah, for Savarna.
Playable. You got the chip stack, where people are going to play a little bit cautious against you. You're going to see a lot of raise and takes in this final table. Of course, you know, we look at the prize distribution, 182K guaranteed, but every pay jump looking around 50K more, at least. Sometimes tide is right.
Selfishly, we often root for the loosey-goosey, somebody to stir the pot a little bit, but
I appreciate some high-level poker, which, if it's going to be folding, that's okay. Just play your best.
Jack 10 offsuit now for Pranat Punsri, who's already enjoyed a double here, much to the delight of the chat, many of whom are streaming from his native Thailand.
Folds Jack 10, understandable because we're at the final table. People are going to narrow their ranges a bit. You don't want to be the one splashing around. You want to watch other people splash around so maybe you can get some pay jumps. What's Jason got? Oh, he's got the Jack 10. A little bet size increase pre-flop, 2.5x. Trying to dissuade the man who's got him covered from defending the big blind. Doesn't work.
Both players sharing a 10 and looking up at a 6-5-4 flop.
Absolutely no connection. A tricky one to see bet for Jason. So, why not take the free one? Smashes the big blind. This is the fun part of the hand. 4-liner.
Well, it seems like the part of the hand that invites O'Dwyer to maybe get after it a little bit more so than Jason.
Yeah, holding the 10-9 is helpful too, because if, say, the 8 drops off, you have a super straight. Easy bet and take. One of the nice things of having these big stacks is that people tend to check flops and turns a little bit more, and you get to realize more equity than normal.
Uneventful conclusion to that one. Dwyer able to haul it in. Still the early going here, this final table. In event 7, the 75K. Largest buy-in thus far of our Vietnam Festival. Still larger ones loom. Michael Soiza. He's to 100K.
Ace-Jack, Jason Kuhn in the cutoff. Interesting, 24 big blinds. definitely see a mixed strategy here. Looks like he's just laying it down. This is just pure respect for the ICM right now. He knows that Rob Young's on the bottom. Doesn't want to play a dicey situation where flat calling and maybe lose some chips post flop. Didn't really want to 3-bet and commit. He knows he needs a really narrow, tight range to be able to 3-bet the undergun open. You know what? If none of them seem good, just fold it.
That leaves O'Dwyer, the lone patron with King Jack offsuit. And he outflops the sevens. Top pair, checks it over to Soiza, dummy end of a gutter.
Yeah, not the best, not the worst flop for him. Putting in chips gets a little dicey for Soiza. I like to check.
Now king's up for O'Dwyer. Neither player has a heart. Steve proceeds with caution. These are a couple of the bigger stacks, first and third coming into this one.
I think that's a big part of why Steve-O is checking here. Ooh.
Fourth heart on the river, and might Soiza be given the opportunity to turn this hand into a bluff?
I would feel pretty tempted to bet here. If it gets checked to Soiza, sevens is unlikely to be good without the heart. Your opponent has checked you 3 times. Seems pretty weak. Let's see if Soiza thinks that his opponent would be holding a heart in this spot, but also would O'Dwyer call just like a naked ace or 2 pair? We'll find out soon.
300,000 out there.
Yeah, wow, pot size bet.
Oh, yeah. Soiza putting him to the test.
Well, he didn't relinquish yet. He is going to send it. Man, Soiza's good.
Yeah. Opportunity created there, courtesy of a couple of streets of checking from Steve O'Dwyer. Do you feel like you prefer a bet on the turn from kings and jacks, given that board texture?
You know, I wouldn't mind him at least strongly considering that, because the texture is quite wet, right? You didn't want to like a 10, a queen, another heart to drop off. I mean, I know Soiza is capable of checking back some flush draws on the flop. Looks like he was trying to contain it, but well, possibly a small misstep. Steve O'Dwyer would know his range is better than me, of course, so just something to take note.
Well, one thing that you can rest assured of is with the talent level that we are staring at this final table, which I think stands far and away alone as the toughest FT of the festival. Missteps are going to be very rare and not big if they're made. It's going to be really small ones, and not alleging by any stretch that O'Dwyer made a misstep over there. You know, I'm super guilty of being results oriented, right?
By no means are we saying he made a misstep, but of course, you know, like a lot of these poker players have balance in their range where sometimes they bet X percentage, sometimes they check X percentage. So, you know what? Maybe the RNG said check at a lower frequency.
Yeah, the last few final tables have been crazy shallow. Average stack here is 33 big blinds.
Orpin.
Yeah.
King, queen suited, picks up Soiza for the ride.
Pretty deep for
once again a 2.5x open into the big stacks.
King 5-4. Top pair for Orpin. Kind of board texture where the 4 and the 5 aren't really of concern for Soiza, and from this point forward, it's going to be a question of how much King X is in Orpin's range. And
yep. And
maybe
you know what?
pairs.
Undergun +1, I say King X is a large part of his range. You know, King Queen, King Jack, King 10 suited, Ace King. The thing is, the 4 and 5 works better for Soiza, right? Because he's got the pocket 3s. He can maybe drop like the 6 or a deuce on the turn, which gives him more equity. Small bet here. You know, I say there's a lot of kings in Orpin's range, but there's a lot of garbage in there too, right? Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, Ace Queen. So for this price, with the way those 4s and 5s work with the 3, I think it's a mandatory call. No, sorry. Sorry.
220
just
says
check
Soiza
raise?
as he seeks to bring this pot into focus, and it is an ill-timed solicitation.
That's actually quite interesting to check raise at the pocket threes. I suppose he figures his hand is a little vulnerable. Wouldn't mind taking it down. As played for Orpin. You
This
never
is the
want to
high
see
variance line, Randy.
Yeah, for sure. You never want to see the check raise when you're holding top pair, but mandatory call. Let's see what happens on the turn.
Wonder if Soiza picks up a straight draw.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
What happens? Not there, the 9 of diamonds.
So Soiza's probably thinking that Orpin's holding a king at a very high percentage of the time. If there's any chance he's ahead, it would be against 6-7. If it opted to even open with this stack size in early position.
It would seem
unlikely.
Needlessly ambitious out of Orpin.
Yeah,
a hand like that.
Ace 3, but you're blocking Ace 3. Really, I would think Soiza. Wow, what's going on here? 250K.
What's going on is Soiza is trying to lean into Orpin.
Yeah. Maybe he feels that Orpin might be sticky with like a c-bet of pocket 10s on the flop and the check raise. Comes to mind. As played. It's a safe card for Orpin on the turn. Keep it small, and this hand's not over yet. We know Soiza. There's a chance he can just tell this story like, I flopped it. I don't know about that
Board
card.
pairs on the river after another $500,000 slid into the middle in this pot that Soiza defended from the big blind with the 2 3s in, chose to check raise and barrel.
Yeah, that's... If he was considering going for some 6 play on the river, that's not a good card.
Three different ones. I don't know how much this was. It's 24 for 3.
Is there value for Orpin to bet King Queen suited? Usually he's got the best hand, but you need to start thinking about hands that will call you. That's worse.
I bought 3, so I don't know how much this one.
Check raise flop. Turn.
But it's very comfy to play poker with.
This is give up here from Michael, right? There's no bet that he's going to be
No.
calling with these 3s at this point.
Maybe a mini bet at best. Yeah, I'm having trouble thinking of hands that Orpin can think of. That would check raise flop. Call turn bet. Didn't check to you.
You're getting in.
Only hand I can think of is like King 4 that got counterfeited. But let's see. Maybe seems to be aware that he's got the best hand. Just debating the risk reward.
Yeah, that's really the equation here.
It doesn't.
Credit Orpin for getting after it there. $500,000 bet. Soiza promptly puts it into the muck, though.
Yeah, sometimes it's come down to, I don't know what you're going to call me with, but I'll let you figure it out.
Yeah. That'll send Soiza into 5th in chips and leave Orpin 4th in front of him. As we look at the chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. Blinds going up to 30 and 60. Stacks getting a little bit shallower, but far from shallow. As Suvarna is your chip leader. Just look at that. 2.88 million in front of him. Dwyer nipping on his heels there. Dead heat between Chidwick and Orpin. And 182.5 looking for a home among 8 other payouts. All of that brought to you by Poker Stake. By the way, the crew over on Poker Stake that plunked down a little something on Soiza, who sold a good package. They're getting some ROI. Probably didn't love seeing that last pot.
They're like, no, Soiza, why would you bet? But you know what? That's the risk and the fun of it.
Well, listen, they're free rolling. They're in the money.
They're in the money. I've got good vibes for him. Let's see.
Kuhn giving off Lightning McQueen vibes.
Lightning McQueen.
In the red jacket.
That is the colors, isn't it?
Disney movie, Pixar, Cars.
See him at Radiator Springs soon.
Because I'm so tilted. It's a big thing.
Who's Mater in this lineup? That's
You
the
don't
real
want-
question.
You can't call anyone Mater. That's just disrespect. Just don't do it, Ollie. I know you're thinking about it. Don't do it. You already called someone what? A white dwarf the other day.
Okay, that I was searching for the name of a celestial body, Randy, and then you pinned me into what would have been a really awkward claim as it comes. Queen Jack Deuce here. Sivarna, chip leader, digging in against the ace-9 suited of Rob Young.
Yeah, not the board for Rob. Gonna just try to keep the story up. This is a very important pot for his stack size. We'll be pleased. Santosh is likely to lay down this flop. Nicely done.
Huh?
Do you have a set of kings? I have. That would be sweet.
Easy bet and take it there for Rob, of course. Still yet to see Jason enter a pot, if I'm not mistaken here. Granted, early going.
You gotta pick and choose at final tables, otherwise you're gonna have no chips.
Stick and move, bob and weave.
I mean, you're gonna have a number.
Like 8.
Might not be the highest.
I don't know. I'll tell you what. I think I got 2 more years left.
Well, heckling. Well-timed
That's what you think.
peek at 2
I'm taking
aces.
all on
Shortest stack
You might have
at the
2
FT.
years before you take a year off.
Is
Remember
there
how
a
fun it
chance
is when
Henrik
you come back
Hecklin
again.
could just find some sneaky flat call? Oh my. Did he just do that?
Naughtiness from the Great Dane as he seeks to invite the button or either blind to get out of line. Not happening thus far.
2.6.
What about open?
2.8, I think.
I would play for sure. I just probably wouldn't travel.
Taking into account the fact that O'Dwyer,
Yeah.
as of this moment, is the chip leader.
Let's just play the Triton.
Let's see what Orpin's gonna do. Looks like he's gonna get away. So Henrik flatted the cutoff versus hijack. 13.5 big blinds to start the hand. Now has 11.
10-10 deuce. O'Dwyer unimproved.
Let's see if O'Dwyer is suspicious of this flat call. The flop's gonna tell us.
Well, off of a 13 big blind stack to start the hand, what sort of range do you suppose O'Dwyer is assigning to Hecklin's flat?
I'm not so sure, and that's why I think he's thinking quite a bit
How
on
much
this
bankroll
flop.
does one needs to play
100.
four Tritons and play every event?
35.
What's the variance?
I think if O'Dwyer gets resistance on this flop, he's going to have big alarm bells going off. This bet is designed to, you know, fold out those, maybe some slow king jack, queen jack. It's hard to assign a range as some players don't like to play flat calling ranges with this stack size at final tables.
Hecklin flatting, hoping that O'Dwyer will give him more action, and this could be the card to do it. King of spades, pairing O'Dwyer. And now he's beginning to wonder how much 10x is in Hecklin's flatting range?
Maybe a little bit. Say a Jack 10 suited, Ace 10 suited. It's, I don't want to say of absolute because it's hard. You don't really deal with 13 blinds so much. Hijack versus cutoff. He would still have the dealer button behind him too. I wonder if O'Dwyer's a little worried. Or if he's just thinking this is a gin card for him.
I mean, obviously it's not a bad card for him, but the spot is just so weird. And understandably, O'Dwyer is going to check and see what's what here. What kind of stuff is he beating? The middling pairs, maybe? Do those flat?
No. Middling pairs.
Not even off of 13 bigs? Those are just going to rip it in?
I want to say 0%, actually.
Okay.
I know it's a strong statement by me, but it's really a 3-bet jam or fold with some like pocket 8s, pocket 7s type hands.
I'm just trying to come up with what it is that
125?
O'Dwyer can give Henrik that he can beat. As we see Hecklin barreling 125K. Boy, it sure feels like we're on the wrong end of a dairy farm here if we're in Steve O'Dwyer's seat. Milky.
The bet size is perfect for Hecklin. You know, it's milky. It doesn't let your opponent try to hero fold their hand. You can see O'Dwyer's just like, sigh, let me call here.
9 of clubs on the end. Not the kind of card that one would imagine affects O'Dwyer's feelings. Checking again, 930 in the middle.
Let's see, I mean, Henrik Hecklin's thinking, let's get paid off by King, Queen, King, Jack right now. All but one.
395.
It's less than half pot.
Oh, man, it's like you hit your best card, but you feel like you're supposed to fold the hand. It's never a good feeling.
I mean, how willing would Hecklin be to take this line with air? Some sort of bluff.
You gotta assign the pre-flop ranges first, and that's quite difficult to even narrow down. These time banks are necessary in this hand. Right now, O'Dwyer is thinking about which hands can find a bluff. They had to have floated the flop, bet the turn, and still bet the river with a micro stack. So naturally we think of what? Ace Jack? I don't know. Wouldn't that 3-bet jam
I don't
pre-flop?
naturally think of anything in this spot other than this King 6 feels bad.
So Ace 3 of spades, Ace 4 of spades, Ace 5 of spades. I mean, am I stretching? Probably. O'Dwyer even loses to hands that might flat here, like Jack 10, 10-9, King 10. I feel like it's really hard to find a bluff here, Ali.
I tend to agree with you.
Problem is you're playing against such a sicko that you're like starting to create some hands that potentially might not be there as bluffs. Guess we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Credit where credit is due, by the way, to Henrik Hecklin for being willing to flat with these 2 aces and really create this opportunity for himself to double up. 3-bet pre. I don't see continuations out of the King 6 suited.
Oh my, he did it.
And O'Dwyer ends up making the call, and Henrik Hecklin climbing up the leaderboard there, courtesy of a 1.7 million chip pot, which will put him into 6th place. Not a Triton title holder by accident.
Yeah, and I think O'Dwyer's going to replay his hand in his mind over and over again. I come to a conclusion.
Well, how about another peek at possibilities? The type that are yours simply per a visit to PokerStake.com, the official staking partner of the Triton Tour, where Michael Soiza, who is sitting here at this final table, sold a big package. And rumor has it sold out.
Not confirmed, he did sell out. You can. And the
Is
thing
it?
is, he's going to be playing more buy-ins, so I'm pretty sure more opportunities to get in on that package of his or tournament. And you know what, 2 final tables seems like a pretty good start for staking if you've never done it before.
Chidwick, 135 to go with a couple of 9s as the dust still clearing from that collision between Hecklin and O'Dwyer. Now Santosh Suvarna poised for a collision of his own here. Standing alone as the chip leader after O'Dwyer slipped to 4th. Chidwick second in chips. Here
Going
comes the
upstairs.
3-bet.
What's the size?
$480. As we get our answer.
It's a sizable 3-bet in position. Awkward for Chidwick because he's got that hand on the cusp. Feels like he needs to continue.
Well, he's not afraid of awkward. And
Yeah.
respectfully, I don't think he's afraid of anyone, let alone Santosh Suvarna. But with that said, identifying perhaps the limited upside of getting himself involved with 2 9s versus the button of Suvarna in that spot, the one man that could send him packing. As he
Yeah. And like
puts it into the muck.
you played this out of position. What flop are you hoping for besides a 9? Even if it comes like little cards, if you face with multiple barrels, it is quite dicey.
There are.
That was a big win for Santosh to get 2 9s to fold against him.
Yeah, obviously the ace-king performs decently, but least resistance.
I say whenever you can get someone to fold a coin flip, it's a good win. Ace king. And is this the watch, the Jacob & Co. watch that Hecklin is rocking?
Indeed. Sort of serves as a warning to anybody that wants to tussle with them, but warning or not, Suvarna, back-to-back ace-kings, will certainly be ready to lock horns as Hecklin's open off of the same kit to 125,000. Awaits Santosh's decision in the cutoff.
Let's see if Santosh decides to use a different 3-bet sizing because Hecklin is starting the hand with just 30 big blinds
Yes.
versus Chidwick who had 40.
480.
But it seems to be the same size.
480.
480. This is where we kind of like the ace-king more than we like 2 9s.
Yes, most certainly. And for Hecklin, especially against the bigger 3-bet out of position, gonna want to likely push all these chips in there.
All in.
As you suspected, he does jam. Santosh
Oh no, you have me. Yep, spades.
almost beats him into the pot. Rates to be a chop, but as Henrik has identified, advantage Suvarna as he covers the spades. But once the 9-6-5 rainbow rolls off, It's time to pull it back and play another one, boys.
Slightly worrying when you snap calls, you know? Just a little bit.
I mean, I'd rather have them think about it, sure, but
I mean, ace king, right? What are you gonna do? Ace king, what you gonna do?
Shared a bite on the break, by the way, with Jason Kuhn, who was on his way back to the restart of this event. And he walked me through a spot where he folded ace-king suited pre-flop. He was up against aces and queens.
That is sick. Most people would get stacked there.
there's something on this card.
Not sure whether or not that specific hand made its way to the stream. Is it one that rings a bell for you?
It's not a one that rings
Must
a
have
bell.
been an outer table then. Ace-4 suited on the button for Punsri. Predictable open. The minimum, 120.
Tell you the big blind's action is not going to be predictable. You can really see this go two ways. Either jam or call. Depends on... Jason's going to take a look around for stacks. Investigate who's the shortest.
Well, only one stack shorter than Jason's.
1.16.
And that belongs to Rob Yong.
Nicely done.
In comes the jam, though.
What did you say?
Did I count myself?
And he'll pick it off.
I think Pranal Punsri said I should have jammed myself. And the thing is, if he did, I think Jason would have sent that hand into the muck.
I had one of those earlier on the bubble. I got shoved on by a worse hand. I was super sad. Unfolded.
How do you know he had a worse hand?
I told him.
He told me. I mean, he had a good hand, but I was sad.
King Jack suited.
Kinda.
Yeah. King 10 or he had
I had queen 10, he had ace 4. We both had diamonds.
Same suits. If I
Postmortem complete. We start a new one. Think O'Dwyer's still thinking about the aces.
Of course.
Gotta have the memory of a goldfish, though. Let go, not dwell.
Yeah, and you know, hopefully adjust your play accordingly to future. It's annoying because like sometimes you're like, oh, it looks like aces, and then you get seeing it, and you kind of kick yourself a little bit. BVB.
Jack 9 for Kuhn.
Should see Jason Kuhn limp a lot of his range in this spot.
190.
Wow. Okay, never mind me.
Opening to 190. And this takes moxie. You got a player the caliber of Stephen Chidwick to your left. Second biggest stack. You know he's a sticky adversary.
Yeah. You know, Stevie is pretty aware that this does seem to be pretty strong for a raise, for his stack size in this position, because Stevie does have him covered. He's trying to debate whether to make a play or not. Wow. Nice read.
Jam and take it. And you see Jason instantly dejected by that development. Really just strives for perfection. Does Kuhn. Not a unique attribute to him in terms of these top pros.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, I got this game plan. It's gonna look strong. Stevie's gonna respect. The one time I do it, he instantly 3-bet jams on me. It just feels like your timing is off.
Made it.
Reminds me of when I was in high school. I had a guidance counselor. I could spend the entire day not cursing. But the minute that I were to drop a piece of profanity out there, I would turn my head and the guy would be standing right there, like John Turturro as the butler in Mr. Deeds. Just popping up, and you least expect it, and he would just give me this look like disappointed, and I was like, sorry.
Unfortunately for you, Ollie, I did not know this movie, Mr. Deeds.
It's a good one.
Is it?
Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler.
You like
Can't
Adam
be,
Sandler
It can't be a
movies.
good one.
You don't like Adam Sandler movies? Look,
I
I
like-
know
I
he's
like
made some
Happy
duds.
Gilmore.
Billy Madison.
Never seen it.
Raise and take it for Orpin. Randy. I might be willing to do one-man commentary for the next hour and a half just to allow you to go watch Billy Madison. What rock did we find you under?
Doesn't need to be too big of a rock. I'll still fit under it.
Diminutive Lou. That noise bleeding into our mics. The restart, I believe, of the 25K. Are they going to break? The turbo? Tonight is the player party, by the way, the gala dinner.
Woohoo! Yeah, that's gonna be sweet.
125.
Tell you what, none of these guys would trade a seat at this table for one at that one. As Santos goes to work with pocket threes.
So Stephen Chidwick here in position, 40 blinds. Very playable. Chidwick happy to take a flop here in position. A sweet spot to close the action of 2 6s.
Yeah, very much so. Hecklin makes the added investment of 65K and will take a three-way flop, which has a 6 in it. 9, 7, 6. Hecklin, bottom set, under pair for Suvarna, the party starter, and Chidwick, 2 overs and a gutter.
Flop is an interesting spot for Stephen Chidwick as he does connect in some manner. Seeing Santos check makes him think that Santos is giving up on this board texture. But you still got to worry about the big blind. And this is a big blind flop.
Steven sprinkling 115 in there, and this is such wet texture for a set of 6s, Randy. I suspect it would make sense for Hecklin to get busy here and now.
Yeah, a lot of times you will. The price is quite small on the flop, so you want to build that pot, not give your opponent a chance to
525.
just check back the turn. That would be disastrous. I like to check raise here.
It'll make the decision easy for Suvarna. I think his 3s are already in the muck before we could even get to him, and now it's back over to Chidwick. Good things could happen to his hand on the turn, as he does draw to the nuts, but
it's a hefty
This
price.
is my dinner break.
getting check
Soak your feet
raised
first.
Yeah, just
makes it awkward.
Soak them.
I'll clean it properly and then
Don't rub it.
don't rub it.
Yeah, just soak. Soak and pat dry, and then put that on. I'm an expert blistered feet because I was a sprinter. I mean, we always get blistered feet. And they can get infected. That's bad news if that happens.
Stevie puts it into
Yeah.
the muck.
No, you're good. Just soak them, pat them dry, and like I said, wear like your.
But I need to like somehow wash it, right? With the soap.
Yeah, yeah. But if you soak them in salt water, I mean, salt water, a little bit of soapy water, you're good.
Yeah.
Kuhn counseling Orpin on blistered foot treatments. Of course,
I took notes.
Jason, just a tremendous athlete. Not just now, when he was younger, used to run track. Had challenged himself to be able to hit the same sprint time that he did back in college. Now, as an adult,
Pass.
I remember that. Did that ever end up happening?
I confess I didn't follow up on it.
We got the initial headline.
I don't even know if I could do a 10-minute mile, Randy.
We should race.
It's not going to be a race. It's just going to be a war of walking at the end to see who has cardiac arrest first. Meanwhile, O'Dwyer on the button opens to 135K.
Queen 10 suited. Several options in play.
Happens quick. Happens quick. Both ways, up and down, happens fast.
A flat from Hecklin. Enjoying a deeper stack than he did to start this FT. Currently good for third at the onset of this pot. O'Dwyer looking to reclaim some of the chips he lost earlier, and this appears to be a good opportunity to do so, as Hecklin is totally unattached to this board. Checking over to Steve.
Yeah, Ace-Jack is looking really strong here. Doesn't have to worry about kicker problems, given that he didn't get 3-bet pre-flop. He just fires any piece. I imagine Henrik Hecklin be instantly out.
205. And we play a new one. Hiccouple in the chat suggesting that if you and I do get that race going, that I should use a personal mobility scooter. I'm into it.
Pocket deuces. Interesting spot. Not the best hand. A lot of players like to fold this, as if they get resistance, they know it's going into the muck.
Nobody likes what they're looking at so far.
Let's see if Hecklin wants to play the button here. 10-8 offsuit. Not shy of aggression.
$135K open, and Santosh with King Queen ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, and they're playing about 30-something big blinds, so I wouldn't expect Santosh to be re-raising this one at a high frequency. I think calling is the standard. $30-60 in the middle.
Ace 7-6, not what Suvarna had in mind, as Hecklin turns into a gutter.
Yeah, not too shabby for Henrik Hecklin, as the inside straight draw is helpful. Ace-high boards are nice if you're going to whiff it, as usually your opponent will fold without holding it.
$8,000 jumpsuit. $8,000 jumpsuit. What a world.
Looks like third pot coming in.
All to be expected.
Well, Santosh doesn't have a king of spades in his hand, so chasing this doesn't seem optimal, so he's going to lay it down. Ever since he slow played those two aces, been cruising upwards.
You know what was optimal, Randy, was our decision to start the day with fresh young coconut.
And how do we end the day?
Perhaps with the fresh young coconut coffee that I proposed earlier.
Tempting.
Dangerous.
I don't know if you noticed, but Jason Kuhn and Henrik Hecklin are actually wearing the same tracksuit but different color.
Was it from Rob?
Take a look.
Yeah, it's
Right?
cool accessory.
They are. Personally, the colors are so far apart
What if you invest
that
in
I hesitate to even call them the same tracksuit.
Yeah.
I, for one, don't feel like I could get away with the red and yellow version. But I also confess, as we see Hecklin open with that stealth black version, that I'm starting to feel like I might need to pick one of those up.
Mm-hmm. But the black one, the stealthy one.
Yeah. Henrik picking up the blinds and Annie.
Whites.
Well, we still haven't found a home for 9th place money here in event number 7. 182,500 waiting to be awarded. 57K pay jump. 75K buy-in event, 11 places paid, 85 runners.
Keeps applying pressure here, Henrik Hecklin.
Kind of found a new gear after being one of the shortest stacks coming in. And listen, if it feels like nobody else
Heart tell here.
up at the top of the leaderboard is willing to take
so
the initiative
nervous.
sometimes,
Please don't call me. I only have the 9.
Can you do the other one?
we take that initiative ourselves.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you can press it.
They don't want to handcuff you, why not?
I have nothing.
Get out.
Huh?
Get out of the dude.
And you
I
know, if
think
you
you
look
need
at the chip
muscles to do that.
stacks,
He's got the one side.
I have none.
There you go.
there's
yeah.
no clear chip
Just
leader,
leave meat
so
and
maybe
skin.
that's why.
Well, 34
That's
bigs for
good.
Santosh. 32 for Henrik. 28 for
Great bedroom
Orban.
life.
That's right. Yeah.
27 apiece for Chidwick and O'Dwyer. 24 for Soiza. The cluster is tight, and there's an official look at it brought to you by Poker Stake. Blinds. 40 and 80,000. 80K ante. 200K in orbit to play poker at this FT. Short stack belongs to Rob Young. TBD, who that small payout belongs to. I say small, 182.5, the smallest of the payouts, but small, not a fair way to characterize it. 2 7-figure payouts up at the top. Now Jason Kuhn with the kind of stuff that he can very comfortably enter a pot with. 1/8 in chips, announces 175.
Yeah, blinds now 40K, 80K.
Didn't want to go for 5 in a row?
Sorry?
Didn't want to go for 5 in a row?
The man opens first.
suited ace down.
No, it's Stevie ribbing
Should've
Henrik
gone
there,
full over.
saying you didn't want to go for 5 in a row.
In a 50K,
They noticed.
on a TV table in Barcelona, with like 3 tables or 2 tables left, and they were too wrapped up in their conversation. They didn't even mention it.
Wanted it.
Oh wow.
Wanted action.
Full over is special.
It's all in with anybody at the table.
Honesty.
Ace king suited. I asked for aces, but pretty fucking close, yeah.
Add it to the tally.
Yeah, bro, see? I mean, and it's kind of spooky, honestly, because it's not like I'm saying it very often. I'm glad you observed. There's some witchcraft shit going on. It's like me and Sean Winter can summon cards.
Telling me a chop when I was a hit as well.
Well, respectfully,
Bro, yeah.
I'm not suggesting
Yeah, it's spooky.
that our payouts are modest or that there isn't money to be earned.
I won
here
the
in
other day. Dealers
Triton
pitching around, and I'm like, it's either aces
Super
or
High
kings,
Roller
man.
Series.
I had aces. Here, this trip, sick. And then some dude's 4-betting me, that Norwegian guy that bubbled. It's like, yay.
But if indeed Jason, and for that matter Sean Winter, another high roller that hasn't made his way to a Triton series yet, can summon cards, Randy, maybe this isn't where we want to deploy that skill. I do believe there is a casino on property, however. We can do some card summoning out there. What say you?
Well, Hecklin just folded ace jack.
Can't believe you didn't weigh in on the card summoning in the casino. Randy, you're supposed to say, I'm in, and be my partner in
No,
crime.
I didn't really want to entertain it.
Fine. You're no fun.
Take note here, though. King 9 suited, 3-betting. Orpin, he's got a pretty solid image. Could get a lot of credit.
Yeah, O'Dwyer not entertained with 2 6s here, having to make up his mind.
It's a 2.5x 3-bet in position. Gives you good odds. The problem is, we're at the final table. It's tough to play these pairs. And these chips are so important. Nicely timed.
No call of the extra 240K there by O'Dwyer, who at one point was at the top of the chip counts, now sits in 5th. Orpin in 2nd, cobbling away.
There's a blue thing
That was a gift from
there.
Morris.
Mistake.
Reminder.
Mistake. Don't make mistake.
Jack 10 suited now for O'Dwyer. And once again, he will open.
Raising from under gun, 25 big blinds. It's going to look strong, so people are going to have to lay down to your open. Santosh giving us a little thought, ace-8 offsuit. Two fives.
Yeah, ultimately. No takers thus far, but Rob Young on the button paired. One imagines man of his risk tolerance might have been willing to get in there, but off of 740K, shortest stack in the field, says it's not enough. So O'Dwyer hauls one in. Been a grindy affair thus far, Randy.
You know, I mean, it's expected, right? With the bigger blinds, but blinds are going up. It's now an average stack of 24 big blinds, and expecting some fireworks in a little bit.
What's it going to take?
As of right now, it's most likely going to be some kind of raise and rejam. Some pretty good holdings. You can see that the big blind hasn't been defending even connected type style cards.
Is it irresponsible to just take stock of the climate out there and just say, look, it seems like nobody's really getting after it, so let me try?
160.
You know, that's what Hecklin did a bit, right? Like he opened like King 4 suited in the hijack. Definitely wasn't standard. You can see Orpin here getting after it with King 10. Although Stephen Chidwick has now picked up Ace King, 25 big blinds. The main question is what size? Is it 3-bet induce or is it 3-bet all?
He's got 2 million back, covered by Orpin.
Yeah, I was going to say that 3-bet all in makes more sense because when you look at the stacks of the other table, your opponents at this table, Rob Young's only sitting on 9 big blinds, so you're not really looking to induce and play a big pot where you might bust out all your chips.
Must be a strong hand.
Hmm?
Must be a strong hand.
Could have been.
I had the hand that does that.
You can hear Orpin saying subtle comments like that. Must be a strong hand because he knows that Rob Young is short.
Yeah, a lot of the decisions that are being made by the players at any given point here are very much in relation to what else is going on out there in terms of stacks, depths. Ace Jack for Orpin now.
$180.
Now it says 180.
A little bit of a size up from 2x. 2 10s for Stephen Chidwick. Just jammed the last hand. Very interesting spot.
What makes it so interesting, Randy?
I think the big one is that there's Rob Young out there who's got 9 big blinds, big blind coming around for him. Does he want to risk all of his stack? Do you maybe 3-bet small? Do you 3-bet all in? Do you maybe even flat call? I think all options are viable. You can see him just flat calling here is respect of the situation. Don't risk all of your chips, but still play the pot.
Jack 8 for Henrik, able to close the action, just 9% equity, given that he shares a jack with Orpin, and the 10s are in front of his 8 dangler. King, Queen, 6. Kind of a pesky board here for Chidwick in a 3-way affair.
Yeah, it's interesting. See, Orpin's the pre-flop raiser. Chidwick did tank call pre-flop. Might be indicating hands like 10s, like King, Queen, King, Jack. Orpin does have a draw to the nut straight. He's feeling cautious.
Huh? Nah. Same, but different.
2 10s is most likely going to want to take a free card off,
Yeah, it
react on the
feels
turn.
like caution might be something that Stevie could benefit from as well.
Nah, I never wear jeans playing poker unless they're like look like jeans but they're sweatpants. I wear those.
Closes the action with the check back, allowing the 8 to connect with Henrik's range. Rather, his actual holding, I should say.
Henrik hoping to get some free cards. I wonder if Orpin would consider betting. It's tough. They would get it done. Problem is because we're in a heavy ICM situation that it's very reasonable for someone like Chidwick and Henrik Hecklin to check a king on the flop just to try to contain the pot with that short stack of Rob Yong sitting out there, 9 big blinds. I thought I saw Henrik Hecklin check. Okay, 2 checks, 3 checks.
Yeah, frozen on Henrik here, but indeed. It was a round of knuckles.
Since it checked through the turn, I think there's a high likelihood this is just going to get checked around. Orpin's got the nut. High card hand. Stevie might be able to get away from this one, but get away with winning this one. But let's see if Orpin wants to fire. By checking twice, he's letting some hands want to showdown for cheaply. Nicely done.
Really wasn't the right recipe for fireworks. Now, if the 10 had rolled off, of course, Randy, where the ace-jack makes Broadway and Stevie makes a set, different proposition.
Definitely an important part for the players to pay attention to in that hand is actually Steven Chidwick flatting the 2 10s in position. So you're going to adjust your ranges accordingly.
The landscape's so fluid, though, always dynamic. What's causing Stevie to flat 2 10s in that spot here and now might not be a consideration.
Oh, 100%. The main consideration is that Rob Yong is so short. Sub 10 big blinds. King 8 suited, 35 big blinds, and a cutoff for Steven Chidwick. Players are playing a little snug. Might be an opportunity to steal some chips. Should be
160 to go from Chidwick. Suited connector for O'Dwyer. Calmly puts it into the muck.
Oh, the other 2 words were about to come out of your mouth.
No.
There's some weight at this final
Your buddy
table in
walked up to
terms
me the
of
other day.
just
He was like, I've been
gravity.
to your house in Las Vegas before. And I was like, no, you haven't. He's like, yeah, I went to pick up some crazy big package for for Michael at your house, and I was like, dude, Michael ships so much shit to my house, you wouldn't even believe it. You've sent more big packages to my house than I think my wife has.
But I picked it up myself though.
Well, no, maybe it was a lady said she came and got like wasn't your guitars, it was something else, big package.
I only ship 2 guitars to your house, I think.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Like, what is this? What
Lady?
else is
Lady?
this? I think, man, maybe
I
I'm
don't think
blacking
there's any
out.
lady that would have followed me to your house yet. Over here.
I think she did, man. I think you got women following you, stealing your packages.
Lady, who?
Bro, you sent something to my house that wasn't a guitar. That was a big package. I can't remember what it was.
I would check. Does not sound familiar whatsoever.
I mean, you sent 3 guitars to my house.
I did.
Well, I'm going to take back what I said about there being weight and gravity at the
was it
final
2?
table, as somehow Soize and Kuhn have found themselves in this conversation.
Nasty guitars.
Beautiful guitars. It's sitting there for a long time as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
like COVID, whole of COVID.
Yeah.
Like 2 years.
Boxed up.
Now, why is Soize sending guitars?
You couldn't get them sent to you, huh?
Jason
Texas.
Kuhn.
Oh, brutal.
Shipping in Texas, is a long way off Malaysia and the US, so hand carry is the best. And they get damaged easily as well when you ship it long distance.
All right, sounds
I
like
had a painting sent to my house recently, showed up just bad.
taxes and shipping issues. Riveting stuff as the final table of Event 7 rolls on here. Almost 3 million in front of Stephen Chidwick, who is always operating quietly in the shadows, if you will. 37 bigs. Good for the chip lead.
Chidwick is playing pretty well. Looking forward to
I'll take the over on pretty well anytime we're talking about Stevie Chidwick.
He's going for that lead, right? And I Player of the Year award, extending it even further so that Steph Davies can't catch up. His one title is actually from Madrid, 100K short deck main event, 1.8 million. Too shabby.
You gonna do me like that?
Queen 10 suited for O'Dwyer. $160 the open. Now Henrik Eklund. Ace Jack.
These two have had some history here at this final table so far. See how he wants to play
480.
Ace Jack. Looks like he's going to come in with a 3-bet 3x in position.
$480K if you do. And Suvarna's Jack 10 suited was a lot prettier before that. It was dominated, of course, so Eklund doing him a favor a bit by 3-betting.
Queen 10 suited is a hand that could play. The problem is, when I reiterate the point, is Rob Young is short. The big blind's getting closer and closer to him. Could be some leveling warn where maybe you want to get out of line, but it's quite risky.
These two guys have gotten involved on multiple occasions here so far now at the final table.
Yeah, you can see now Dwyer's really feeling like he's being attacked right now.
Nevertheless, queen high is queen high in that spot, especially with that ever-dwindling stack of Rob Young. There is Rob. Folded around to Chidwick's ace-8.
He's a tournament chip leader. Things have been pretty quiet. Now you can see that Chidwick is trying to pounce on that fact and pressure his opponents.
$160. Does Punat want to play the queen 4? Want is probably a generous way to describe the sentiment.
No, he hasn't been playing his big blind with hands better to play with than this, so should be going into the muck.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you see a guy think about a spot, but he wants to balance his timing for when he actually does have a strong decision.
Alright. I gotta
Not
summon
strong,
2
but hard.
kings, boys.
Already?
Yeah, I'm
The
summoning.
cooldown isn't more than 1 orbit?
I'm
One
summoning.
orbit cooldown?
Yeah.
Then you can do it again?
Yeah.
That seems a bit OP.
It's the life I live. I don't know if you've noticed.
You have more whites behind Jason.
Yeah, I got. Are you talking to me?
Can't see your whites. They're behind. Thank you.
So Jason Kuhn is summoning 2 kings. Stevie weighing in to allege that perhaps that's a bit greedy. And, well, the superpower didn't work there. 9-4 is like the opposite of 2 kings.
It's like, please don't ask us again. Offsuit ace for Orpin. Noteworthy is that the 2 stacks behind him are short. So he very well can play this hand and potentially just push all of the chips in there. There we go.
Yeah, reaching deep. Looks like he might be applying max pressure. Didn't take long for Punat's hand to find the muck. Rob Young, 10-6, not the one. Cobbling away is Orpin. All-time #1 on the Turkey money list. Turkiye, as I think they are wanting to be referred to now in that beautiful nation, as opposed to Turkey.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, didn't know.
Actually made it a point to go down and hang out in Istanbul after one of our Northern Cyprus festivals. Definitely enjoyed my time there. Very rich culture and a very rich ace-jack for Henrik Hecklin off of a very rich chip stack.
Same hand. Let's see if Orpin wants to go upstairs of ace-jack or maybe even fold this hand. We've seen several people fold ace-jack to an early position raise. Let's see. Of course, calling is a possibility, but not desirable.
Only 3 stacks at this table have Orpin covered, and Hecklin's is among them. Nevertheless, a 3-bet to 400,000. Now deuces for Rob. Into the muck it goes. Same story for the 10-8 of Kuhn.
Well, we've seen Orpin 3-bet twice now. First one got through. This one gets through too. Well done. He's got some good image going on for him.
Yeah, Henrik showing some respect there to the range of that 3-bet.
And those blinds hurt.
They sure do. 200,000 in orbit. Coming off your stack.
No? This one?
Folded around to Santosh, and he's got an ace-3 offsuit. Perhaps an idea as well.
Yeah. It's crossing his mind. He knows that he's been a little quiet, so maybe he'll get a little bit more respect. And doing just that.
Queen 10 suited, a pretty one in the cutoff for Punat.
Saw immediately. He side-eyed Robbie on stack. Maybe pick up something on Santosh you think it's worthy of putting more chips in. Possibly a little hesitation in his raise.
Pun's 7th in chips right now. Kuhn and, of course, Rob Young, smaller stacks. And I think that's very much as he looks at the pay ladders. He's got both those stacks behind him on his mind as he puts it into the muck.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we haven't got anyone eliminated yet, but they're very, very important. They escalate. Chidwick with the big stack. We have not really seen many big blind defenses lately, but he's the one that could afford it. So we're going to take a flop here. 440K in the middle. 40's 2 solid stacks and top pair. 9s. An 8 kicker against the ace-3, bottom pair.
Along with the flow of play. Presume Chidwick has checked or will checked. Hands covered up there by the flop graphic.
Yeah, I've seen people lead these flops that are perceived
look
to
at
hit the big
this.
blind. Yeah, this is a nice play. A lot of times people actually like to do this with air, but you know, you need to be mixed in with hands that are good.
Soon as you think that you got an idea about what these guys are going to do, they show you a different look. As Chidwick picks up an open-ender on the turn. Suvarna flatted, unimproved.
Yeah, quite an interesting card. His small bet on the flop doesn't necessarily define Santosh's reign too much, given the price. It was quite cheap. No, I guess we shall see whether Chidwick wants to keep control of the hand or pot control. Check it is. Pair of threes is just a pair of threes in the end of the day, but this is the type of board where if Chidwick let the flop, could have a piece that would check call.
Suvarna doesn't take the initiative. Not going to call it the bait per se, because I don't think Chidwick was going to do anything crazy if Santosh would have bet. And as such, the king shows up on the river.
The king is a type of card that improves Santosh's range, especially with the flop action being lead from Steven Chidwick. Wouldn't expect King X to do so. But it looks like, is that a blocker bet?
80K. I think it qualifies into 660.
Yeah, it seems like this is, yeah, these, like, river blocker bets have been more common as of late amongst these high stakes regs, and it's quite scary because sometimes you raise them and they click it back at you once more. You get value from hands, you set the price. Really does a multitude of things for Santosh. The price is so good, but it's so hard to imagine hands you beat. Just gonna see what happens.
Yeah, pays it off. Remember that Santosh had some real heart
20K change.
against Soiza with an ace-8 earlier on as Soiza tried to bluff one through him.
Oh, Chidwick actually got 2 streets of value. No, small streets, but still is 2 streets there against bottom pair.
Got a cobble. Now Chidwick putting some distance between himself and second place Henrik Eklund. 45 bigs to 33. Got ourselves an old-fashioned log jam here, Randy, in terms of stacks and
one of you guys should do something.
kind of a tightly wound FT.
Yeah.
Well, we got ace king for Chidwick. Makes sense that he's fast playing this hand because he's got the chip advantage, so O'Dwyer is unlikely to be bluff raising.
Who's gonna go first?
Who's gonna go first? Who's gonna raise their hand?
No one's going to volunteer. Talking about being busted first?
I'm live to bust before you guys. Jason go. Jason. He was there.
You wouldn't do that. What? Bro, it's literally standing right here. I don't even have my phone in my hand.
I called for you. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't hear you at all. I mean, I was obviously I was trying not to be rude. I
mean, I'm okay with it.
I mean, that was.
I don't think anyone's agree.
Yeah, I mean,
he just steps away from the table and.
I mean, no, yeah, no, I was right here, and obviously nobody objects. Yeah.
No action.
Yeah, you guys were on a TV set. I mean,
Can we at least pause? I mean, whatever.
Literally standing right here, bro. I mean.
Are you playing? I'm not playing.
I think she's getting a second.
I'm right there. I don't even have my phone in my hand.
What exactly is happening, Randy?
Jason Kuhn stepped away from the table, so the dealer
can
wanted to
add,
muck
can
his
you add time
hand.
to the clock again? It was 4 minutes when this happened. Around 4 minutes. I don't
Players
know.
obviously agreed.
It was about 4 minutes.
We lost the full minute.
Yeah.
They also didn't run the clock for the first
yeah, I mean,
couple
I'm-
minutes of us playing, right?
Is it on? But they adjusted
They
it.
adjusted it.
To allow him to play his hand, I guess, is...
Yeah. You know, it's good sportsmanship here. No one's out to try to gain that little edge in these types of fields.
All for this.
Bro,
Jason was just being respectful,
it's not like I'm
walking away
chucking
from the
ace queen
table.
of diamonds in the mucker.
You don't want a ladder?
I would love the ladder. I've made some tight folds, just not that one. I'm working on my hand. Crazy.
Aces?
No.
No.
Show on, show on. What you have?
A 9-4 offsuit.
Massive.
I would
Looks
be
like that
tilted
hand
blind
was
when I'm
of
back
no
against the
consequence in any event.
blind. Oh, because of the... yeah, I would be tilted with that.
Ace-10 suited. Awaiting orders from Admiral Orpin. Charge. 180.
Rob has just been so card dead.
He really
needs to spot
has.
Soon.
I mean,
Oops, and he's flashing cards now on accident.
everybody knows how frustrating it is to be in his situation and you kind of feel like you got all eyes at the FT on you.
Well, chip leader Chidwick's got 2 jacks. We're playing about 32.5 big blinds to start the hand.
Orpin third in chips, Chidwick the leader. And
180?
the choice to flat, would we characterize this as naughty or tidy?
Hold on now. I was going to say something, but we just got pocket aces now from Michael Soiza. 20 blinds, a raise and a call.
Well, how is this going to impact Chidwick's ability to get away from it, which, by the way, would be given Soiza puts the 3-bet in here, which we would imagine he would with great frequency, correct? Yeah.
It's going to be so hard for Chidwick to get away from this.
Had he 3-bet and then Soiza jammed over the top,
Maybe you
does
can
it make
a
it
case.
easier, or it just doesn't matter, the money's
It
getting
would
in?
make it easier to get away, hypothetically, but the problem is Soiza only has 20 big blinds.
So just a cold deck here for the chip leader. Soiza's jam. Sheds Orpin, and then it gets back around to the 2 jacks. Chidwick flinging the chips in there and being shown number 1. Well, I think you called it, Randy, that it was going to take this sort of spot for us to maybe break the ice here at this FT.
No.
Jack 10-6 as Chidwick flops top set. Michael Soiza, devastating development for a $3.5 million chip pot. Broadway Carter and ace on the hunt for him. Not there. And now, Soiza, 2 outs to avoid being our 9th place finisher. Here it comes. Not a cross.
On to the
but
next
not the one.
That is a cold deck there, Ali.
You just can't hope for a better spot if you're Michael Soiza.
Making him sweat. Huh? How much is it?
An open, a flat. But in the end, a 9th place finish for the young Malaysian. Taking home $159,500 here in event 7. Take it back, 182.5. I'm stuck on the 10th and 11th place payouts there. Rob Yong, managing the ladder. That is a big development for him. $540,000 courtesy of 5 big blinds. It's Chidwick now a better than 2-to-1 lead on the remainder of the field, Randy. And that field is going to be headed for a break as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and man, I mean, I'm just devastated on Soiza's behalf there in the bid for his second title, just cut short with no mercy.
Yeah, no mercy at all, right? Like, he was in prime position, didn't even get a pay jump. It took 2 big hands to clash, aces versus jacks, got it in good. Would have been vaulted up to 3.2 million in chips at least, and out first.
Yeah,
Out.
sometimes poker is heartless, and on this occasion, it definitely proved exactly that. But the show must go on. 8 players remain. Pay jump secured. A big couple of 7-figure scores still available up top. Obviously, we will step aside, but return in short order. Don't go anywhere. More from Vietnam after this.
Fedor is facing a river gem for his tournament live close to the money bubble. Did he make the right call and how did we get there? Let's get right into it.
As Fedor Holz goes to work with ace-king, and another ace-4 pops up this time in Nicky P's big blind as he simply defends.
Everything standard. Fedor opens. Don't want to go all in. You want to induce action from weaker hands like ace-10 off or ace-5 suited. Nick actually has a decision to make here. Ace-4 suited, either call or all in. Both options are fine. I prefer going all in. Fedor can still open a lot of hands with his stack size. If you're wrong, it's not going to cost you that much since Fedor only has 13 big blinds. But let's have a look how Nick is supposed to play his big blind. As we can see, facing an open versus hijack for 15 big blinds, we're supposed to defend really, really wide. I'm going all in, a mix with the suited aces. Both options are fine. However, we need to consider ICM because we're quite advanced in the tournament. A big mistake in these days what people make is just purely playing chippy V, even with 30% or 50% of the field left, so you're still relatively far away from the money. However, if we look at what we're supposed to do with ICM adjusted ranges, we see that Nick starts defending a little tighter here. However, the suited aces are still a jam, and it's very, very important that ICM plays a big factor. However, it would get a lot tighter if Nick would also have only 15, 20, 25 big blinds, and he would defend a lot tighter than that. So this is very important. Study those money bubble spots, final table spots, the impact with ICM, but also earlier stages. We have seen, it has proven now that ICM has a much bigger impact on the earlier stages as well. So you shouldn't be just playing chippy V. And ICM paired in our training program, you can practice all these different spots without running it yourself and also get access to video content. So you get to learn how to play proper preflop ranges. Let's move on.
So the floppy goes out of position. Oh, but not out of run good. As believe it or not, he's got the nut flush with a redraw to the steel wheel.
Monotone board going to continue small and wide.
And Nick just trying to think about how he can make a meal.
On the flop, everything fairly standard. The board is not ideal for Fedor. However, the big blind also has missed a lot of the times. Small c-bet, and also Nick has a monster. He doesn't want to raise. He wants to keep Fedor's range really, really wide. Nothing so spectacular.
Of the remainder of Holz's stack. Decides to call. Board pairs, which is always unwelcome.
It's going to lead. Fedor going to keep him honest for at least one.
On the turn, it gets dicey. Here is where Nick understands he wants to lead because it's gonna improve his range a lot. Fedor has a decision now to make, and we can also see in the solver that Fedor very often wants to continue with the ace-king off, even though if he does not have the spade.
45 felt like the right number to keep that spadeless ace-king engaged. Unimproved, though, on the river.
A lot to unpack this hand for the viewers at home.
So on the river, the queen of clubs, Nick goes all in, and Fedor has a decision to make. As we actually see in the sim, and this is where it gets super interesting, that ace-king off in chip EV without any ICM consideration is actually not a bad call. And Nick is supposed to jam a lot of busted flush draws. However, he also has a lot of flush draws in his range. So you cannot just jam every busted 10 high, jack high flush draw. And it is very easy to overbluff this spot. So in the Fedor's shoes, it makes a lot of sense to at least contemplate a crazy, seemingly hero call with ace-king off. So as we've seen in the sim, Nick is actually supposed to give up a decent amount of jack-high flush draws like jack-9 off or 10-9 off with a 10 in spades. Or even 6-7 off is supposed to only bet 1/3, just folding out some random ace-highs or king-highs. However, we still need to consider the ICM. And if we run the sim with some ICM consideration that also applies for post-flop, we actually see that ace-king off then just becomes a pure fold. But again, I can imagine this is a spot that is overbluffed since you have so many hands you can choose from, and it's very easy to pull the trigger just to go all in, especially from Nick's perspective where he can afford being wrong here. He still has a decent stack he can continue playing with. I would say it looks crazy, but without being results orientated, it can be quite a good call. Would you guys make such a call in Fedor's shoes, especially when there's so much money at stake and you play against the best in the world? I would not recommend making these kind of hero calls on low stakes or mid stakes, especially in deeper stages of the tournament. It's usually underbluffed. I hope you have enjoyed that review. Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Yeah, do some other stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of all I've done.
Basketball, same situation.
Basketball, yeah.
While you can,
100%.
The lads talking about the activities they've been involved in. Some beach volleyball. Some sage wisdom there from Michael Soiser and Seth Davies as well, talking about playing the sports that they can, whilst they still can. Tennis, basketball, snowboarding being mentioned. We can play golf when we're 70, Randy.
We can also play poker when we're 70.
Different kind of
Nagy
game. It would feel different.
opening from the cutoff, flopping, king high flush draw, and four-liner to Broadway, Henrik Hecklund.
Maybe it still feels the same, you're just actually
Top
moving
pair
on.
and the ace of diamonds in hand. Not going anywhere just yet. 270,000 in the middle.
Good, yeah.
Nagy no longer looking for a 10.
My first coach.
Yeah, not the ideal card here if the ace, trip aces go nowhere. Important to note that it was three-way on the flop, which might narrow Henrik Hecklund's calling range in position. But, you know, Nagy's thinking, I've got outs, whatever you got. One more fire.
I'm sure if you play like hard, you need to run.
Very credible in the sense that Queen X would likely have to hit the muck.
Definitely.
Of course, those inside straight draw type hands like King Jack, King 10, 10 Jack.
He's fired out a bet of half pot on this ace of clubs turn.
Yeah, for Hecklund, it's just it's uncomfortable because, you know, of course you could be out kicked, but trip aces with a 10 kicker, good enough.
Madrid main event champ going nowhere. Nagy looking for a diamond. Doesn't roll off, but does still have the betting lead.
Yeah, at this point, I think Phil Nagy is going to realize that Henrik's got a lot of ace X in his range. If he was trying to fold out the Queen X and they still called, would it make sense to bet now? He's going to give up, and it's going to give a lock for Henrik Hecklund. Going to move him up to 1,000,000 chips after this pot's over.
Yeah, sizable chip up for the Great Dane. Chopped off the locks. I'm curious to find out why. Haven't spoken to him about it yet.
All in. Play all in.
The room is not
Moves
working?
all in, and
Why not?
he's going to get a snap fold from Nagy. Yeah, last time I saw him, he had hair, and we were playing Ultimate at the win.
Trying to input the solver.
Yeah.
They think you're going to get him for $8.
Go back to where you came from.
Problem is you don't have any fold equity.
Oh. Fucking weaseling again, huh? Oh.
If I sign it on somebody else's ring. I think what they do is like if you run out of credit, like the deposit, they just stop letting you do it.
Oh boy. Nagy. Couple of 10s. 18 big blinds after losing that sizable one against Hecklund is now running into the top of Michael Soiser's range.
This is just brutality. I don't fault him for jamming this. 18 blinds. Like some live 10s are in the deck still. He snapped off.
I am just not good for the featured table.
Yeah, you are good for the feature table. Nagy just running bad, my man.
I do not think so.
I hope not.
I had the whole world on that last 10 until the rip. I didn't have anything.
It's Jack 4. 770,000 chip pot.
Jack of diamond.
2 cards to come. Nagy, 2 outs once to crack the kings of Soiser. Doesn't come. GG Phil announced. He taps the table, Rob Young.
I have 400 plus.
Some condolences. Michael Soiser of the Malaysian contingent. A sizable crew.
Low stakes.
I heard a lot of people have it.
Maybe one day
Did you
we'll
get
be
it?
able to play low stakes 75Ks.
I don't know, man. I don't think I will make it there, to be honest. You need quite a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it there either, dude.
You play all the tournament, every tournament that I play, you're in.
But it's not low stakes for us, you know, it's high stakes for us. That's the difference. Yeah. It's like bankroll on the table, you know.
Boys joking about the stakes at play. This is Super High Roller Series. Rob just saying, hey, listen, pal, every tournament that I play, you're also in. The difference being that for Rob, it's low stakes, and for Davies and Soiser, it's high stakes. There's Kai and Mockery. 3-bet ISOs from the small.
It's okay.
Having a
Luxor
with the pill. Flipping.
That's all right.
All right.
Is Rob Young.
Not to spoil any parties, but he had a deuce.
Well, you don't need
No, we don't do that anymore. Tell each other what we folded.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I folded a deuce. And then this flop.
Oh.
Wow. You're not making it easy, huh?
Too many outs.
Yeah. Probably 9 of diamonds, huh?
Too many outs.
A king of diamonds, yeah.
King of diamonds, 4 clubs. So
King of diamonds would be a lot of outs.
Wow.
How about
So the 4's going to be a spade.
No 10, no
4
8.
spades, huh?
No
It's going to
3.
be 4 spades.
No
Ace,
jack.
Queen, Jack,
And 7.
10, 7 needed for Mockery.
Oh,
Ah.
cool. Nice,
Ah,
nice.
that's
Ricks
surprise,
out.
Too many outs.
230, yeah?
Way too many outs.
don't need a deuce.
Thanks for telling me you folded a deuce.
I jinxed myself.
Yeah, I waited until the turn where it didn't matter.
You had a deuce.
Mathematician over here.
You played every tournament I played.
Kind of. But still, it's high stakes for me, mate.
You played the million, didn't you?
No, I didn't play the 9. He did. I didn't.
Well, as you
played
know,
the million?
yeah, I did. But you know why I play, you know, so why I played. So, you know, it's a different situation, let's put it this way.
I had 2 people at the final table and that and still lost money.
Jeez. That was a hard one to make money in.
Bad tournament.
Bad tournament.
That
We're
was
doing it.
bad.
We're doing a smaller one in London this year. I think it's a 300K.
That's on the second 300.
I think 200 is better.
You gotta make it
Yeah,
slightly
2
different, I
200
guess.
is
Yeah.
good.
2 bullets, 400.
If super rollable is 250, so maybe they want to do just a bit more, I guess.
but
Yeah.
recruiting the VIPs.
200 seemed to be a
When I
really
say-
good number.
If I say 300 to them, with a re-entry, they're like, well, 600.
Yeah.
They automatically assume you need to re-enter.
Yeah, of course.
So it makes life a lot easier to...
Under $500,000, psychological barrier.
Me and Paul
It's just casual $500,000, you know.
It's me and Paul bringing around the VIPs, right?
Right. Yeah, you got to sell them something now.
I'd much rather sell 200 with a re-entry, 400.
Yeah.
Then they can bring 500, have 100 to expenses, flights.
Yeah, play some cash game, whatever.
Yeah, play some cash game,
Yeah.
It's quite psychological, the half a million.
I think so, but I don't know.
When we did the £1 million, every player that I recruited, I was saying, say to me, do you think I've got a chance? I say, I think you've got a great chance. And then they say, oh, you want to buy a piece.
Yeah.
That's what got me into trouble.
Yeah, right.
If you're bigging them up, like I had a piece of Big Al, people like that.
Yeah. What are you supposed to say?
Am I supposed to say
We
when
got
they
a
say,
great
oh,
chance, but no, I won't take it.
I guess it adds up pretty quick, right? You get a few pieces.
Yeah, you can't recruit and say, we want to play this tournament, you've got no chance.
Of course, but yeah, I mean, everybody does have a chance. It's a freeze out, yeah? It was?
It was a freeze out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely a decent chance.
And the segregated fields is really good for the.
Yeah, true that.
I kept saying to Paul, because me and Paul were buying pieces together, I said, that's it, no more pieces now. I wake up next day, message from him, just one more. Because he want to get the numbers high.
Yeah. It worked.
I like buying pieces of people that behave like they're billionaires.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the That's just got to be the part that pissed you off, you know? Like sitting there selling them pieces and then they're just being like douchey, acting like.
Maybe do it one more time in my lifetime, but not next year. I definitely
Talks
think
of
200 is better than 300.
action by
Sustainability, right? You can keep doing it every 1-2 years, you know? Smaller.
Perfect buy-in for tournament, I think, is 100. Perfect buy-in.
I mean, it's still big, but yeah.
There's a number of VIPs in the U.S. that play bigger but never play hundreds. There's quite a few actually.
Oh.
Like Kathy and Rick and.
Kathy would play 100. For sure.
I mean, the only time she's ever played hundreds is if there was like a 250 the day before or something. Like she would never go somewhere just for 100K.
She'd definitely play 100.
I don't think she would travel, is what I'm saying. I don't think she would like ever fly to London for just 100K.
Sizable river bet here from Hecklin.
She really likes the tournament.
Yeah, she does.
Just north of 2/3.
I'd rather play again. If you get 200 players.
Annoying river card for David because he knows it's a card.
But you want a bit of
Hecklin
prestige,
would
you want something different.
continue firing
like
on.
Super high stakes, you know, that's what it's all about, is a super high stakes tournament. You know, it's
Well,
not,
200, 300 is the same, right? You don't get any more prestige for the 300.
I mean, super available is 250, so if it's smaller than the super available, then it's not, you know.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
You want it to be like the biggest
If you
tournament
want
of the year.
it to be the biggest of the year, you gotta go 300, I guess.
Are you playing?
I don't know. We shall see. Probably not. It's too big. It's too big.
Yeah, it's going to look him up. Can't say I fault David Yan
Maybe
for that
like,
call.
a couple of tournaments.
Hecklin,
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot to
Madrid
sell, my
main
friend.
event champion.
2 bullets, you know.
No one's going to buy a piece.
He'll buy your piece.
You go, I know who to
1.5
message
million
wrong.
now.
No one's
Take a
going
piece.
to buy a piece of me, are they?
Third
I
in
know,
chips.
I mean, I can't afford it.
0.3%.
It's pretty bad.
1% would be, what, 170,000? Yeah. 0.33. Close to 0.4.
Well, you definitely would be getting some insane odds because that would be hard to do. But we have had some stories here.
I'll
this
take
week.
200 to 1.
200 to 1.
Max bet $10.
That's just too much pain if I lose. It's not worth it.
Ah, come on, I'm worth it. Are you really going to begrudge handing me 2K?
Are you going to begrudge handing me $10?
No, not at all.
Hold on to this hand real quick.
blind.
Seth Davies should take that bet right now, right? No, he's up against Ace Queen.
All right, not bad. I can do that. I can do that.
They're saying he can do that. Does have 2 live cards. 165 in the middle.
Yeah, 2 to 1 dog. What are we flopping here?
Sometimes
Just
I guess it's
blanks.
not to look.
No connection. Looking for that king or 3 to stay in this tournament.
Take a chop.
Take a chop. Now
Seth.
drawing to 3 outs. Doesn't find it. We're going to lose Seth Davies. No 4th final table for him here in Vietnam. Not in event number 7 at least. Maybe you're going to save it for the main.
I could pull anything for 2.5 BB.
You know, Seth Davies has really grown on me ever since Cyprus.
2.5 big.
Multiple final table.
Hit pot.
He has 150.
120.
Holding with 6s against
120 including the blind. You got it, boss.
Gitis Mazaninkas' pocket deuces. And out of nowhere, Jason Kuhn surging up. The counts into 5th now.
I'm going to go to the toilet.
King 10 suited for Hecklin.
As slow as you can.
As expected. Noticed a little up in size, 60k, because Ibinger is short, and Ibinger's got the hand worthy of getting it in. Expecting this to splash in.
In it goes, Randy. To get us down to the final 2 tables and get us down to 5 off the money.
Yeah.
Madrid main event champ looking to convert that 44% equity with either spades, a king, or a 10 as he flops the king high flush draw on the queen 6 deuce. Ibinger dead on the turn.
Almost tongue
6
washer.
of clubs. just a formality as the Great
Maybe.
Dane, Henrik Hecklund,
One more player.
Baber, the case for a lot of people, Randy.
Yeah. I mean, you know, playing poker, you need to have conviction in your plays and confidence. You want to avoid the murky waters where you're not sure how to navigate with marginal holdings if you can. Of course, sometimes it's unavoidable.
Andreas asking, how did it go with Antonius in the 50K? Well, nursed a sub 10 big blind stack for the better part of 5 hours straight.
1.6?
Yeah, right on.
Was actually sub
I got
5 big blinds on a couple of occasions and managed to ladder to 5th for 497,000. A result I'm sure absolutely thrilled with. Client opening the King Queen O from the low jack. Flopping, defending the big, flopping a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds on the Queen 5-4.
Yeah, and you know, 2 overs to the middling card is helpful in case your opponent's holding like a hand like ace-5. Backdoor diamonds, deep stacks is important. Big implied odds in case you do hit your hand, such as the straight. Start with call.
Wow, how about just turning the nuts on request? 205 out there. And with top pair.
Can I get a Vietnamese coffee? With black.
Open proceeds, maybe concerned that Mockery going to check back on this turn a decent amount of the time against the big blind, maybe going to lean towards leading.
Yeah, it crossed his mind too that Kaya Mockery fired 35k on the flop, which is very small, so he might be thinking that Kaya Mockery's Queen X is discounted a little bit, which would mean that it would get checked through on the turn a lot. Taking the lead, the 7. This is a card that improves the big blind more.
Certainly does. So we can see,
yeah,
case in point here, 405,000 out there. The brick rolls off. Mockery could be in trouble. That is arguably the brickiest of bricks, although ace-3 of hearts.
Yeah, that is a super brick, right? The deuce. So he when he took the lead on the turn, I find it odd for him to start checking now. Seems like it's very likely he's up against top pair. Checking to induce from 2 hearts that missed. I guess the sizing is the big question. Do we go big? Try to represent a polarized range? Or perhaps...
That feels like the play, right? Given that he's defended the big.
Because you
kind
know,
of straight or nothing.
You're up against Queen X a lot here, right? Like King Queen, Ace Queen. See, he's reaching for a lot of chips. I guess the problem is you don't go too greedy where your opponent hero folds, and this is 1.5x pot. Good timing.
Jesus.
Wow.
Who's responsible for that? Falling on deaf ears. Mockery facing 150% barrel from #1 on Turkey's all-time money list.
This is very not comfortable.
This
Let's
is Blender.
see.
This
Yeah,
is Blender territory.
Blender.
This is the true Blender.
Blender.
Lead turn.
Blenders. Yeah.
And now B150 on the river.
Definitely a line that he's probably not seen to happen too often, right? The lead turned and overbet river on the blank card. He knows Orpin is representing a polarized range with his bet sizing.
Any bluffs come to mind? Would a hand like
no obvious,
ace-8?
No obvious bluffs, but most likely it would have to be some kind of hand that contains the backdoor hearts. So,
Right.
say Ace 8 of hearts, King 10 of hearts, King Jack of hearts, something that would continue for that small bet on the flop. Would make a lot of sense. But the question is, would they always go for the 1.5x overbet? Maybe sometimes if they want to continue firing away on the river, they go 75% pot. That is a very well-disciplined laydown. Hats off to Kai and Mockery.
Oh, Orpin maybe going to look back at that one, Randy, and kick himself for picking maybe a smaller sizing. Password once again is spin and gold. 5 off the money in event number 7. 159,500 min cash. Casual 1,753,000 for the eventual champion. Stephen Chidwick still getting busy on table 2. Or table 1 rather. Battling against Punsri, Mateos, Soiser, Hecklin, Yom, Voris, and Steele.
Old Dwyer in a spot, just looking to rejam. Not rejam, open jam.
Oh
and
my.
That's snap calls. We've got a battle.
I used your stack to jam. I thought it would be better luck. Thank you.
Well, he's got it in good. Randy, not to state the obvious. Just joking with Santosh. The run good chips. So far holding up on the ace king 8. Dwyer with top pair, Jan with middle pair and some backdoors. And well, that is one of them, the Queen of Hearts, now giving David a lot more outs. King, Jack 10 or a heart needed. Bricks out. Too many outs for the owl.
340, 390.
And O'Dwyer up to 810,000.
I'll tell you why he won that hand. It was those lucky chips he used.
Poker Plus app, a better way to watch poker. And as always, if you haven't already followed us on our socials for behind the scenes moments, close-ups, highlight reels, interviews, do drop us a follow, Triton Poker Series on Instagram.
Oh, there's some over here if you need one.
Z Justin.
He's been quiet.
Mockery just keeps running into top of range.
Yeah, and Mockery keeps getting these hands that he needs to open, right? Like suited aces or broadways. Let's see what he comes in with. His stack is awkward for the 3-bet small, right? Sitting on 18 blinds. Look at this. Slow play pre-flop from Justin Bonomo. Because he felt like if he jammed, it was like too many chips where he has to call pretty tight. And then 3-bet small looks suspicious.
500 behind.
Mockery, if he connects in any way, shape or form, may be disaster. Middle pair, King of Diamonds in hand on the Queen, Jack 4. Interesting. Given that Justin's flatted out of the small, yeah, Mockery starting to check.
Yeah, but there's still a chance that all the chips go in by the river. The check there on the flop, it's going to make Cayenne Mockery more heavily weighted towards Jack X or some kind of give up. Bonmo flatting from the small blind. Broadway's in play. Hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, King 10, King Jack.
140.
Bet 140.
A lot of missed draws out there, and you still got showdown of King Jack. Got backup in case you need to improve. It's uncomfortable, but it seems mandatory to call here. Although these 140k chips is very important to your stack. 16 remaining. Understandable.
Mockery is one of the tournament chip leaders just a couple of orbits ago. Spikes the king of clubs on the river to convert the 5 outer. 100% check mark, and surely Justin gonna go for value with his aces.
I mean, this is one of the problems with slow playing. You're going to give your opponent a chance to take you out. Of course, it's going to net the most EV, but sometimes you just lose.
Brutal River.
400.
#1 on the all-time money list as he effectively jams. Says 400, doesn't have that amount. Mockery doesn't love it, but is going to make the call and get shown the king. Sorry, get shown the aces. We felt a bit trappy. Justin looks.
Well, it's always annoying, right? When you slow play aces.
Yeah, nothing short of disgusted. That look on Justin.
He needs to make a move soon, otherwise the big blind's going to hit him. No, actually, more he needs to get some luck.
Oh.
2 10s, speaking of luck. Good timing.
Up 3 bigs for Bonomo. From the low jack.
Actually, pretty interesting for Jason Kuhn is 80k is not a big raise. Would have multiple players act behind him. Still gonna make the call. Hoping to get an overlay from the big blind ante and the small blind. Santosh, King 10. Would have position.
Yeah, 2.6 on the button. Gonna let it go. Discipline from Santosh, by the way. David Yan. 1 pip higher.
Sorry.
How sweet is
Pocket
this?
jacks. Dead money in the middle from Jason as well.
That's such a good spot for him.
It's 350.
It's annoying because Jason's put in 80k, just under 3 big blinds, which would give him a better price.
330, yeah?
Is there a chance Ace-8 is ahead of one of these players?
Yeah, still has to be concerned that he's dominated by Yan. Oh, Justin getting it in bad with the 10s. Some dead money in the middle, however. And that Jason Kuhn
Really
has
counting
now
on you to pull me
found
through
the
this.
mark.
Put them in the plum.
Oh, Jesus.
Jack in the window.
Classic coin flip.
I don't know about that.
GG, everyone.
GG.
GG's indeed. #1. The all-time money list, Justin Bonomo. Aces cracked just moments ago, and then getting his final 3 bigs in with pocket 10s running in
I mean, you're a veteran.
to the
you should
jacks
know
of David
better.
Yan.
What did he have?
I'm just gonna.
For 1.
300 to 1. Is that a good line?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just wondering, when are you going to play a Triton event? So,
I,
you'll be
so
like...
I hand you 1K right now, and then if I win a Triton, you have to pay me out 300K.
Because considering you probably won't be playing a Triton until you're around 70, you got to increase that bankroll, right, Henry? It'll be a while. Sample size would be quite small. You might play about 5 tournaments until you bust.
You continue at this rate, you won't be alive to pay me out.
I think I have 780 behind.
You're gonna have to come up with some clause on this bet.
Yeah.
Open. Gonna defend this big. It's
And welcome back to the Hoiana Resort and Golf in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad with Henry Kilbane here. Fresh off, by the way, the player party, which is happening not far from the studio where the final table of event number 7 is still going on strong. Is it event number 8?
it's event number 7.
It is event number 7.
It's
Okay.
okay,
It's just, it's starting to blur things here in Vietnam.
I think it's a sugar crash from the creme brulee that you just devoured.
Now,
from the player party.
If we're being fair, the creme brulee suggests a singularity to what I devoured, which 3 ramekins of whatever that delightful little raspberry sugary
quite the party
confection was that they had. Yeah, everybody out there, players, their families, kids, I mean, and the live band, which, by the way, was doing covers. Good on them.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have imagined that particular catalog was available to us here in Hoi An, but as they were.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, it looked like everyone was having fun, enjoying themselves, and yeah.
Sure.
Great party.
Now, turning our attention back, Henry, to the final table. Having fun and enjoying themselves, would that be a fair way to describe what these pros are experiencing right now? We've only lost 1 player thus far, and that, of course, was Michael Soiza. But these 8 that remain, we're talking about 6 title holders. We overlooked the likes of Steve O'Dwyer and Orpin Kisachikoglu earlier.
Oh,
both of them
really?
have titles
Right.
as well. And truly, just a, as you like to call it, murderer's row. But Rob Young with 5 bigs, the man upon whom eyes are set at present.
Stephen Chidwick certainly going to be having fun with this ICM situation, Ali.
Yeah, we're going to bear witness to what I would imagine would be a real clinic out there by guys who know how to get it done. Blinds will be at 50 and 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante, and we are just about set to send it back to the final table, where 8th place money is 239,000. Up top, we're going to be paying out 1.75 million, and there are the official chip counts. Brought to you by Poker Stake.
Let's go. Real opportunity.
Let's be serious.
Go on.
Sorry to interrupt. Real
No,
opportunity.
go ahead,
Okay, but like if I tell you take Chidwick off the board and you got to look out there and say, this is the guy I like.
Okay.
Is it just automatically Henrik Hecklund? You could almost pick anyone. I still like Jason Kuhn at 10 bigs. Am I insane?
The problem is just with the presence of Rob on 5, you know, look at the difference between 7th and 8th. And also, just to note that it gets tighter. The ICM noose, if you will, gets tighter from 8 to 7. 7 to 6, then slowly starts loosening up a little bit, but we're still not at the most handcuffed spot. And with that, expect to see these middling stacks just play a very straightforward strategy. We're going to see some tight folds from the likes of O'Dwyer, Punat Punsri, Santosh, until Rob Young either doubles up or busts out.
Well, he doesn't want to play the ace-3 offsuit as he puts it into the muck. That jump that you referred to from 8th to 7th, by the way, Henry, 67,000.
Right.
But cheekily, I know you've said from time to time,
the ICM is for poor people.
And listen, this is a well-heeled collection of individuals here at this FT, but the rules of ICM are the rules of ICM, and these guys are professionals that are out there basically looking to execute at the top of their game. So
yeah, I mean, firstly, like, just for anyone that didn't know that I was joking, on the several occasions I've said that, obviously that is in jest.
Yes.
These guys
cheeky, we know.
Are are going to be taking the ICM situation incredibly seriously, regardless of their net worth. You know, there's a tournament to be won, and there's some world-class poker to be played. And these guys, knowing that the entire poker world is watching, eyeballs on them, are going to want to prove themselves in the form of just great poker. So let's see how it plays out. I mean, cagey for now, as to be expected.
King 9 for Santosh was always in a bad way against Ace King on the button for Hecklin. Second in chips. The Great Dane, as you've christened him, goes to work.
Yeah, it really is. Madrid champion. It's been showing up to these Triton Super High Roller Series for quite some time now. It's had some success in recent months as well. High rollers around the world.
Santosh peeling with the King 9, and the board pairs on the turn, which might actually keep him engaged. Surprised to see him peel, by the way, off of
100%. It's so easy to fall into this trap, though, right? Against someone like Henrik, who is more than capable of barreling off here in King High, more than likely going to be the best hand a decent amount of time against the button opening range. Can see why he wanted to keep him honest for at least one, but King 9, no backdoor straight draw, running clubs needed. Feels a bit loose for my liking, Ali.
I would tend to agree with you, and with 850 out there, Hecklin dials up 450, puts it on request. Santosh made an incredible call with ace-8 against Soiza, by the way. I believe we had 2 tables left. Wasn't here at the FT that he did so, as he is at least disciplined enough once facing the second barrel to get away from the King 9. And bumped into Soiza, by the way, at the player party, and just kind of acknowledged that he ran into a man that decided to draw a line in the sand. And from sand to stone, precious ones, diamonds, 18 karat gold, all a part of what goes into the beautiful wares crafted together in none other than Denmark, Henrik Hecklin's homeland, by the good folks at Shambhala Jewels. Proud to have them along with us as a sponsor.
Fine piece of kit being dished out, along with the trophy, them Shambhala Jewels bracelets. Have you had the chance to have a... I mean, you're doing the interviews, you get a chance to see the actual bracelets up close.
Yeah, I've seen actually the one that Nacho Barbero was awarded, and I saw it, I think, just earlier today for the first time. And really,
here we go.
Let's just think about it. These guys, many of them, not ones to really be keen on jewelry, watches, stuff like that. Those that have won a Shambhala bracelet or a Jacob & Co. Triton watch, they wear them, including the likes of Stephen Chidwick, including the likes of Henrik Hecklin, both here at this final table, both rocking.
I had 6s.
And rocking and rolling, apparently.
Rob Young.
Oh, shit.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on, we got a 3-way all in. So Punat open jamming the 6s. Rob saying, here we go. And Santosh in the big blind, in the small blind rather, ISOing over the top. So 3-way all in.
Punsri has Rob covered, of course, given Yang was the shortest stack in the field coming into this pot. Santosh has both gentlemen covered.
Wow.
Aces against 5s against Ace King to the Jack 7-4 board. Suvarna.
Somebody's turning a straight draw. Who's it going to be?
Oh, 9. 9 or a deuce.
To eliminate 2 players.
No one. Wow.
And the 9 does mean no one has a straight draw. So Rob Young draws dead. He knows it's time to collect his belongings. Punsri, however, did have a tug at a 5. But he, too, is dispensed. And
love that from Punat, by the way. Just immediately worthy champion, reigning champion, handshakes all round.
I think he has truly garnered the respect of these Triton OGs, by the way, since his arrival as a member of the Thai delegation, Henry.
Really showcasing the humility from these Asian players as well.
So we've lost Rob Young and Punat Punsri in the same pot, but of course, Punat began this one with more chips. Will claim 7th place money, 306K. Rob will
No
take
good.
down 239. Apparently reluctant to leave the arena.
Very curious about that 5's hand from Punat.
Don't forget this, Rob.
The tone in my voice, not questioning the reigning champ, by the way, just
See you, man. Thanks. Thank you.
as a lover of the game, be very curious to look at that from an ICM point of view. 10 big blinds, and I'm sure him and the team will be reviewing that spot as well.
Great work for me, bro. I appreciate it.
Punat, by the way, will push up into that
Making
3
so much
million
money
in
about big
career
round.
Triton
Yeah, that was
earnings
sick. Ding, ding,
territory.
ding, 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 ding.
His
I hit
third
the
ever
jackpot.
cash.
I was the big winner of that hand.
His first here in Vietnam. Rob Young. His third cash. Up
Oh,
over
Santos pretty big
half a
winner, too.
million.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe he was the big winner.
Mood feels a bit lighter instantaneously, does it not?
Whoa. Maybe 150,000 lighter or richer. Difference between 8th and 6th.
900, including my big one.
Power of ICM.
He's on me.
Power of folding.
Folded to you. I think you're getting a 9-3 offsuit and give me a walk.
Jason asking the poker gods to give Orpin a 9-3 offsuit.
Hold on.
Give him a
See,
walk.
That's a really bad start.
Not going to happen, though, as Orpin.
Deuce.
A tactical
Yeah,
rip.
There it is.
Dominating. Did you just stay in your seat all break open?
Yep.
Are you sad for me? No. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Yes, I very much am sad for you.
No, I wasn't here, but I actually asked for a wheelchair.
Yeah.
They will bring.
Is it that bad?
Yeah, I can't
wow.
step on it. Probably.
What's happened?
That's not good.
So.
Sounds like
so
we just laughed at something. There's genuine concern. Orpin, maybe from volleyball, or
You know, it's interesting. Earlier, yeah, we did laugh because obviously, if you weren't thinking about the
Of
idea
course.
that actually Orpin was in a situation where he didn't want to
Yeah.
walk around, it would be funny to imagine him sitting at the table by himself while everyone else was on break. But he was discussing with Jason Kuhn how to approach blisters, and I guess maybe from volleyball, who knows, a bad pair of shoes, it can happen from
Right.
anything, but Kuhn was giving him some pointers on how to treat whatever is troubling him.
Okay.
Santos knows how to treat ace-jack suited, the new second-place chip stack.
Yeah, Santos really saving it for the big buy-in tournaments here. 0 for 5 so far, but currently second in chips with 6 left.
Chidwick contemplating 5s, which performed poorly for Punsri moments ago, but he's your chip leader in the big.
Really interesting shift, by the way, in the way this is going to play out with the departure of Rob Young and Punsri. Looked like a potential ICM abuse spot for Chidwick, given the presence of Rob Young and given that we were 8-handed, now 6-handed, average stack 28 bigs. See how this plays out over the next couple of orbits.
On the heels of the defense, a monotone 10-9-6 board, which is completely out of Suvarna's neighborhood. He's been really high frequency with the follow-through, the C-bets as an opener.
Ace-Jack, monotone board, second in chips against Stephen Chidwick.
Stevie with the flush draw and the under pair, which now turns into the flush, courtesy of the 7 of hearts. Made the call, brings the pot to 900K, and he checks it.
Stevie now ahead of the flopped pairs with no heart. 900,000 in the middle. Santosh knuckles back.
Blank looking 4 of spades. Are there any worlds in which Stevie imagines a check back from Santosh includes a heart?
I think Santosh is more than capable of having some flush checkbacks, non-nutted flush checkbacks. It's for a bit of pot control, given that he is second. Stevie aware of that. Also gives Savannah some rope to turn hands like this into a bluff. Try and fold out some flopped pairs that can't face further heat. Checks through.
Yeah,
Chidwick extends the lead. Not only does he extend the lead, guaranteed to extend the lead on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard now, given that Greenwood did not cash, Davies did not cash. That gap reduced quite significantly here so far already. That's not been updated over on the app just yet. I did have producer James crunch some numbers after Davies made his 3rd final table, and he'd reduced the gap to around about 300, I believe. 250's walking over now with the updated numbers without this tournament. So as things stand, Stephen Chidwick at the top with 2,194 points. Steph Davies with 1,919 points.
Hecklin with 200,000. Under the gun with Queen Jack suited. Ace King suited for Jason. And now is certainly the time for the shortest stack in the field.
It's 800, right?
750.
Stick it in there. 3/4 million. Hecklin's going to give him a spin.
JK in the hunt for title number 5. In good shape here.
Look at the image, by the way, of that gentleman.
Behave.
He's at the office. No, it's just having a cup of
No,
coffee.
I know, I love it.
Literally not phased whatsoever by the gravity of a moment like this, which would be virtually career-defining for so many people. Not a 4-time Triton champ like Jason Kuhn, though, as his ace king turns into top pair against middle pair.
Love the backdoor sweats.
Ooh. I don't like that one.
With good reason. As Hecklin
7
picks
of
up a
diamonds.
spade draw. Jason Kuhn with plenty of anti-sweat here. No queen, no jack, no spades. That's the mantra in his mind here. And he makes trip kings on the river as his
You don't
bid
want to see a face card there.
No, I did not.
for a
Red
5th
face card,
Triton
bad.
title continues.
Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Short stack doubling up through 2nd in chips, and now,
Not just any short stack.
now we've got a final table on our hands.
Felt like that's been the case from the onset, by the way, when you just look at the number of titles, the fact that only 2 players at the FT didn't hold titles. One of them right
Ace a
there,
face card?
Santosh
Yeah.
Suvarna.
I mean, it doesn't
Looking to
have a
join
face,
that
but I
club.
think it's
Loves
considered-
No.
No, it's
Triton
not, actually.
ever since joining
It's
us.
considered a Broadway, but not a
Broadway,
face
yes.
card. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no face.
Loves the
You learn
4-card
something new
game
every
as
day.
well.
Yeah.
Right?
I didn't know.
Yeah, no,
You
not a face
mean-
card. It's got to have a face.
PLO.
Face.
The great game.
No problem.
There are other 4-card games.
Name
Omaha
3.
8 or better. Badoogie. And double board Omaha High. I think that's 3.
Touche.
I think that's 14 the hard way. Pocket sevens for Orpin. 2.25. And Chidwick performed so well with pocket jacks earlier up against aces.
Fascinating spot with O'Dwyer behind on 14. No nonsense here, no trap setting on the button. Note the 3-bet size, by the way.
525.
Yeah, a lot to dissect from these world-class poker players in many ways. Their presence, the way they observe the table, but also in these real intricate parts of the game tree. The ICM implications, just a smaller sizing here. Really gets to leverage that pressure that Orpin's currently under. Sat comfortably, third in chips.
Ferdinand, what's up, man?
A professional glare being cast across the felt at Orpin by our chip leader. And the sevens just find them up.
Bro, here's a crazy stat. I got this so wrong. Door card in that spot's jack of clubs. I got ace king of clubs, you have queen jack of spades. What's the equities? With just the door card.
You probably still have 40-something%, right?
What is it?
You probably still have 40-something%, right?
Dude.
No.
I thought I would have way less.
I think it's less.
You have 46.3% with a jack of clubs in the door. How's that possible?
Wow.
40, yeah, you're 53.7 only on the flop. I would have thought it was like 75-25 or something crazy.
You have 60% of a flush, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. Still wild.
I would like to officially go on record
Pass.
as wanting to never know the answer to that question, by the way. I'll leave that to you,
Damn,
Henry.
you're strong.
I'll leave that to the guys at the felt.
Instantly tell me I still have 40-some.
I love it.
I wouldn't have said 46. I would have thought like 43.
Sick.
That's geeking out.
I
Gotta love it.
appreciate
Yeah.
the question being posed and the response.
How do you check it?
It's like an odds calculator.
I just don't have available synapses. Cortex is cluttered. Nothing cluttered about two red kings in the big, though. It is neat and tidy for Suvarna.
Raise.
Announces raise.
750,000.
Yeah, this one over and done with, Ali. Steven just trying to lean into everyone at as things stand, rather.
But not really doing so with reckless abandon, just picking his spots.
Yeah, just min
Still
open,
probably
late
actually
position.
flip 50-50. So he wished you good luck pre-flop. So
Oh, shit.
Well, I gave him the nod first. I was having my tea and gave him the gentleman's
That's true.
nod.
I mean,
That is true.
good luck's way more powerful than a nod.
That is fair. That is fair. I thought I was
Great
done.
points.
Although you fucked up by saying 7 of diamonds on the river.
I should have been showers.
You don't need to improve your hand.
You're right. I really,
Steve-o
I
knows.
take things like this you say to heart because I know you're seasoned with all this shit.
So probably just did even out. Or, well, I mean, good luck is definitely stronger than 7 of diamonds.
Hey Steve, there's
40.
There's a couple million.
47 and a half.
Couple million concurrent Chinese viewers on the stream right now. Should they ever fly Lufthansa? Is the question.
Really? There's that many people watching in China?
A couple million Chinese concurrent. I'm making that up, but sometimes there has been that many.
China? Oh, hold on. China? If you're out there, don't ever fly with Lufthansa.
Never, ever.
Bunch of thieves. Trust me on this. Worst airline on the planet.
Look at Chidwick's response. Oh my word.
That was an unprecedented amount of levity brought to this final table in a 75K with $2 million plus
My best
payouts.
pal from back home just texted me
JK.
and said, I see you and Seth at the final table. Steve, he thinks Steve used Seth.
He's 6'4" here, by the way.
Poking the bear.
So funny, man.
The Lufthansa PTSD.
I see you and Seth at the final table.
Wasn't there some big tournament where you guys were wearing the same shirt by accident or incidentally?
Probably by design.
Set it up, but yeah.
Oh, you set it up? Oh, okay. Oh, great.
He did.
We found
Seth,
the table something.
Seth did like a whole interview at the World Series of Poker as Steve and Seth at once, and the girl was dead serious.
What is happening?
Wasn't that Lara?
I don't know, and if it was,
That asked Seth?
just for the purposes of our personal relationship, I don't want to bring it back up. But go ahead, Kilbane.
I mean, it was
Shower
Jason
our-
that mentioned it. You know.
You didn't say her name.
True.
You mentioned it.
That is true.
Yeah,
Apologies.
Yeah, he's pretty
Lara.
jacked.
He's getting pretty ripped.
Mm-hmm. But so are you. Cypress, you were super jacked.
You did call me Randy on yesterday or the day before yesterday's pre-show. So, you know.
Honestly, for me to acknowledge you, period, is
If you're out there.
a real wonder. As we see the king,
Never
Bink
5
Suvarna, who was always in front against this open-ender, that decided not
I bet you cost
to
them
bet the
tens
turn.
of thousands of dollars in revenue.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so.
Yeah.
Suddenly, though, on the river, Orpin decides to activate 325,000 into 500.
Annoying spot
I feel like at this
blocking.
point, if you're a poker player, you have to be stupid.
Some
to
of the
go into
hands
a
you'd want.
Lufthansa flight.
Orpin to
Because you've
have
just
7,
been
8, 7, 5.
Trained now, you know. Steve's pounded it in, you know.
Has to be turning. Hands like this,
I'll
brick
never climb,
spades,
I promise
6
you
into a
that.
bluff,
Me
makes the
neither.
call.
I wasn't at the first.
Yeah, I mean, you were.
I was already on the
You
heat
were
train.
already. Already learned your lesson.
I
want
really-
to do one more stop and 8 hours longer travel. Just not fly Lufthansa.
Want to know the story?
I took one more stop on my itinerary and an 8-hour longer travel time.
To just not do it?
Not fly Lufthansa.
Wow.
Yeah. I had a similar issue with them. Well, not similar, but I had an issue with them.
I was playing with Seidel the other day, and he was like, "Did you happen to see the latest episode of Bill Maher?" And I was like, "No. Why? What's up?" And he goes, "You know that German actor Christoph Waltz? He played
I know
villain,
Christoph, yeah.
villain in Inglourious
Inglourious
Bastards.
Bastards, yeah.
Fantastic.
Lufthansa lost his luggage in December, and he's hasn't gotten it back. One second, I'll finish this in
Yeah.
a moment.
Hold your thoughts, Devo. Pocket 8s, 14 bigs. 6 of 6.
$1 million?
In it goes. 95% of it.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry.
Just a technical nuance, the owl is not included in this all-in.
So they
Do
lost
continue,
his
Steve.
luggage in December. Still hasn't gotten it back, and he's growing his beard out in protest.
That's so
He's not
funny.
gonna-
You gotta
he's not
join
gonna
him.
He said his like favorite razor or something was in the bag, and he's not shaving until he gets it back.
That's awesome. You guys are kindred spirits.
Yeah. If you're out there, Christoph Waltz, I'm on your side. Lufthansa's the worst.
Well, apparently,
Are we open?
Rather fly EasyJet than
I've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole here.
EasyJet's terrible. I won't ever fly EasyJet either. That's the other airline that is
Everyone knew to stay away from EasyJet, to be fair.
not something I'll
Maybe you should fly private.
I wish. That would be great, but we're not
Yeah.
there yet. I'm actually kind of a bit of a Ryanair convert now. flown Ryanair a few times recently. I said I would never do it.
Producer James also a fan
least you know what
of
you're getting
Ryanair, I
yourself
thought.
into.
No? He says no. I think EasyJet's the one that he likes. Both of those, by the way,
They're
any
totally
airline that
pumped
offers
about, like, what they're going to charge
€1
you for, and, like,
or £1 airfare, clearly of an unbundled variety, I'm going to steer clear of. Not going to steer clear of 2 jacks, though, is Stephen Chidwick, as Suvarna, the opener, makes it 200K. Two biggest stacks.
Yeah, I forgot for a second that this is the final table of a 75K. A lot going on at this table right now. Back to the poker. 1.7 up top and change. Savannah trying to get involved as and when he can. Opening into Stephen's big blind. Chidwick with the 3-bet response, and one of those ones where wouldn't surprise me if Savannah just felt like Chidwick was trying to run him over.
Soiza just got eliminated on stream. Sounds like Soiza just got eliminated on stream.
Stays away, though.
Does. Chidwick extends. Go on, Ali. There's a lot that we need to unpack after the last 5 minutes or so.
Well, it appears unpacking was something that O'Dwyer was unable to do for several days, courtesy of a lost luggage situation after flying Lufthansa. Now, an article from 3 weeks ago by Charles Rettmuller over at PokerTube.com chronicles Steve O'Dwyer's Twitter saga, which was even picked up nationally by CNN. And ultimately, after 15 days, he was reunited with his lost luggage. But, of course, he will never again fly Lufthansa. And apparently on a PCA stream, he also took it upon himself, as he did here, to advise everyone not to fly Lufthansa. Henrik Hecklin admitting that he took an extra stop and an extra 8 hours to get here to Vietnam simply to avoid Lufthansa. Now,
AirTag's a thing, Ollie?
Apple AirTag was in Steve's bag. He could see that it was sitting at Heathrow. You can just Google it, read about the remainder of the details, but sharp degree of incompetence, uncharacteristic of German operations, by the way. Kuhn jamming with pocket threes, taking it down. I, by the way, respectfully will have to push back hard on O'Dwyer's guidance. I actually will go out of my way to take 2 stops just to fly Lufthansa. In the nose, the pointy end, if you will, but
You got good rhythm.
bit of trivia for you.
You a dancer? You like to
Henry?
dance or drum or anything? You got rhythm.
Yeah, I know.
I think I've tipped my hand a bit
I'm a
already, but
dancer
who do you
inside.
suppose
Yeah, inside, not out.
the largest
I had a
consumer
dancing phase, like a
of
swing dance
caviar
kinda
on
phase,
Earth is? Largest purchaser
but that was a
annually.
long time ago. Might get back into that with my wife.
3 guesses.
Go on. You should only need one.
Ryanair.
Hmm.
Is it
Ryanair.
Lufthansa, by any chance, Ollie?
Yeah. And I'll have you know that I do my
2
part
million.
annually to assist them in that title.
Never tried caviar.
On the ground.
No, not once. Never.
Really?
I mean, maybe I have and not known what it was, but are we open to a lawsuit, by the way, O'Dwyer at the table? Also believe there was some slander towards Ryanair and EasyJet.
Merited. I belong in a courtroom, Henry. I've been spouting nonsense for how long?
I
in
would
this booth?
pay good money to watch you navigate a courtroom. I feel like you could talk your way out of pretty much everything.
I feel like you should pay better money to watch Chidwick navigate a poker hand, as he has made it 450 to go over the top of Jason Koon's open with ace-deuce suited.
Again, just clicking it. This size enough to put the pressure back on Jason. 900,000 out there.
We've talked a lot about the solver affinity for the baby-suited aces as Jason jams, and will be thrilled to see Chidwick put it right into the muck as he continues to climb the leaderboard. That is not something anyone in the field wants to see.
3-bet fold from our
Almost
chip
feel like
leader.
in this tournament?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
He's definitely got him in his
By
range.
a mile, actually.
That's the corridor through which the players walk during the final table introductions. Did I count 5 water bottles on Jason's side table alone? I don't know if that's unique to him, but
Potentially. I thought that was the corridor from Starship in Star Wars, but here we are.
The Enterprise?
Yeah, you know, looked like it.
I have an admission which no physician who specializes in kidney function is going to want to hear, but since arrival here in Vietnam, I've not had 5 bottles of water. We've been here, what, 8 days?
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
On.
What about this? Jam from Henrik out of the small with King 10. Unsurprising. Into Suvarna.
Tell you one
It's-
huge pro
yeah,
tip for
I mean,
traveling international.
look, it's
is bring
close.
A ton of different kinds of tea.
Scary. Jam gets
Teas.
through.
Oh yeah. Don't
Yeah.
weigh anything, and it's like amazing having just whatever kind of tea you want. I bring a bunch of herbal stuff. Helps you sleep at night, whatever.
Herbal stuff?
Some chamomile, perhaps.
Oh. Tea.
Yes, tea. Let us know, by the way, who you guys are rooting for. Quite the lineup we have here, 6-handed. Chidwick looking for title number 2. Jason Koon looking to separate himself from everyone else at the Triton Super High Roller Series here. A win would take him up to 5 titles, would be a record. Henrik Hecklund, main event champ from Madrid last year. Looking for title number 3. Already in a pretty exclusive club.
His other title prior to Madrid came in Montenegro in 2019 in a 250K HKD no limit event. Suvarna flatting from the small blind with the 6s. Five, 8, 9 as Orpin closed the action with Queen 4 suited, rolls off the deck. 6 still in front. Gut shot. Checking. Same story for Orpin.
Oh, 5 pairing on the turn. Savannah with 78% of it 3 ways.
Yeah, after the Koon check back.
Sort of in a similar spot earlier on, just before you joined. three-way spot as well that he navigated perfectly. Could hear a pin drop out there, Ollie.
225K, Jason's bid to take this down. Not going to work, of course, against the sixes. Suvarna makes the call. Orpin out of the way. Would have banked a queen here, but of course it was just no merit to calling for him. .15 in the middle. Suvarna checks again. Jason gonna wave the white flag or get after this one. We know he has so much heart.
Would be quite the follow through. And he's reaching
550
to the sum of 550,000. Talk of heart. Ali seems to know exactly where he's at.
Let's be fair. Santos, also with plenty of heart, not afraid to make a big call. We've seen that on multiple occasions.
This would be truly heroic. Under the gun open from Jason. Check through on the 9-8-5-2 diamonds. Jason opting to go for the delayed c-bet three ways on the 5 of clubs turn now. Undeterred by the front door flush draw getting there. Santos still capable of having hands like ace-10, ace-jack, jack-10 of diamonds from the small. Sixes find the muck, Ali.
Jason Kuhn. Behold. I tell you what, I think that that's a call that Suvarna makes from time to time. But when you stare across at a man that's got 4 Triton titles, his banner hung proudly, dead center of the room here. There is an aura, isn't there?
Yeah, layer of intimidation, for sure. It's like whenever you bump into me in the hallway.
Did you really think that would get me a room on your floor?
You do know we have the exact same rooms, right?
Do we, Henry? See, I came down and hung out with you in your room.
Interesting.
Note that I didn't invite you up to mine.
You couldn't pay me to venture up to those dark parts of the resort.
We really don't make a habit of looking to pay you in general, Henry, so let's step away from that concept. No, I promise. Once your internship's over, we're gonna talk. We're gonna get you paid. Henrik Eklund looking to get paid here. Cut off King 10 suited. King 8 for Jason Kuhn, going to defend, unaware that he is dominated.
Check.
King Queen Jack board is troublesome for him as he's got top pair. Sopping wet with a couple of spades and plenty of coordination against the opening range of Hecklin. Top pair, better kicker, open ender.
Behave. Top pair, top pair. There's stack depth. Cut off open.
$125K.
Yeah, Jason has to be somewhat concerned that Henrik has opened into 2 stacks that have him covered. Just opts to check call with the King 8 as the straight completes for Henrik.
And the spade draw and that ace. This is all actually a really good development for Jason in terms of opportunities to find the muck with the worst hand. But as it stands right now, he has checked, and we await Henrik Heklin's decision. A check back. Now a 4th spade. Neither player has the flush. You don't think, do you?
Tends to hurt when I do, but Jason thinking before checking it on over to Henrik. This feels like a dicey proposition. Henrik can still have 1 spade type holdings. It's not like he's capped to suited hands only from the cutoff.
You think Henrik feels the need to turn this one into a bluff? He's got showdown value against all but a spade.
Maybe just goes for value. Ali, half pot.
Didn't even consider that. Thinking that maybe there are worlds in which I get called by a hand that does not contain a spade, as he lays 3-1 to Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, Jason can still have 2 pairs. Ace X, Queen 9, Jack 9. Even the offsuit King Jacks does find the mark. Henrik with a much needed pickup. Closes the gap between himself and Santosh.
Did you see Jason there? Shortly before mucking and then even afterward, exhaling as though he was on the precipice of maybe
Thank you.
thinking of something heroic there.
It's always tough against the likes of Henrik.
And conversely, against the likes of JK, who currently sits 3rd in chips, 2nd through 4th, all in the same hood. Chidwick all alone, almost a 2-1 lead over Santosh, and then O'Dwyer and Orban, 5th and 6th. And as you look at that chip distribution, a peek at the 389K on tap, Henry, what do you make of what one might anticipate we would be seeing in terms of thematics?
Oh, Dwyer and Orban both tied at the bottom by quite some margin. They need to double to overtake anyone else. I mean, it's tight in the middle as well. Henrik with 21, sat in 4th. Santosh with 25 bigs, sat in 2nd. Maybe a spot for Stevie to really go after it here. Given that Orban and Steve-O are as shallow as they are. Really love this. It's been a while since just had this kind of, not to disservice anyone else or any other final table, but there's a lot at stake here. Potential 5-time champion Stephen Chidwick can really distance the gap from everyone else on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard with a win here. Savannah looking for his first trophy. Henrik Hecklin looking to join the 3-time champions club. There's a lot at stake, not just money.
Pick your
reputation.
storyline.
Right, exactly. And regardless who comes out on top here, there's going to be quite the storyline.
Min raise open with 2 5s from Suvarna as a decent sized suited ace for Steve O'Dwyer. in the big. He's got 1.1 million back.
All in.
And he's going to jam it all.
Steve-O going to be flipping against the fives of Savannah.
Going to give him a spin. Orpin looking on intently, by the way, shortly.
The big dogs.
108,000 ladder. Ali between 6th and 5th.
Mention Orpin because he is behind O'Dwyer in chips right now by a little margin. And 10-10-7 is not the one that puts ace-9 in front. Steve O'Dwyer
A lot of interesting ones here, Orpin.
needs help. And wow.
The most interesting one.
Confirmed.
Yeah. Jason keeps on doing it.
Flush
Mine's,
and
what, 60,
straight
40
draw.
here? I feel like ace nine's gotta be
Acquired.
the favorite.
That's kind of
Counterfeit
Hendricks
cards in
odds,
there too
odds guy.
for O'Dwyer. Let's go to the river. And that is a counterfeit card. A double paired board will leave ace high to double up.
6 jack, 7, 8, ace 9.
Is 1,000,000.
There we go.
225.
With that double, Steve-O moves up to 2nd in chips, I believe.
Jacks are 6.
Just insane
So there's
how tight it is
3 of those
out there.
minus the heart.
Do apologize. Ties with
6.
Jason in 3rd.
It's breaking my brain to even think about it. 9.
Usually people miss that many outs. How do you do
I
it?
think it's like 21 or something crazy.
We know who the marketing folks over at Lufthansa were rooting for in that particular pot.
I didn't think I was going to win. Usually I'm very confident. So I don't think I was going to win.
Average stack 19 big blinds, only Hecklin and Chidwick with more than average.
So we're down to 5th now.
Orpin got to call the boys over, high five the dealer. He finds one of the easiest spots of his career.
Didn't jam it though. And that makes things a little strange for Jason Kuhn, as he has to presume that 550 of roughly 1.2 being put into the middle signifies a willingness to get the rest of it in there. Nevertheless, he does jam with 2 9s to further discourage any complication behind him. Orpin happily sticks the rest in and will take 2 overs up against the pair.
Good luck, gentlemen.
2-6-5 in the middle.
Jason eyeing his 5th Triton trophy. Orpin runner-up in the Madrid main. Looking for his 2nd.
Runner-up on this King 4 tray board as well, and that's not the position that will afford him continued presence here at this final table. Assistance needed. And that's one form of it. The Jack of Diamonds adding queens to the mixture. As Orpin needs to cook something up on this river. Can he do it? Yes, the Queen of Spades as ace 10 on a King 4-3 board turns into Broadway. And
1.175.
Now we're cooking, Ali.
yeah, Turkish delight.
If you're in Orpin's camp. Nuts on the river, courtesy of the Queen of Spades. Absolute savage, that man. His first bracelet in November 2022, WSOP Europe 50K.
That time of the tournament.
Being Sam Grafton.
I thought it was.
In that one, by the way.
I thought it was that time in the tournament.
Bossman Paul also earning his
Stevie and I are
first
talking about two different kinds of
bracelet during that
times.
series.
Civil engineer by trade is Orpin Kisachoglu, by the way. Currently lives in London. Entrepreneur in real estate, IT, and gaming. First learned to play poker back in 08-09 in after-work office events on Fridays. How about it? Do you think they still invite him back to the Friday office poker?
It gives a whole different vibe to the TV series The Office, doesn't it, right there, just with the inclusion of poker.
Most memorable moment, by the way, for Orpin is winning the Triton 100K in Rosvedov in 2019.
Nope.
Yeah. Meeting Ben Heath, who he credits with helping him to take the game more seriously and
Where's my
improve.
wheelchair?
As O'Dwyer's button open. Looks like it should get through, and does. Here's a name that we haven't muttered from Vietnam, because he hasn't shown up as yet. It is Orpin's favorite player, Jean-Noël Torel, JNT. Says it's for his love of the game.
JNT really does love the game, doesn't he, now that I think about it? Flashbacks to the Coin River Invitational.
Oh, yeah.
Was chip leader at one point. $858 likes over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Almost 8,000 of you watching. If you could obviously take a couple of seconds out to click that like button, it's free of charge. Help us get over 1,000. This Triton Super High Roller Series ongoing coverage from Vietnam.
I'll take the under on a couple of seconds, and I'll also go so far as to say,
2.6.
if you're watching and you haven't yet clicked like, then you don't know what to like, because what you're witnessing here is well worth
I think
it.
it's 2.6.
As Hecklin deems King 10 suited on the button, worth a min-raise open. Orpin surveys.
We need a Brian Rast CTA kind of recorded flashbacks to the Triton Poker Plus app rant that he went on. We need one in place for the subscribe button and the like button. Seems to be working, Ali. Players, or viewers rather, clicking that like.
And on the topic of things that are working, how about Orpin? As he takes one down.
I give you
Henrik
time.
heading into the muck.
Talking of the Triton Poker Plus app, Jason Kuhn, Chidwick, glancing at the app.
Luca. The blinds in the app are wrong.
Steve O'Dwyer strikes me as a frill-free individual, which does sort of beg the question as I continue to contemplate what a different experience I've had over the arc of my travel career with Lufthansa. And I do kind of wonder what class of service, perhaps, Steve had selected to fly in during this debacle. Not all bags fly in the same way. Just letting you know. I mean, I would love to actually bring him with me on my next Lufthansa trip and just show him a different side.
Listen, I'm happy to chip in if it makes you happy, Ali. You seem to be, you know, jimmies have been rustled as Orpin jams over the under the gun open of Chidwick.
Is it 3 million?
It wasn't a personal jab.
Yeah.
that the business class that you find yourself in more often than not? Ali? Just his experience.
Business? Orpin giving this King Jack the business as Stevie folds the King Jack. By the way, that's your chip leader under the gun. You're picking on. Not a fact lost on Orpin, without question. First ever job for Orpin? One that you actually held at one point in time. You think I'm going to troll you? I'm not. Sports betting at age 19.
Wow, really? That early? Interesting. Was he working for a company or on his own? Does it say?
Don't know.
Fascinating how he went from sports betting at 19 to an office job later on. Probably industry adjacent.
Maybe he was a terrible sports bettor.
Well, there's that too, although if his poker game's anything to go by.
Yeah. That's a man who certainly endeavors to excel and succeed at all that he puts his mind to. Of that you can be certain. And here he is putting his mind to ace-queen on the button.
Opening into the chip leader.
But also the shortest stack in the field in Jason Kuhn. So,
oh boy,
both ends of the leaderboard.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed. Look at this.
Double whammy. Jason, through no fault of his own, ace-10. Just too much to pass up on. Shortest stack in the tournament. Got to move it in, and now it gets really dicey. Chip leader Chidwick, king queen of diamonds in the big, finds the muck pretty quickly as Orpin snap calls and Jason Kuhn drawing to 3 outs across 5.
Yeah, Chidwick wanted none of that king-queen, content to sit back and let Orpin go to work on Kuhn, dominating. Would have been dominating Steven as well, mind you. Queen, Jack, 7, and king hunting is Jason. One of those kings, of course, in the muck already out of Stevie's hand. So it's a 3-outer, although, wait a minute. The 10.
Oh, the prepay. He'll take a chop, not greedy.
Not going to happen, though. And Jason Kuhn's bid for a 5th Triton title is cut short as he is eliminated here in 6th place. Bitter disappointment for him.
Yeah, Jason just always seems to find these runs as the stakes increase. Flashbacks to Madrid. Had a bit of a rough start, the start of the trip, and then took down the short deck 150k. 0 for 5 here, now a deep run in the 75k, 7 max 389,000. Primed, in prime shape, Jason Kuhn. Be straight into that main tomorrow. Feeling good about this run here in event number 7. Always bitter disappointment to come up short, obviously. And look at the top. Chidwick still out in front, but Orpin, number 1 on the all-time Turkish money list, on his heels, and then a significant drop-off to Steve O'Dwyer. Everyone now guaranteed 497,500 for their efforts. A career-defining moment for Santosh. Is 5 of 5, biggest Triton cash to date, and getting the monkey off of his back here at the series with this run.
First cash here in Vietnam. For Santosh, ace-5 suited as we carry on 5-handed, and a sense of relief, I would imagine, coming over even the most formidable in the field as they no longer have to contend with Jason Kuhn's talents. Orpin contending with this open from the button. Ace-3 suited. Solvers like this stuff.
They do indeed. This is for 20 bigs. Effective against Hecklin. Chidwick in the small. Open just going to call on the button. Play the rest of the hand in position. Chidwick snap folds the sixes. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, from the small blind. Snap folds.
Confess that snap fold is not in my range there. Jack 9-7. Neither player connecting with this sort of middling, coordinated flop. Hecklin, first to speak. Checks it.
Yeah, board texture. It's really going to favor the flatting range of Orpin.
Check back brings the 5.
Orpin now drawing dead. See how Henrik proceeds. Has to be really concerned on this board. Has now overtaken a hand like Ace-Queen-O, although one would assume would have heard from Ace-Queen in some form pre-flop. Try and get this one to showdown. The Great Dane.
Is that where Orpin wants to direct an Ace-3, though?
Just going to check it back. I mean, we did see...
And hit the 3, mind you. Go on.
Oh, we saw Henrik getting tricky against Rob Young earlier on. Orpin knows that just because Henrik has knuckled twice, can still have a lot of hand. This one going to get knuckled down. 5 is good. Henrik overtaking O'Dwyer.
Luca,
Santosh at the
sorry,
bottom.
were you going to say something? Can we propose a rule change? Because I'm getting word from a friend back home that Ali is saying positive things.
Oh, how do we...
How?
I'm waiting with bated breath. Can't imagine what that was.
Positive things about Lufthansa. Expose yourself in the chat, by the way. Whoever that is snaking on us here.
Well, perhaps it's someone who is
watching over on the...
Downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app and is streaming. That was the bill we were supposed to be paying. Henrik having a good laugh. Maybe Steve was trolling. Not sure.
I'm going to have
He's got a great sense of humor.
And I know your feelings as well. You know.
I'll back you up, don't worry.
Yeah. And you're good backup.
What would the rule change be, though, Ali? Any guesses? That you're no longer invited in the booth when O'Dwyer's at the feature table?
I think. 1, 2, 1.
No, it's got to have something to do with Lufthansa. Ali was saying positive things about Lufthansa is probably what he was.
Yeah, that's what he
going
said.
to say. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in the same way, Henrik said he'd back Steve-O up. I've got your back, pal.
Yeah, of course.
Won't let them change any rules.
Listen, I'm telling you. O'Dwyer and I are going to fly to the next event together. I'll make it a point to transit through his neck of the woods. Currently lives in Dublin. Got a friend up there. Long-time friend. Go visit my friend in Dublin, and then Steve and I will head to the next Triton event together in the pointy end, and maybe it'll be a different vibe. I suspect he's going to say, no way. Don't care. Not going to do it. In which case, I'll just have to club him in the head and then take his unconscious body through security, park it in his seat. Then when he comes to, he'll realize he's on Lufthansa. Meanwhile, Chidwick comes to with 10-9. Makes it 2:50 to go. Jack-6 suited. Santosh thinks it over. No thank you, he says. And who can blame him?
I just realized you got a Bugs Bunny on there. Been sitting with you all day, and now the Bugs Bunny.
Can I do it on break, actually?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever
No.
the logo.
Boss.
Nacho
is Bugs
Barbero,
Bunny.
leading event number
Bugs
8.
Bunny. You know Bugs Bunny?
25k turbo.
The shirt.
This one?
Yeah, Bugs Bunny. You don't know
104
Bugs?
runners in that one.
I know.
Down to the final 16.
Classic.
They are on the stone bubble. Ike Haxton,
More of a Garfield.
Talal Shakurchi, Pablo Silva, all above
I don't
average.
think either of them would ever fly Lufthansa.
We will play down to a champ in that 25k turbo tonight.
Two
Short stack
champions being crowned.
Yeah, Santosh jams with ace-jack suited. Suvarna knows. Everybody's just kind of eyeballing that 10 big blind stack, wondering whether or not its fate might be met sooner than later. Of course, he will do everything that he can to ward off the evil spirits.
Hey, we're talking about a guy that plays nosebleed, pot limit Omaha. That's his game of choice.
He's got the right makeup for a guy that plays PLO, doesn't he? He's got gamble, does Santosh. Hometown of Bangalore, India. First learned to play poker quite recently in Goa in 2017.
How many are left over there? Single table?
Actually lists his most
Sounds like
memorable
the Vietnamese
moment.
The guy who won the other ones?
Yeah, that's what it sounds
Yes.
like.
Yeah, it does.
Having played with both Dan Bilzerian in India,
Trying to get this
as well as Brazilian footballer Neymar at the EPT Barcelona High Roller. Also a notable line item on his questionnaire. Most difficult poker opponent he's ever faced?
Henry Kilbane.
This one Chinese player in Dubai. Verbatim.
Fantastic. Any guesses? 3 guesses in the chat. 3 strikes and you're out.
Well, Rui Cow comes to mind. But I would hope that he knows who that is.
Rui Cow not French?
Listen, Henry.
I don't know why you
Do you
always
think
give me
when
this
Rui
look.
Cow plays in Dubai with Santosh, he looks up and goes, "Who's the French guy?"
Let's see, why not? Marley.
Owen.
Steve O'Dwyer. Go on.
Just finding it from the big. Easy jam.
Sticking his baguette out there.
Yeah, found it a lot easier than he found his luggage upon arriving in the Bahamas.
Oh, infinite entertainment awaits us.
It's fantastic. I mean, the thing is he owns it as well. Like, you just got to admire the sense of humor whilst playing for 1.7 million.
Brilliantly dry, by the way, as he sits with 23 bigs.
Kind of similar to Petrangelo's dry sense of humor. Just yeah, great comedic timing.
Anecdote, by the way, shared by Santosh on his questionnaire. He says one day he entered in a casino and sat on a high-stakes table. Instead of 3 cards, he got 2 cards and realized it's not 3-card Indian Flush, which is a game he apparently plays. Everyone encouraged him, however, to stay and continue to play 2-card poker, which I suppose he hadn't at that point in his career, openly stating that they needed a fish in the game. Obviously, never having played 2-card, he understood. And he sat and kept playing, and that's how his career started in Hold'em.
Sounds like
750.
A group of player that vultures circling the lone cub out in the African plains. But why? Why do you need a fish? Play a round of each if you want to keep him in. Say, hey, listen, we'll play your game for 1 orbit. You play ours. But I'm glad he stayed,
Fair
Ollie.
play.
I'm glad he stayed. 5 left. He's locked up a career record cash.
Yeah, I think he's glad he stayed too. I believe he's the first player to represent India on the Triton Tour. Can't think of anyone else. Granted, my time on tour coming sort of midway, a few years into its inception. Santosh also shares that opinion, by the way, on the questionnaire. Wants people to know when he plays for India, wants to make his country proud. A lot of patriotism in that seat. Chidwick, Queen Jack, pipping O'Dwyer's Queen 10. Raise and take it, sir. There it is, peeking its head out, that special edition Triton main event winner watch by Jacob & Co.
13.8 million in Triton earnings. 1 title, 17 cashes.
Give yourself a gander at his career earnings.
Oh, I've
45 million, I think, at last check. Somewhere in that hood. Give or take a few million.
Hey, you know what's a few million between friends? 45.7.
Okay.
Currently sits 4th on the all-time money list.
Where do you suppose he hides it?
Basement.
Caymans? Switzerland? Nah, they got weird treaties now. Let us know in the chat. If you had 45 million, where would you stash it?
Cyprus.
Ooh. Cyprus. He's 7 suited as Orpin wags his finger at this limp attempt from Santosh off of the short stack. Suvarna certainly knows Jack 9 can't be the one.
No, maybe regretting not jamming himself. Also, you know, with the delay catching up, probably heard by now. 6s were good. Seems a bit deflated. Was a different man. 6-handed.
Well, remember, he was at the top of the leaderboard.
He was indeed.
On cloud 9. Now the limp fold. As he hangs his head. Down but not out Shake it off, Santosh. He's got his work cut out for him, though, doesn't he?
Uphill climb.
Never stops. They just keep going up.
That's the idea.
Stops and breaks.
Event number 7.
In between day 1 and day 2.
75k 8 max. As the blinds go up. Never stops. That's what Steve was talking about.
150 with a 150 ante. 5-handed. Every orbit will cost you 375k.
But then a new clock begins.
Bad news for Suvarna.
This could be it. 8 big blinds. In it goes. Ace on the button.
Decent spot to take, but not a decent hand to indulge for Chidwick. Crucial pickup for Suvarna at the new blind level.
Go on then, my son. Santosh. Time to spin. Spin engaged.
Get in.
Get in there, my son. Always really just bouncing around the room as well with a small crew.
Yeah, he does have a little entourage.
He does,
doesn't he?
yeah, a little click.
Low pro.
One of the things I really love about these Triton series, you know, this final table of 9, 8 different nationalities. Really do attract players from all over.
Well, the number of flags even greater if you take into account the small army that it takes to run a Triton series. Very multinational affair. As Orpin on the button, King 9.
Just want to prematurely warn you, Ali, that it's been brought to my attention that your wittiness and quick-fire comebacks are just far superior than mine, and I've actually Googled, quite literally typed into Google, quick comebacks. I found a list. Got to maybe try some of them out. Don't give me any side-eye, please. Just let it kind of, you know, sit.
Well, I'm going to turn my head completely in your direction so as not to be accused of any side-eye, but truly, Henry, one of the most ill-advised moments of your young career there.
Throwing a match on the...
You Googled quick comebacks?
I did.
I mean, it's almost against the spirit of the comeback in general.
Well, you know, have to start off somewhere. Clearly outmatched in the booth.
You've gotten a few in.
They seem really just like more like passive aggressiveness, you know.
Remember,
below the belt.
We're partners in here, not adversaries. Can't really say the same for these 5 out there, though, can we? As fond as they may be of one another away from the felt, here in the Coliseum, it is warfare, and Chidwick with ace-8 does his bidding. To what do we owe this, then? Kind of Santosh with the 10 bigs?
The open jam from Chidwick?
Just,
for sure.
You know, these...
Ace-X doesn't really
not
want
a
to
lot
min.
of post-flop stuff?
No. No, not at all. And I don't think we're going to see many flops be taken at, you know, with the presence of Savannah. 10 big blinds. Difference between 5th and 4th. 130,000. So
that's real money.
That is real money, and these guys happy. It's where, you know, Savannah looks somewhat deflated, body language-wise. Was a different man just an hour and a half ago.
As were you about 3 minutes ago before you admitted to the stream that you Googled quick comebacks. O'Dwyer isn't going to need to Google how to play King-Queen on the button. Min-raise open. From Orpin is flatted. King 10 promptly put into the muck by Henrik. Doesn't really want to tussle at this point. Third in chips, dead middle of the pack.
Go on, Savannah. One time. Let's kind of defend. Let's see a flop, Ali. We're just complaining. Habitual complainers
2,175,000 behind, I believe.
here in the booth.
Wouldn't it have been absurd for him to jam ace five?
You know, I just want to see Savannah do well. You know, he looks deflated out there.
And you think that by, oh, seven's full of jacks for Orpin. One hell of a flop as he's got Suvarna with 1% equity and O'Dwyer with 2.
Unblocking diamonds. Unblocking Jack X. Orpin with maybe too much hand to bet here. Just checking, letting the guys catch up if they need to, whether it be flush draws, backdoor straight draws, or a Queen of Hearts, giving Steve 2-pair. Such a shallow SPR.
Interestingly, O'Dwyer found himself in a spot against Henrik Hecklin, where Hecklin had 2 aces, slow played pre, and then O'Dwyer binked the turn for top pair on a paired flop. Ended up paying off on the river. Here, shades of that. Not a complete parallel by any stretch, given that we are three-handed, and Orpin is out of position, betting 275,000.
Yeah, really small bet from the pre-flop aggressor. Still has all the overpairs. Still have trips, full houses. O'Dwyer understandably going nowhere. Santosh going to get out of the way. All the obvious draws bricking Ali. 1.7 out there.
A lot of times when we're this strong, we like to make ourselves look weak, and those polarizing bet sizes do create those sorts of opportunities.
Really difficult for Orpin to be beat here. I think going for the jugular makes a lot of sense. Although given the line, yeah, pot size bet. Wants to go polar. And now O'Dwyer in a world of pain.
You really sympathize with this, and let us credit Orpin for having created the conditions for O'Dwyer to hit the turn free of charge in this manner. And now placing him in the blender as he just throws all of his time banks forward.
Yeah, looks like he's checking the itinerary of Santosh, who's currently sat 5 of 5. Feels like such an underbluffed spot, 5-handed. Firstly, the open from open, from the hijack. First in. Check through on the
It's like
Jack-Jack
the other day
7.
in the 30K, except for a lot higher stakes.
Not to say Orpin's not capable of having bluffs here, of course, Ali.
But I also have a better hand. Are you taking them away? Okay.
Hand like ace-10 of clubs. Dunno. Blocking Jack-10. Really not sure about this. See if O'Dwyer can sniff it out. Such a strong line. I guess with so much bricking.
Merciful element of this sizing, of course, is that O'Dwyer will live if he clicks call. With 300K just two bigs.
Oh, he
And
makes the
does.
call, Ali. Just giving Orpin credit for all of those draws that bricked on the 6 of clubs river.
6. Oh, and I have to give away the Lucky Stevie chips, too. Or maybe I'll keep... Hold on.
Doesn't want to give away the Lucky Stevie chips. It's not all of them. Absolute savage. Checks the flop with the full house, allowing O'Dwyer to spike the turn and then ask for almost all of it.
Shouldn't he have bet 1.9, Henry? Was there a reason specifically that he bets exactly full pot as opposed to enough to
Secure the
dispose of
ladder?
O'Dwyer?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I mean, if
Maybe
Santosh's
that's the
stack,
difference.
if Santosh's stack wasn't as small as it is to where he gets to continue to enjoy in the event that he bets 1.9 and O'Dwyer is eliminated, the presence of a short stack, which allows him kind of more operating room.
I like where your head's at, yeah.
Like
gives Orpin a couple of hands to kind of bully Henrik and Steven. I see. Is that where you're coming from?
Yeah, but I also think that because Santosh is already short, that maybe we don't need to keep O'Dwyer around with 1.6 instead of 1.9 for sizing. Because we'll still have a short stack out there.
Right.
And not immediately clear whether or not it was with intent that
I think you have to raise.
he left O'Dwyer with this 300, which promptly finds its way into the middle.
Yeah, we'll have to speak with Orpin about that one afterwards. A little post-mortem. Also curious. He makes the call, looking. Final nail in the coffin type of situation here. The delivering that crucial blow just moments ago. Steve-O, 66% equity. Potential spin would be quite the story to come back from the two big blinds. 5-handed. Queen high flop. Still 5 to dodge.
7 of diamonds, not one that he needs to avoid, as Orpin has 5 outs once to spoil the party and finish what he started with the 9 on the river. Begins the process for O'Dwyer.
Did say he needs to keep those lucky Steve-O chips. Spin initiated. Not what Santosh wanted to see, given that the difference between 4th and 5th is 130,000.
Dwyer, by the way,
Go on.
got a bachelor's in communication, studied broadcasting at East Carolina University.
Well, that's been on display here on several occasions, Ali.
The wit?
The broadcasting to the world how he
Yeah.
feels about a certain airline.
Yeah. First learned to play poker back in '03, post Moneymaker while in school. Most memorable moment just about a decade back in his poker career when he won the EPT Monte Carlo main event. Playing his first ever Triton event. A single 200K buy-in back in January 2016 was his first ever Triton memory.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't really recall many highlight reels from EPTs back in 2010, 2011 that didn't include Steve O'Dwyer.
600.
Really been a household name in tournament poker for quite some time now.
Orpin takes this one down. Most difficult opponent O'Dwyer has ever faced.
Henry Kilbane, I get it, it's fine.
Himself, he says.
Himself.
Demons.
I like that.
I love that.
I love that.
His
Damn.
favorite players, by the way?
Go on.
Anybody that's ever talked smack to him. Thanks for the motivation, he says. How about that for mindset?
Okay. I'm actually kind of scared of him now. Talks of demons in his head and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to stay on the good side of Steve O'Dwyer, my friend.
We've seen what can happen if you don't.
Well, just
listen. How many
don't,
times
don't
have you
come
been
between him
featured
and his luggage.
CNN.
I used to work for CNN, Henry.
All right, pal.
Before I demoted myself into being alongside you. It's okay, you know, not the twilight. I love having you in here, Henry. Come on, you know this.
Quickly opens his tab of 100 good comebacks.
Please, for the love, don't do it. Guys, he's not kidding.
Number 8. The people who tolerate you on a daily basis are the real heroes. Ali.
You take pride in reading what someone else wrote.
Surprised you can read.
Chidwick. Now see, that was an original, and notice far less quality involved in that one.
I had a 525.
I thought you were about this gig late.
Let's keep going on O'Dwyer, by
Number
the
7.
way. I love this as I'm leafing over his
It's getting
questionnaire.
late.
What he
time is
wants people to know about him. He is incredibly superstitious and has a long list of things that he studied in poker that he is determined to be lucky or unlucky actions.
Try it again.
He collects anything that is said to be lucky or is given to him by someone that says this will bring you good luck, and he always brings some of those items with him on poker trips.
Secret scam.
Case in point, Emerald Owl.
There it is.
There it is.
And, of course, the exchange with Jason Kuhn, who clearly acknowledges that O'Dwyer is the resident shaman in these affairs on
Easy
tour.
now. Deliberately baiting YouTube and Twitch chat. Words of the like, Steve-O. Queen 4, in it goes.
How much?
525.
525.
Three and a half bigs. Henrik gonna make the call with the 9-6-0, and again, cards on their backs as Santosh just watches on. He's gonna be in the big blind in the next hand. Gonna have to put in a third of his chips. Praying that he's gonna be 130,000 richer before he has to do so.
2 spades on this flop. O'Dwyer with the flush draw. Queen high. Still good, and then on the turn, he hits the spades. Stays alive. Little nod of affirmation there with that outcome.
Oh, Steve-O with that.
Talk to me.
Up into 4th. Savannah. Shortest stack now, 5 of 5, and in the big. That's why you put a man all in. Ali, Orpen maybe questioning his decision to bet 1.6 instead of 1.9.
Okay. Furthering the anecdote about O'Dwyer, by the way, which is where the bulk of my attention has been centered. Just a fascinating paragraph. Says he's a big fan of the show, Japanology, on NHK World, the international arm of Japanese state-controlled broadcaster, NHK. You see Chidwick jamming here.
Oh, legit spot.
Wait a minute.
For Hecklin.
We've seen him avoid any sort of real involvement when ICM guides him away from participation.
Truly disgusting, Ali.
I mean, not one, but 2 shorter stacks out there. Real pay jumps. 497.5 on tap, 628 for 4th, 816 for 3rd.
Triple checking. The Arsenal makes the call with the ace-jack of clubs, and Stephen knows that that's bad news. Savannah, a spot to potentially double ladder, rather.
I'm absolutely dumbfounded at Henrik's willingness to make this call. Obviously, he knows Chidwick is going to be exploiting the setup, and this ace-jack suited could perform very nicely, as we see it does against Chidwick's holding, but this is risk tolerance.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's precisely these types of hands that are going to be jamming. The ace-kings, ace-queens, more likely to try and induce. Maybe me being slightly biased in the booth as I can see the whole cards. I don't know. Stephen, open jamming, running into Henrik's ace-jack. Decided to call.
Going to be absolutely thrilled. 70%.
Would be a disgusting way to go.
4.5 million plus.
Oh, wow.
Dangling in there, and the monotone all-heart flop means Chidwick has plenty more equity than he did moments ago.
How is he laughing?
Oh, the 5 of hearts on the turn seals Henrik Hecklin's fate as a 5th place finisher.
Otherwise, I'm calling.
The Great Dane. GG's all round. That one stings.
You wouldn't know it from the big smile on the man's face, but
true gem.
He always understood the proposition when he decided to get his chips into the middle, and so incredibly unfortunate to come out on the losing end of that pot. But Henrik Hecklin will be finishing in 5th, adding 497,500 to his career Triton total.
Apparently, during that whole thing, I was looking at my phone. Right as I was saying, I heard Ali is saying he loves Lufthansa. They cut to ass.
Well, Hecklin, as mentioned, just shy of $500,000 being added to his $4.3 million in career Triton earn. Already picked up 100K for 16th in the 50K 8 max, two-time title winner. 7th cash, leaves behind 4 players, and elated is one Santosh Suvarna to be picking up that pay jump, by the way, so improbably.
Yeah.
When I was home,
628K
I was
locked
trying to
up
rest.
for our remaining 4.
No
Maybe in
three-time
the
champ.
future I'll have one.
7.1, the app says. I hope it's
I
correct.
saw the apple, so I just wanted to double check. But
Oh, I can count for you.
it's okay. I'm out.
Dwyer, Orpen, Chidwick looking for title 2. Santosh, career record score here. This Triton Super High Roller Series in Vietnam as Dwyer finds Ace King
1.2.
on the button.
1.2.
It's down to just 2 bigs. Not only has he spun it back up, secured a ladder, now guaranteed 628,000.
Let's not sleep on the jump, by the way, between 4th and 3rd.
Orpen says cool. 16 bigs in the middle, Ali.
Yeah, going to give him a spin for this 1.2.
I got lucky before.
Says I got lucky before. Going to take some real luck here. Lun Lun peering over at
Loves
the proceedings.
It. Absolutely loves it.
10-8 deuce. Lucky before and lucky again is Orpen in this spot as he binks the side card, but now needs to fade backdoor spades or an ace. Ace of diamonds on the turn. O'Dwyer back in front.
How many outs?
Now, 2 outs. To be faded. Mission accomplished. Little Miyagi hand rub there.
I'm telling you to go away. You won so many all-ins against me yesterday. I know you're not against me, but you kept... How many times did I lose an all-in to you yesterday?
Truly superstitious is O'Dwyer, by the way. I didn't finish off the story about his favorite show, Japanology. He actually contacted the host of the show to request that they film an episode about luck. And given they filmed nearly 700 episodes of the show over 19 years,
To be 2 big blinds.
and they're clearly running out of topics.
They're gonna get me.
I was thinking if I call and lose,
They actually made
I
the
have
show and
opportunity to make you
I actually
regret
made a bad calculation.
leaving me in the tournament. I did
aired
that
it
one
in
time
October.
Monte Carlo. I left Sylvain Loosely in the 25K, I think it was. And he ended up winning it.
Steve says next time he goes to Japan, he's going to use the
Feels like I
newfound
met
knowledge
Stevie
from that
afterwards.
episode to collect all the luck he can acquire and
Back
become
in the
more
day, there was an
powerful
old
than ever
favorite move of
before.
mine.
His words, not
If I
mine.
did somebody dirty,
Savannah. Happy to get his final 4 bigs in. Gonna run into Queen Jack suited. Chidwick.
you know, leave him with like one big ball, like bet enough to leave him with one big
Gonna
ball.
spin it. Spin at
so
the
they have to
wheel.
sit there and
Is it
get to watch
Santosh's
them
turn
steam.
to spin the short stack?
No, I just thought I would have a bigger gap with Stevie after 1.6. I was just wrong.
10 bigs in the middle. Well,
Look at
8
that.
more outs for Chidwick on the 10-9-5.
Real sweat for Suvarna, the short stack with 4 left here. Needs to fade and can't do it. A king on the turn. Chidwick makes the nut straight. The river will be irrelevant. And Suvarna's bid for his first ever Triton title comes to an end, but he picks up a more handsome payday than he would have imagined. 628K. Trademark smile being worn on his face.
Like when I won,
GG's, Santosh. Well played. Responsible for some great hero calls
Gonna
throughout
cross
the day.
the $1 million barrier in career Triton earnings, courtesy of his second cash.
I was like, let me bet.
Oh.
all but like one of his
No.
chips.
900K
So that when he
barrier.
I was like so certain he was gonna call
Roughly.
me at that
Not even
point.
crossing that.
He's closed the
Never
gap.
mind.
Ali, I know what you meant.
I'm rounding up.
I was just like so sure.
That's
he was
what
gonna
I
call
do.
me.
Yeah, Dwyer.
And he snap called, and he just sat there, just like
He's out in Japan for a couple of months.
I wasn't feeling
Playing
it. I was just like, eh,
$100
I can't
tournaments.
Gotta call.
Summer last year.
In Japan?
Yeah. Was invited out there by a friend. This was during... It was tough to get into Japan for quite some time and managed to secure a visa. Went out there and was playing $50, $100 tournaments just for the sake of it to promote this tour, I believe. Recall a hand history where a lady called him down with King 5 on
400?
like a Jack 9-7 6-3 board with just King high and was good. So welcome to Japan.
The new frontier for poker, apparently.
Just soul reading, Steve-O. I know that he's superstitious and believes in good luck, but I want to say his last ever tournament victory coming from an event that I covered in Barcelona back in June of last year. Maybe something there, Ali. 0.5%. Who knows?
The fact that you would even seek to quantify it is brilliant. We should allow him to actually kind of rate.
He's the guy, you know? Believes in this stuff. Why not
He's got
charge
such a
small
great sense
fee?
of humor, though, that you kind of don't know whether or not it's all part of a shtick or he genuinely, deeply believes it. We did see him usher, was it Lun Lun, away from the final table? Said, go. I thought
Look,
about
he
asking
called
you to leave.
Luca over and said, hey, Luca, we need to implement some new rules here. This Triton series. Still to find out exactly what rule it was.
He was going to say, I can't talk nicely about Lufthansa. We all know this.
475.
Look at Orban just denying O'Dwyer's bid to take a flop here. Off of Jack 4. Ooh. Steve saying not to be denied. This Jack 6 will see a flop. And will be unimproved as it comes Ace 8-4. Orban binks the side card as his run good continues. 1.1 in the middle. Got to rep the ace here, Henry?
Yeah, ISO'd pre. Maybe not as concerned of Steve O'Dwyer having many ace-X. Likely to check jam. A decent bunch. Started the hand 19 effective, I believe, so can still have some top pairs. Ten of spades on the turn, changing nothing other than a 93% equity lock on the hand for Orpen. Needs to dodge a 6 and a 6 only. And well, not only has he done that, he's improved to 2 pair, and the river has given Steve O'Dwyer second pair.
How many times is he going to be in this kind of spot, by the way,
Second
Henry?
best, yeah. Certainly feel that way at times. Check, check, flop. Check through on the turn. Third spade rolling off. A few straights completing as well. King, queen, queen 9, 9, 7.
$550 into 1.1, exactly half pot. And boy, it's an awkward spot as played.
Yeah, you can see the eye roll from O'Dwyer. It's almost as if he knows that that river
Check 4.
cost him 550,000.
Sure did.
Terrible river.
Yeah. Hallmark of a professional, though. He doesn't let it ruin his day, just acknowledges and moves on. Moves on as part of a three-man affair, which won't include Henrik Hecklin or Santosh Suvarna, casualties of this frame of play. Blinds going to 100, 200,000 with a 200K ante on a scheduled break. Players will head out of the Coliseum. Ali Nejad and Henry Kilbane back over here. And listen, let's just talk about the one hand that needs to be acknowledged, Henry, and that is the one that involved Henrik Hecklin's demise. Ace-Jack suited, chose to get it in there in spite of the fact that there were two shorter stacks still out there. The ICM, be damned. Stephen Chidwick with the ace-8 ends up making a flush and sends him home in 5th. Very improbable.
Yeah, getting it in with the ace-jack seemed like he was happy to be honest, and given that he had 70% going to the flop, just unfortunate that Stevie obviously converted his 24% equity. But, you know, Henrik, the type of guy that's just been here so many times in these high-stakes tournaments where sometimes it just doesn't go his way, and just took it on the chin like an absolute champion.
Yeah, certainly did. Big smiles on the way out the room as you get one quick peek here at the payouts. 816K secured, and then we've got two big 7-figure payouts awaiting 2 out of the 3 that remain in the field here in our 75K. I'm going to step out of the booth and give way to Randy Liu to take you home with Henry Kilbane. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from here at Hoiana after this.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Away from it, which, by the way, would be given Soiza puts the 3-bet in here, which we would imagine he would with great frequency, correct? Yeah.
It's going to be so hard for Chidwick to get away from this.
Had he 3-bet and then Soiza jammed over the top,
Maybe
does it make it easier, or it just doesn't matter, the money's getting
It would
in?
make it easier to get away, hypothetically, but the problem is Soiza only has 20 big blinds.
So just a cold deck here for the chip leader.
Mm-hmm.
Soiza's jam. Sheds Orpin, and then it gets back around to the 2 jacks. Chidwick flinging the chips in there and being shown
What is it?
number 1. Well, I think you called it, Randy, that it was going to take this sort of spot for us to maybe break the ice here at this FT.
No.
Jack 10-6 as Chidwick flops top set. Michael Soiza, devastating development for a $3.5 million chip pot. Broadway Carter and ace on the hunt for him. Not there. And now, Soiza, 2 outs to avoid being our 9th place finisher. Here it comes. Not a cross,
On to
but
the
not
next
the
one.
one.
That is a cold deck there, Ali.
You just can't hope for a better spot if you're Michael Soiza.
Making him sweat. Huh? How much is it?
An open, a flat. But in the end, a 9th place finish for the young Malaysian. Taking home $159,500. Here. Punsri has Rob covered, of course, given Yang was the shortest stack in the field coming into this pot. Santosh has both gentlemen covered.
Wow.
Aces against 5s against ace king to the jack 7-4 board. Suvarna.
Somebody's turning a straight draw. Who's it going to be?
Oh, 9. 9 or a deuce.
To eliminate 2 players.
No one.
Wow.
And the 9 does mean no one has a straight draw. So Rob Yang draws dead. He knows it's time to collect his belongings. Punsri, however, did have a tug at a 5. But he, too, is dispensed. And
Love that from Punat, by the way. Just immediately worthy champion, reigning champion, handshakes all round.
I think he has truly garnered the respect of these Triton OGs, by the way, since his arrival as a member of the Thai delegation, Henry.
Really showcasing the humility from these Asian players as well.
So we've lost Rob Yang and Punat Punsri in the same pot, but of course, Punat began this one with more chips. Will claim 7th place.
Was he working for a company or on his own? Does it say?
Don't know.
Fascinating how he went from sports betting at 19 to an office job later on. Probably industry adjacent.
Maybe he was a terrible sports bettor.
Well, there's that too, although if his poker game's anything to go by.
Yeah. That's a man who certainly endeavors to excel and succeed at all that he puts his mind to. Of that you can be certain. And here he is putting his mind to ace-queen on the button.
Opening into the chip leader.
But also the shortest stack in the field in Jason Kuhn. So,
oh boy,
both ends of the leaderboard.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed. Look at this.
Double whammy. Jason, through no fault of his own, ace-10. Just too much to pass up on. Shortest stack in the tournament. Got to move it in, and now it gets really dicey. Chip leader, Chidwick. Well, a warm welcome back to the break desk here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself as we close out event number 6, the 75k Amax. We are down to the final 3 players, Randy. And Randy, honestly have a lot to fill you in on. A double bust out, seeing Rob Young and Punat Punsri being eliminated by Santosh Savana. Henrik Hecklin getting it in great shape, 5-handed against Stephen Chidwick, whilst he was 3rd in chips. O'Dwyer and Santosh were both critically short at the time. 4 hearts on the flop. Saw the ace-jack cracked, ace-jack of clubs of Henrik cracked. And now we find ourselves 3-handed. Stephen Chidwick looking to find not only title number 2, but to extend his lead over the Player of the Year leaderboard, the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Orpin and Steve O'Dwyer looking for their 2nd titles. Randy, looking at this stack distribution, O'Dwyer, work to do straight off the bat. Any game plan from Stephen and Orpin?
I think the clear game plan here is that Stephen Chidwick is going to expect Orpin to play pretty snug because Steve O'Dwyer's got sub-10 big blinds, so he's going to raise pretty wide. Orpin's going to pretty much play straightforward, not get involved too much until Steve O'Dwyer either doubles or busts. And then we can have a heads-up match.
Yeah, I mean, that being the byproduct of Chidwick being on Orpin's direct left, right? Because he just has to proceed so cautiously, blind v blind, once Orpin is out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. And you might actually see Orpin open fold the small blind a little bit tighter than you would expect.
Makes a ton of sense. All 3 players guaranteed 816,000 for their efforts. 2 7-figure pay scores in this one with a top prize of 1,753,000 as we throw it down to the main stage for this 3-handed tango between Chidwick, Orpin and O'Dwyer. That's how things stand. Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Blinds and chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. PokerStake, who, by the way, Michael Soiser has been selling action over on PokerStake.com throughout the entire series. Final tabling this one, aces cracked by Chidwick's pocket jacks. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Who have we got? Let us know in the chat. O'Dwyer thrilled, by the way, to find himself here 3-handed, given that he was down to just 2 big blinds with 5 players left. Has laddered 320,000 whilst also spinning the stack up. Who've you got, Randy? I mean, the storylines here, all obvious. Chidwick, Orpin and O'Dwyer all looking for their 2nd Triton title.
Look, as of right now, Stephen Chidwick is looking really good. I know he's got the chip lead. It just seems that he's been playing very well this tournament, putting the pressure on as expected. Now, of course, these 2 other players are able to compete. But for now, I'm loving the way Stephen Chidwick is going about this tournament.
A couple of deep runs that didn't
I believe
materialize
it's
into much.
1,550,000 total.
Interesting spot. I think that this could get in pretty easily. Stephen Chidwick, King X, small blind versus big blind. 2 4s, 7 big blinds against the guy jamming everything. We're going to run it.
Snap call from O'Dwyer. Gets to see just one of the best situations, 1 over to his pocket 4s. 69% equity. 5 cards to come. Comes Queen 7-3, and now Chidwick adding a couple of outs in the form of a 3. 5 outs twice. To further extend his lead on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Would be a dirty way to do it. 8 of spades completing the board, and that really changes things.
Usually I have a flush.
As it gives O'Dwyer a very healthy 16.5 bigs. Brings Chidwick down tied with Orpin. Both sat on around 35 big blinds apiece. So now the real threat, Randy, is if O'Dwyer doubles through Orpin or Chidwick.
Yeah.
He then becomes the chip leader.
Definitely. The first step to giving yourself a chance is to get that small double. And you're right. Like, there's no clear chip lead now, in the sense that maybe Stevie Chidwick can't go as crazy and relentless.
Updates.
We'll see. You will be on the dealer button on this hand. Two tens, good enough?
Certainly a strong start, three-handed. Randy with the chip lead. Open with enough hand in the big.
Yeah, for sure, especially after Steve O'Dwyer just doubled, knowing that this one, that he's not going to be going in anytime soon. So now it's time to put some defense in.
Defend he does. Some worlds in which Orpin 3-bets the king-5, flops best on the king-queen deuce. 2 overs to Chidwick's pocket tens.
Not too shabby. For Chidwick, 2 overs, not ideal. His hand is only vulnerable to the jack or ace, so he might pot control a bit here. Looks like he's reaching for chips. A little something. Maybe define your opponent's hand.
Do you believe he has fired out a bet?
Yeah, it was a small bet.
Little tickle. 225,000 Orpin. Just going to come with call. Top pair. As the rainbow completes on the turn. Chidwick blocking some of the hands that would check call, check fold, 10-9, jack 10.
Yeah, so on that note, it seems checking is highly probable. You know, if Orpin's to fire here, it'd be hard to imagine obvious bluffs, so he might size down, looking for some crying calls.
Some 9x, hands like this, 10s, jacks.
Yeah.
Maybe some queen x that
occasionally
check
queen
turn.
X. I mean, if he's betting the flop with 2 10s, it's very plausible that he would bet the flop with a queen X. Small bet. I like it.
Jam over the top one time for the fans. Stephen Chidwick,
It would
2
be-
10s.
Would be pretty sick. Of course, blocking jack 10.
Open with the block. Sub 25% on this 9 of spades river. Only jack 10 completing. And Chidwick with 2 very relevant blockers, but maybe Just maybe too much hand.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder if
Showdown.
Orpin would ever do this with a 9x that he check called, say Jack 9, 10 9. I feel like it's unlikely, but you never know.
Stevie really thinking one through. Maybe raise like ace 10 and call with tens.
I feel like Stevie knows it's very likely he's behind, but then he's looking at the price he's getting, and it's just trying to find any type of hand he can think of that he can beat. The thing is with the sizing is that if Orpin was unpaired, he might actually opt to go for a bigger bluff size. Say with ace 4, ace 5. That's a good laydown. Discipline.
Real world-class fold there from Chidwick. But more importantly, before the fold, just taking time to go over all of the options because he really did have a few options on the table for him before making the discipline laydown.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the raise was a possibility. Of course, if you're wrong, it feels like you wasted a lot of chips, given it's about a 430k pay jump.
Yeah, big pay jumps now as we have got down to the final three. Podium position guaranteed for all three players. O'Dwyer was down to just 2 bigs, 5-handed. Now finds himself with a very healthy 16 big blinds and 816,000 locked up. Chidwick dethroned. Orpin with the chip lead. 3-handed. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, that event number 8, 25k turbo, can sweat that one along. Over on the Triton Poker Plus app, Ike Haxton, Lun Lun, Biao Ding, Dao Min Fu, Wai Kin Yong, Nacho Barbero all over in that. Nacho Barbero and Dao Min Fu both looking for title number 2 of the series.
$750.
Chidwick's gonna bump it up quite large.
Yakov in the chat asking about a deal. None mentioned so far.
$3 million.
3 even?
I think so.
O'Dwyer's got 2 queens, 14 big blinds.
All in.
All in.
Oh.
Snap call.
Wow.
O'Dwyer wakes up with a pair again.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because O'Dwyer, who was down to 2 big blinds, 5-handed, is now 5 cards away from moving up to 2nd in chips. In amazing shape here. 77% equity with the queens. Well, it's never easy. So we head to the 9-6 straight open-ender for Chidwick, who in similar fashion, by the way, eliminated Henrik Hecklund, getting it in with sub 30%. 18% going to the river, looking for a 10 or a 5 to eliminate O'Dwyer. Oh, behave, Randy. Behave. 5 of spades rolling off.
GG.
For Chidwick to eliminate O'Dwyer in 3rd place and to get us heads up in event number 7. Steve-O still has to be thrilled about his 3rd place finish here. 816,000 for his incredible run in event number 7. Again, I want to remind you guys, it was down to 2 big blinds. 5-handed, managed to not only ladder a couple of spots, but also get it in against Chidwick with 80% equity or thereabouts, with 1 to come. 82% with 1 card to come to move up to 2nd in chips. 5 of spades. Chidwick with the chip lead as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Lou. Randy, it's been a week of beats like that, I feel. I mean, flashbacks to yesterday's 50K. Need to remind you guys of how Linus Love bowed out of the tournament. And, you know, these guys just showing that it doesn't just happen to us mere mortals, the high-stakes players of the world, falling victim to cold decks. Queens against 8-7 suited.
No, that's just as cold as it gets, right? Like, suited connector taking you out. I mean, Chidwick has been jamming and getting in bad, but, you know, he's using his ICM pressure. It's warranted plays. Sometimes you will win the pot. It's just brutal for O'Dwyer there. It's just, it can be a cruel game poker sometimes, and that was a massive pay jump just now. Unfortunately for O'Dwyer, he'll have to settle for 3rd.
He will, and adds a 10th cash to his Triton track record, crossing the 4 million in Triton earnings, but no 2nd title for Steve-O here. 3rd cash of the series out of 6 events. Going to be pretty high morale coming into the main event starting tomorrow. Obviously, again, 82% equity against the 8-7, the open-ender, but the 5 of spades, sending him home. And now we're heads up. Stephen Chidwick, number 1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, looking to extend here. Has already extended by a considerable margin, but obviously wants to get that trophy, join a very exclusive 2-time Champions Club. But let's not say it as if it's a given, because Orpin, we've seen in Madrid, 2nd in the main event to Hecklin. Freshly crowned bracelet winner as well, late end of last year. And here again, just another strong showing. 43 big blinds effective, Randy. These guys have been here time and time again against world-class opposition. What can we expect at this stack depth?
Well, I mean, yes, both of them are world-class players who have won many tournaments. Stevie Chidwick is well-versed playing heads up. You know, he not just MTTs, he was playing sit-and-goes before this and all sorts of things. So I think Stevie Chidwick is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Not to down Orpin. Orpin definitely has a lot of experience on hand. I think it's going to be a very good match. Both players are very well aware of that, and we've got a lot of prize on the line. So hopefully they can both play at the top of their game and play the right ranges and make the right moves.
$500,000 difference between 1st and 2nd. Looking at Orpin's Triton track record, 1 title, 3 cashes, 3.46 million in Triton earnings, guaranteed over 1.2 here. Experience-wise, has it all. Has a title, has millions in earnings, not to be counted out in this heads-up match. But Stephen Chidwick feels like consistency throughout this series in the form of deep runs that hasn't really materialized into anything until now, and came in as chip leader today, has had a big stack and has now converted it into the chip lead coming into heads up. Quickly want to look over to Chidwick's Triton track record for those of you that aren't already familiar with the man himself. 1 title, 17 cashes, 13.8 million in Triton earnings, and a win here today would obviously help him cross the sorry, I do apologize. Runner-up has already guaranteed he will cross the 15 million in Triton earnings. Question is he going to extend past the 15.5 million as we throw it back down to the main stage for one last time here in event number 7, the 75k 8 max. Stephen Chidwick squaring off against number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list, Orpin, who, by the way, just playing incredible poker over the last 12 months. Bracelet, as I mentioned, second in the 100k main event in Madrid last year. I mean, the guy just seems like he's playing some of the best poker of his life at present, and now looking for title number 2. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of the world's best colliding for a career-defining moment.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, I've been watching Orpin play throughout today in this tournament, and he's made some moves. People have been making the wrong decisions against him, and very well timed.
Guy is a savage. As we kick things off, first hand of heads-up play, 50 big blinds, plays 35. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. $500,000 difference between first and second.
I think it's important to note that Chidwick is limping the first hand here of Jack-6 suited, 35 big blinds effective, so he might be content with trying to take it post-flop. Flopping top pair against bottom pair. Nice spot for the first hand, dealt.
Yeah, modern day cooler, especially in heads up. Randy, top pair v bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty much. Whenever there's a pair on each side, it is this modern day cooler as you describe.
Who have you got at home, ladies and gentlemen? Stephen Chidwick to extend the Ivan Liao leaderboard run that he finds himself on, as the 6 of clubs gives him 2 pair on the turn. Orpin drawing to just 2 outs now.
So Stephen Chidwick here most likely get value out of 10x. Holding top and bottom. You know, he's going to discount that from his opponent quite a bit. A lot of draws out there. Backdoor clubs, straight draws, all sorts you can think of. So there's a chance that Chidwick sizes up, hoping his opponent interprets it as a draw.
Yeah, and Chidwick unblocking all of those draws, now sizing up with an overbet on this 6 of clubs turn. It'll be 130 for the purists out there.
And this is Stevie Chidwick giving credit to Orpin that he's going to read into this overbet as polarizing and still call him with like a mid-pair type hand.
Yeah, and also note the overbet on the turn from Chidwick, allowing him to actually set this up across 3 streets for an overbet jam on the river. Orpin gonna lay down.
Queen 9 with the heart.
That's what you had? You'll find out on stream.
It's a friendly game, come on.
Orpin asking Chidwick if he basically had a big draw. And that's what Chidwick wanted Orpin to think.
I did not have Queen 9 with that.
Final table time.
More garbage.
In event number 8, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. You can watch that
Not looking.
over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Nacho Barbero leading the field, looking for his second trophy of the series. Mike Caxton and KT. Final table bubble. Some people taking credit in the chat for Stephen Chidwick's run good here. Saying that they called it out earlier on during the series.
Well, you guys better start tweeting at Chidwick to see if he's going to give you some rewards, I suppose. I'll take a free flop here. Dominated. Somehow with these two hands. Brick. Brick. Heads up's always fun to watch because of the wide ranges. You tend to see players betting more aggressively as well as calling down lighter, of course. Because if you try to play your more traditional ranges, as if with more players, you will just get run over.
One and done from Orpin, enough.
I did not have queen 9 there.
Some banter being exchanged between the two. Those of you just joining us, we are heads up in event number 7, the 75k 8 max. Both players guaranteed 1,245,000 for their efforts so far. Champion going to be walking away with 1,753,000.
After this one, yeah.
Chidwick dominating Orpin's 9-7. You can see that Chidwick's pretty content with sticking to the limping game. Middling hand for Orpin. Gonna take a flop here, 600k in the middle. Absolute brick for both players. And in these limp pots, you'll see it check to the dealer button. See if Chidwick wants to try and show down king high. Check, check. 3 diamonds on the board. Good for Chidwick. Holding the king of diamonds, but Orpin now has a gut shot.
Yeah, Chidwick seems content to try and see as many flops as possible. Navigate post.
I think he feels pretty comfortable playing post flop. If I had to guess who's played more hands of heads up between the two, I would say it's Stephen Chidwick.
Well, maybe not in recent times.
True.
Orpin with 3 runner-up places already this year. 25k Poker Go Cup. Event number 6 came second for 345,000 then. Later on in January, followed it up with a second place finish in the 50k 6 max at the PSPC for 458,000. Then followed 2 days later by a second place in another 50k 8 max at the PSPC.
Yeah, so most likely, like, after each of those losses, he must have been going back to the lab and doing some research and improving each time. So let's see how he fares in this heads-up match against arguably one of the best tournament players in the world. So, remind you, check, check on the flop, limp pot. Bet on the turn by Orpin. Chidwick calls of king high. If Orpin's the bet here again, he'd be targeting exactly naked diamonds. Looks like he's going to give up.
Mine high.
Yeah, and Chidwick happy to show down the king high. Strong start to this heads-up match for Stevie. Up to 10.8 million. Nice buffer, cushion, if you will, between him and Orpin now.
6.2. 50? 6.250.
The recent run of second place finishes for Orpen, maybe monsters under the bed, Randy? Does that ever creep into your head where, you know, a few hands in, you've been put in a spot facing an overbet from one of the world's best and start thinking, wow, not again, surely, you know, March, 3 months into the year, 3 second place finishes, and now here I am, almost a 2-1 chip deficit against Chidwick.
Yeah, definitely creeping in his mind, but I'd assume someone of Orpen's caliber would be, you know, going to the drawing board and studying his heads-up ranges. It's not 3 times the charm, maybe it's 4th.
Maybe that's the trick in different time zones.
So we're gonna limp pot. It looks like we're gonna get a lot of limp pots between these two. They're both pretty happy containing the pot. Orpen, inside straight draw, 2 big cards out there.
Not allowed.
Orpen tried to bet less than 200k. The minimum bet is 200k. As Chidwick just said, not allowed. Don't know.
You can try, Randy. We've all been there. Trying to bet less than min.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have. I don't know Chidwick's side card, but apparently unpaired, so he's going to lay it down.
Yeah, Orpen with that equity. Taking a stab.
So for 150, I would have played.
Feels like I should be. Feels like I should be able to bet like 25%.
2 titans of the Super High Roller Series. Stephen Chidwick, one of the most decorated
Did you call 150?
tournament
Would you
players,
call
both
150?
live and online, of all time. A win here would close the gap between him and Daniel Negreanu on the all-time money list. Shout out D-Negs.
I want you to do the call. That's fine.
Chidwick closing in on 50 million in career earnings. A win here today would take him up to over 47 million.
A little change up here. Chidwick is actually raising. King 6 offsuit. He's been limping every single hand. What's changed? Maybe a bit of mixed strategy.
Orpen's most memorable Triton moment, playing the 1 million buy-in event in London. I wonder if a win here today will change that answer for him at the next stop.
Make sure we ask him the same question.
How about winning over on GG Poker? Daily Triton free rolls, as well as qualifiers into Triton events. We had the 10 qualifiers into the 25k GG Super Millions Live Edition. All in free rolls, passwords given out throughout the day. New player sign up bonus offer, $50 Global Millions ticket, promo code Triton 2023.
Chidwick with Queen 5 of Hearts. Type of hand usually you take to the flop. 3 big blinds in the middle. Flops Queen High flush draw against Orpen's 4 high.
Maybe a one and done for Orpen.
Yeah, maybe. No. There's the jack. I could see Jack X checking flop. It's a decent part of both players' range. Although if Chidwick checks here on the turn, I would say it's more likely to be an Orpin's hand.
Orpin surely not looking to show down 4 high.
No, especially because you're up against such a wide range. It's a limp pot and heads up. Just discount, you know, those top percentage of hands that would raise. So just so much garbage you can just think of, right? Like 8x, 9x. Doesn't even need to be connected. It could be like a random 3 or kicker. It's going to go ahead and fire 2 big blinds, 2/3 pot, 400k. As played, Chidwick, Queen 5 of hearts. It's always got outs in case it's behind. But it also has Queen High, which is got showdown value against a random stab.
Yeah, well, we can see he is up against the random stab from Orpin and just going to come with call. 1.4 million going to the river. As the Queen of Clubs rolls off. Both flush draws bricking.
So Orpin did go 2/3 pot on the turn, which may be in line with betting that sizing if he had a jack. Let's see if he wants to follow through here. I guess if he does, he'd be targeting king highs and 6x. Occasionally queen highs that made a pair of queens. He'd have to go pretty big to get Chidwick to fold.
Having a heart and spade in hand somewhat bad as well.
True.
Blocking part of the folding range of Chidwick.
Yeah, definitely true. Although we are playing heads up, so now we can throw in those king high type hands. Still a lot of combos, and he's reached for a ton of chips here, Henry.
He did bet 2/3 on the turn, and he's now bet pots on the river. Being a jack and a jack only, although he does have some traps on the button. Some of the strongest, most nutted ace-x available to him, although one could argue that he'd be inclined to start building a pot on the flop.
Yeah, and maybe you wouldn't see a pot size bet on the river without a jack or straight. Chidwick is aware that he checked the turn, which might skew how the jack could fall in each player's hand. It's never nice to face a pot size bet and heads up.
No, not at all. If Chidwick can find the call here, we'll have Orpin down to just 21 big blinds. And more importantly, we'll have a 3-1 chip lead, Randy.
Yeah, that's pretty massive too.
Really thinking this one through. Saw Chidwick deep in the tank with the pocket tens earlier on.
Yeah, the 1.4 million is very polarizing of a bet. I think Chidwick is going to discount ace-x to some extent. Gonna lay down.
Into the muck it goes.
Orpin.
Ace 2, right?
Talk about a potential tournament defining moment for Orpin. The follow through on the river, getting the best hand to fold and right back in this fight with 7.1 million. Blinds going up to 125,000, 250,000. 250,000 big blind ante. Blinds brought to you by Poker Stake. Stephen Chidwick's current residence, Randy? Any guesses where he resides?
Does he not reside in the UK?
6.8.
Maybe parts of the year.
Oh, no. Is he in Vegas then or something?
The
I have no
answer
idea.
is wherever the tournaments are, Randy.
Is that his answer?
That is indeed. Travels round with the family.
Okay. So his home is Vietnam right now.
It is.
Okay, cool.
I'll give you another shot, Randy. Any guesses as to who Chidwick put down as toughest poker opponent he's ever faced?
His toughest poker opponent he's ever faced. I'm going to go with Phil Ivey.
That would have been one of my first guesses as well. Can't fault you on that one. Toughest opponent that Chidwick has ever squared off against. It's none other than the Prince of Darkness, Ike Haxton. Claims that he takes lines most people don't and has a knack for doing exactly what you don't want him to.
I'm still thinking it's Phil Ivey. You know why? I remember watching him in the Triton series, and you know how Chidwick likes to stare at people? He looked away.
Really? Did he?
He really did look away when it was Ivy.
Wow, that's crazy.
So I
Is there
would
a
like
clip of
him
that?
to fix that answer.
What event was this in?
It was a Triton event because I was commentating on it, and it was Phil Ivey and Chidwick. I don't know which one it was, but I'm sure the chat is aware of what I'm talking about. Of someone in there.
I would love to see that.
Back to his hand real quick. So where are we at? Limp pot.
Check, check, flop.
Yeah, pair fives for Orpin. Chidwick has got the little gutty. Just 10 high. 10 high does not have relevant showdown value, so you might be inclined to find a bet somewhere.
Concerned that a lot of the hands that Orpin's going to check with, well, hello, 3 of spades. Got to contain gut shots as well, given that it is a 9-6-5 deuce board. 3 of spades. Chidwick getting there through the back door.
Let's see if Orpin is going to start trying to get some value. No. We know the 4 will go for value. I guess the question is how much. With a 4-liner out there, a bet here would seem polarizing, so maybe he goes a little bigger than normal.
Orpin going to be playing a guessing game.
Yeah, there's a lot of guessing game in heads up.
750.
Especially in limp pot. See, you can see that Chidwick has gone for a pot size bet. He knows the 4-liner is polarizing, and it's whether Orpin wants to call with a random pair or not.
Check, check, flop. Check, check, turn. Orpin again facing a huge bet on the river from Chidwick, just showcasing here in the matter of 6 or 7 hands as he makes the call, and he's going to get shown the 10-4. Just how difficult it is to play against Stephen Chidwick. Squeezing out pot size value on the river. Orpin down to 23 bigs. Chidwick, sizable chip lead now.
A really nice bet sizing choice by Chidwick.
Sorry.
And both players have played some pretty good pots so far in heads up. Really thought Orpin's bet with the 4-3 high was pretty sick. Getting Stevie to fold the pair of queens. 2-1 chip lead.
2-1 chip lead. Stephen Chidwick looking to extend his lead at the top of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. $200,000 for first on that leaderboard across the year. So some additional cash. What's 200,000 between friends?
I mean, 200,000 does get you extra bullets into some of these events, but
does indeed.
You know, it's nice because most of these Player of the Year awards around, they don't really give you a nice sum, so it's sweet to see. Something worth playing for, more than bragging rights that, you know, that Stevie Chidwick and Seth Davids is really fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, a little sweetener that isn't offered across the board.
Yeah, and you know Greenwood's in contention still, and
He
all
is.
three of them play both no limit hold'em and short deck. So by no means over, even if Stevie Chidwick happens to take this one down. Anyways, Orpin, he flopped a straight. And Stevie Chidwick's got some connection here, open-ended with a jack high.
This be the turnaround, this heads-up match for Orpin. Chidwick drawing to a chop with a hand that may opt to apply some pressure on the 7-5-4 rainbow. One over to the board, open-ender. Let's see what Chidwick brings. The tension out there, by the way. Different vibe in the room today. The stakes being raised to 75,000 in terms of buy-in. Main event starting tomorrow. 500,000 on the line in this heads-up match.
Yeah, of course, Henry. It's just not only is it so much prize to play for, it's being able to collect that second Triton title. Exclusive club, as you've mentioned many times. It's a lot going on at the same time, and you got to play at the highest level. So Orpin here has min-bet the flop. He's actually going more milky on this turn bet. I believe he thinks that the queen is a bit scary for the board. So if Stephen Chidwick is holding, you know, a pair of fours or a pair of fives, he doesn't want to let him get away when he's got such a stranglehold on this hand, flopping this straight. Let's see how Stephen Chidwick responds here.
1.7.
He's check called, check raise.
Well,
on the
this is
queen.
gangster.
Yeah, it really is.
Rather than just check calling with the draw and trying to realize going to the river, Chidwick just realizing how important that 6 of diamonds in hand is, and obviously has equity against a lot of the continuing range of Orpin should he continue with pairs, 2 pairs, flush draws. Little does Stephen know, he's run into the second nuts and is drawing to a chop.
It's going to come down to how strong he thinks Stephen Chidwick is here. To check call, check raise on a backdoor flush draw card. Your opponent tends to have the backdoor flush draws a decent amount of the time. It looks like he's going to push the chips in. He thinks that Chidwick is committed.
Queen 9 with a heart. Queen 9 with a heart.
It's gonna be that at some stage, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Still joking about that first hand they played.
If one of us gets Queen 9 with a heart, we need to fast play.
Yeah, so with that hand, Orpin closing the gap. Really a fantastic spot in the sense that he got Chidwick to not get to realize all the equity with a hand that could have stole the pot. But this looks like a time for clashing.
7s against ace-jack of clubs, a lot of strength for both players. 30 effective, however, given that Orpin did just take down that pot. There is a world where the money finds its way into the middle pre.
I think it's very likely. They are playing 31 big blinds. Let's see if Orpin He's going to put in a re-raise. Sometimes he just calls. Although I do think sevens is pretty strong heads up.
Is just all in the play here out of the big? No.
He's taking it slow.
Gonna see a flop. Open wants to see 3. It's good. I mean, the other players, you know, the money's going in, and well, the good news for Open is
he'd be out of tournament right now.
Well, it would have been two cards away from elimination, but yeah. Ace 4 deuce, Chidwick flopping best, and even more annoyingly for Open, 2 undercards to his 7s, only 1 over, likely to put at least some more money in on the flop versus the continuation bet should Chidwick fire out a C bet.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Something to note is that Chidwick did open raise his hand. This is his second open raise in his heads-up match.
Nanonoko dialed in, paying attention.
I mean, Orpin doesn't know what those hands are yet, but the frequency is quite low. I would think it would hit ace-x a decent margin. Did he reach for raising chips?
He did indeed. 1.3 announced.
That is very interesting to me, especially the sizing that he's using. It feels like you put yourself in trouble spots if you get called. You're not really sure if you're up against an ace or 2 spades.
Is this check raise designed, Randy, to just fold out the 6 overs to avoid playing the guessing game on turns and rivers?
That's what I'm thinking, is that it simplifies the hand.
Right. Against a very tough opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, it is not a common play, I would say. But it is quite a vulnerable hand.
Potential for a 3-bet, perhaps.
With ace-jack on the flop, yeah, it's reasonable, because if you bet call this flop, a lot of times they just put you on an ace anyways. Really just nailed it there.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Stephen Chidwick with the flop 3-bet on the ace 4 deuce. Less than 10 hands in to this heads-up match, just really laying it down thick on Orpin. Orpin with moves of his own. Flashback to the 4-3, by the way.
Yeah, this heads-up match is heating up on this hand alone. That's played. I just can't really find a way that Orpin can continue with 2 7s here. So let's just say he's suspicious. He calls, turns some blank, Chidwick jams. Like, is he really going to just put him on a naked flush draw? I don't know. It feels like he should strongly be looking to get away from this hand right now.
Both players showcasing
Don't show F5.
exactly why they deserve to be here.
Don't show F5.
Incredibly tough to play against. Even heads up. Stephen Chidwick has reached heads up in a live tournament on 57 occasions, Randy. Guesses as to how many victories, live victories?
Out of those 57 heads-up matches?
This is match 58.
I'm going to go with 40.
32.
Oh, okay.
So tough.
32-25.
Huh? So tough.
But still winning.
So fun.
The heads-up record,
Huh?
yeah.
So fun.
It's fun, but like
We're finally unshackled from non-linear chip stuff.
Conversation got awkward pretty quick.
Well, I think both just Orpin saying it is fun, but